The Good Neighbors by Edgar Pangborn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. You can't blame an alien for a little inconvenience, as long as he makes up for it. The Good Neighbors by Edgar Pangborn. The ship was sighted a few times, briefly, and without a good fix. It was spherical, the estimated diameter about 27 miles, and was in an orbit approximately 3,400 miles from the surface of the Earth. No one observed the escape from it. The ship itself occasioned some excitement, but back there at the tattered end of the 20th century, what was one visiting spaceship more or less? Others had appeared before and gone away discouraged, or just not bothering. Three-dimensional TV was coming out of the experimental stage. Soon, anyone could have Dora the Doll or the grandson of Tarzan smack in his own living room. Besides, it was a hot summer. The first knowledge of the escape came when the region of Seattle suffered an eclipse of the sun, which was not an eclipse, but a nearer shadow, which was not a shadow, but a thing. The darkness drifted out of the northern Pacific. It generated thunder without lightning and without rain. When it had moved eastward and the hot sun reappeared, wind followed, a moderate gale. The coast was battered by sudden high waves, then hushed in a bewilderment of fog. Before that appearance, radar had gone crazy for an hour. The atmosphere buzzed with aircraft. They went up in readiness to shoot, but after the first sighting reports, only a few miles offshore, that order was vehemently canceled. Someone in charge must have a grain of sense. The thing was not a plane, rocket, or missile. It was an animal. If you shoot an animal that resembles an inflated gas bag with wings, and the wingspan happens to be something over 4 miles tip to tip, and the carcass drops on a city, it's not nice for the city. The Office of Continental Defense deplored the lack of precedent, but actually none was needed. You just don't drop 4 miles of dead or dying alien flesh on Seattle, or any other part of the swarming homeland. You wait until it flies out over the ocean, if it will, the most commodious ocean in reach. It, or rather she, didn't go back over the Pacific, perhaps because of the prevailing westerlies. After the Seattle incident, she climbed to a great altitude above the Rockies, apparently using an updraft with very little wing motion. There was no means of calculating her weight or mass or buoyancy. Dead or injured, drift might have carried her anywhere within 100 or 200 miles. Then she seemed to follow the line of the Platte and Missouri. By the end of the day, she was circling interminably over the huge complex of St. Louis, hopelessly crying. She had a head drawn back most of the time into the bloated mass of the body, but thrusting forward now and then on a short neck, not more than 300 feet in length. When she did that, the blunt, turtle-like head could be observed, the gaping, toothless, suffering mouth from which the thunder came, and the soft, shining purple eyes that searched the ground, but found nothing answering her need. The skin color was mud brown, with some dull iridescence, and many peculiar marks resembling welts or blisters. Along the belly, some observers saw a half a mile of paired protuberances that looked like teats. She was unquestionably the equivalent of a vertebrate. 2 web-footed legs were drawn up close against the cigar-shaped body. The vast, rather narrow, inflated wings could not have been held or moved in flight without a strong internal skeleton and musculature. Theorists later argued that she must have come from a planet with a high proportion of water surface, a planet possibly larger than Earth, though of about the same mass and with a similar atmosphere. She could rise in Earth's air, and before each thunderous lament, she was seen to breathe. It was assumed that the immense air sacs within her body were inflated, or partially inflated, when she left the ship, possibly with some gas lighter than nitrogen, since it was inconceivable that a vertebrate organism could have survived entry into atmosphere from an orbit of 3,400 miles up. It was necessary to believe that the ship had briefly descended, unobserved and by unknown means, probably on Earth's night side. Later on, the ship did descend as far as the atmosphere, for a moment. St. Louis was partially evacuated. There is no reliable estimate of the loss of life and property from panic and accident on the jammed roads and rail lines. 1,500 dead, 7,400 injured is the conservative figure. After a night and a day, she abandoned that area, flying heavily eastward. The droning and swooping gnats of the aircraft plainly distressed her. At first, she had only tried to avoid them, but now and then, during her eastward flight from St. Louis, she made short, desperate rushes against them, without skill or much sign of intelligence, screaming from a wide-open mouth that could have swallowed a 4-engine bomber. 2 aircraft were lost over Cincinnati by collision with each other in trying to get out of her way. Pilots were then ordered to keep a distance of not less than 10 miles until such time as she reached the Atlantic, if she did, when she could safely be shot down. She studied Chicago for a day. By that time, the civil defense was better prepared. About 1 million residents had already fled to open country before she came, and the loss of life was proportionally smaller. She moved on. We have no clue to the reason why great cities should have attracted her, although apparently they did. She was hungry, perhaps, or seeking help, or merely drawn in animal curiosity by the endless motion of the cities and the strangeness. It has even been suggested that the life forms of her homeland, her masters, resembled humanity. She moved eastward, and religious organizations united to pray that she would come down on one of the lakes, where she could safely be destroyed. She didn't. She approached Pittsburgh, choked and screamed and flew high, and soared in weary circles over Buffalo for a day and a night. Some pilots who had followed the flight from the West Coast claimed that the vast lament of her voice was growing fainter and hoarser while she was drifting along the line of the Mohawk Valley. She turned south, following the Hudson at no great height. Sometimes she appeared to be choking, the laboring inhalations harsh and prolonged, like a great cloud in agony. When she was over Winchester, headquarters tripled the swarm of interceptors and observation planes. Squadrons from Connecticut and southern New Jersey were deployed to form a monstrous funnel, the small end before her, the large end pointing out to open sea. Heavy bombers closed in above, laying a smokescreen at 10,000 feet to discourage her from rising. The ground shook with the drone of jets and with her crying. Multitudes had abandoned the metropolis area. Other multitudes trusted to the subways, to the narrow street canyons, and to the strength of concrete and steel. Others climbed to 1,000 high places and watched, trusting the laws of chance. She passed over Manhattan in the evening, between 8:14 and 8:27 p.m., July 6, 1976, at an altitude of about 2,000 feet. She swerved away from the aircraft that blanketed Long Island and the Sound, swerved again as the southern group buzzed her instead of giving way. She made no attempt to rise into the sun-crimsoned terror of drifting smoke. The plan was intelligent. It should have worked, but for one fighter pilot who jumped the gun. He said later that he himself couldn't understand what happened. It was court-martial testimony, but his reputation had been good. He was Bill Green, William Hammond Green, of New London, Connecticut, flying a one-man jet fighter, well aware of the strictest order not to attack until the target had moved at least 10 miles east of Sandy Hook. He said he certainly had no previous intention to violate orders. It was something that just happened in his mind. A sort of mental sneeze. His squadron was approaching Rockaway, the flying creature about 3 miles ahead of him and half a mile down. He was aware of saying out loud to nobody, "Well, she's too big." Then he was darting out of formation, diving on her, giving her one rocket burst and reeling off to the south at 840 miles per hour. He never did locate or rejoin his squadron, but he made it somehow back to his home field. He climbed out of the cockpit, they say, and fell flat on his face. It seemed likely that his shot missed the animal's head and tore through some part of her left wing. She spun to the left, rose perhaps 1,000 feet, facing the city, side-slipped, recovered herself, and fought for altitude. She could not gain it. In the effort, she collided with 2 of the following planes. One of them smashed into her right side, behind the wing. The other flipped end over end across her back, like a swatted dragonfly. It dropped clear and made a mess of Beddoes Island. She, too, was falling, in a long slant, silent now, but still living. After the impact, her body thrashed desolately on the wreckage between Lexington and 7th Avenue, her right wing churning, then only trailing, in the East River, her left wing a crumbled, slowly deflating mass, concealing Times Square, Herald Square, and the Garment District. At the close of the struggle, her neck extended, her turtle beak grasped the top of Radio City. She was still trying to pull herself up, as the buoyant gases hissed and bubbled away through the gushing holes in her side. Radio City collapsed with her. For a long while after the roar of descending rubble and her own roaring had ceased, there was no human noise except a melancholy thunder of the plains. The apology came early next morning. The spaceship was observed to descend to the outer limits of the atmosphere, very briefly. A capsule was released, with a parachute timed to open at 40,000 feet and come down quite nearly in Scarsdale. Parachute, capsule, and timing device were of good workmanship. The communication, engraved on a plaque of metal which still defies analysis, was a hasty job, the English slightly odd, with some evidence of the incomplete understanding of the situation. That the visitors were themselves aware of these deficiencies is indicated by the text of the message itself. Most sadly regret inexcusable escape of livestock. While petting same, one of our children monkeyed with airlock. Will not happen again. Regret also imperfect grasp of language learned through what you term television, etc. Animal not dangerous, but observe some accidental damage caused. Therefore, hasten to enclose reimbursement, having taken liberty of studying your highly ingenious methods of exchange. Hope same will be adequate. having estimated deplorable inconvenience to best of ability. Regret exceedingly impossibility of communicating further, as pressure of time and prior obligations forbids. Please accept heartfelt apologies and assurances of continuing esteem. The reimbursement was in fact properly enclosed with the plaque, and may be seen by the public in the rotunda of the Restoration of Radio City. Though technically counterfeit, it looks like perfectly good money, except that Mr. Lincoln is missing one of his wrinkles, and the words $5 are upside down. The end of The Good Neighbors by Edgar Pangborn.
Bleekman's Planet by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg. Writing as Ivor Jorgensen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bleekman's Planet by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg. Looking around cautiously, Mac Thornwald eased himself down from the window ledge where he had been crouching. It was less than a 10-foot drop, but because of the pain in his left ankle, he didn't dare drop too heavily. His right leg would have to take the brunt of the shock. As he struck the plastosteel pavement, he clamped his lips together to cut short the moan of pain that welled up as his left foot twisted under him. He staggered a little, then straightened to look around. No one had heard anything. The city around him was still silent. He still had a chance. Only the ghostly whispers of the air reptiles drifting through the sky could be heard. Taking a deep breath, he reholstered the pistol he was clutching and began limping up the dark street toward the governor's mansion. Eventually, the numbing pain began to leave his foot. The stun beam had hit the nerves near the ankle, but the effect wore off after several minutes of walking. Okay, he thought, I'm back in business again. The governor of Bleekman's Planet had reckoned wrong when he tried to take personal property away from an ex-patrolman. Mackenzie Thornwald had landed on Bleekman's Planet less than 8 hours before. He was a young man, tall and dark and hard-looking, with the deep tan of the veteran spaceman. 10 years with the Interstellar Police had strengthened him and taught him to take care of himself. He'd still be in the service except for the loss of his left arm, which had been burned off by a Mark X rifle during a skirmish. It had earned Thornwald a medal and a fat retirement pension, so he had decided to take it easy for the rest of his life. He had picked Bleekman's Planet. It was well out of the more civilized areas of the galaxy, a frontier planet out on the rim. Bleekman's Planet had, as yet, only one city, Veliston. The setup had looked good. There was money to be made on a frontier planet away from the mainstream of galactic civilization. Mac Thornwald had wanted to settle down in a small, sparsely populated area and just take it easy the rest of his life. And Bleekman's Planet had looked like just the place. He couldn't have been wronger. Trouble started the moment he got off the space shuttle from the liner. "Here you are, pal," the shuttle pilot said. "All set?" "Sure," Thornwald said. He scooped up his baggage with his one good arm and walked down the ramp. Behind him, the shuttle blasted off, heading back to the mothership above. Thornwald paused at the landing with his suitcase dangling from his arm and his trunk at his side, looking at the Bleekman's Planet spaceport. "Over here, you," said a cold voice. Thornwald glanced over and saw 2 men approaching him in uniform. "We're the customs inspectors," the taller of the 2 said. "We'll have to look at your baggage." "Fair enough," Thornwald said. You'll find I'm not carrying anything prohibited. I'm coming here to settle. We'll decide whether your stuff's okay, the smaller inspector said. The two men hoisted Thornwald's baggage and carried it to the depot. Thornwald followed. Let's have the keys, the tall one ordered. Mac handed over the keys and they opened the trunk. The first thing they discovered was Thornwald's prosthetic arm. What's this? The inspector's voice registered shock. Haven't you ever seen a prosthetic arm? I lost mine in combat, and this is my spare. The inspector's eyes narrowed. How come you're not wearing it then? It's thought-attuned. It's controlled directly from my neural centers, and the linkage isn't completely smooth yet. It takes time to learn how to use one of those things, and it's a strain learning. I don't wear the arm all the time. The inspector nodded. He turned back and continued to check through Thornwald's luggage. Finally, the two inspectors held a whispered conference and looked up. What are you doing on this planet, Mr. Thornwald? I've come here to live. I'm a retired interstellar policeman. We noticed that, but this stuff looks suspicious. I think we'll have to hold you for questioning. Thornwald backed away. What's that? What kind of questioning? Is this a shakedown of some sort? Orders of the governor, the inspector said. Come on now. We'll put you away until the governor can talk to you himself. Hold it, fellow, Thornwald warned. I'm a policeman, and I know the law. You can't lock me away without a writ. The other chuckled. Oh, no? Want to see how? Thornwald stepped forward and cracked his fist into the man's face without waiting for further conversation. The man went toppling backward, but the second one moved in and quickly caught Mac's arm. He lifted his blaster and whipped it across Thornwald's face. Helpless, Thornwald tried to duck. The butt cut into his flesh just above the cheekbone, and he sagged limply. You'll come now, I think. In here, Thornwald. The door of a cell opened, and rough hands hurled Thornwald inside. The metal door clanked closed. Thornwald sat down on the hard cot in the corner of the cell and tried to rub the pain away. Nice welcome, he thought. Half an hour on Bleekman's planet, and I've had my baggage confiscated, gotten a pistol whipping, and got tossed into the jug. Pleasant planet. He rubbed his head and groaned. They give it to you bad? A voice said. Who's there? Don't jump, the voice said. I'm your cellmate. The name is Miller. I've been here a week. Thornwald squinted in the darkness and made out the dimly visible form of a man huddled up against the wall in the far corner of the cell. Just arrived? Miller said. Yes, and I'm pretty puzzled about this damn rough stuff. What kind of a world is this anyway? Miller chuckled hollowly. A lousy one. You're new here. You haven't felt the worst of it yet. What do you mean? I mean that now you're the private property of Governor Lloyd Henderson and his paid thugs. I mean that Henderson runs this world, and there's nothing you or I or anybody else can do but knuckle under. Thornwald sprang to his feet. How is it the outside world doesn't know about this? How did it happen? Who is this Henderson anyway? One question at a time, Miller said. Why doesn't the outside world know? Simple. No one leaves Bleekman's planet, and so nobody finds out. Not even a space liner lands here. It's too unimportant for that. A shuttle comes down. As for how it happened, well, do you know anything about thilamine? The cancer-curing drug? That's the one. It's made from the narcos tree, which is found on Bleekman's planet and a couple of other places. The leaves of the plant are rich in it. All you have to do is gather them and process them, and the drug can be made in quantity. Henderson's got the monopoly on narcos growing here. He was a big farmer originally who just bought everyone else out. Now he's the governor, and the thilamine trade is in his back pocket. along with the rest of the planet. Thornwall kicked his foot against the wall angrily. Of all the lousy worlds I had to pick to come live on. He turned to his cellmate. Why are you here? Miller shrugged. Why are you here? Why is anyone here? Anyone who crosses Henderson gets dumped in here. But I didn't cross him, Thornwald protested. I wasn't on the damn planet more than a minute before they grabbed me. There must be a reason. Maybe they think you're a spy from the Galactic Federation. That's what they fear worst of all. Someone getting in here and spilling the beans to the rest of the universe. That must be it, Thornwald agreed. I'm a retired police officer. They must think I'm here as a spy. He shook his head. I've got to get out of here. How are you going to do that? Just wait and see. He cupped his hand. Guard! Guard! He yelled a second time, and a third. The sound of his shouting echoed down the prison corridor, reverberated from the walls hollowly. Guard! Guard! Okay, a bored voice said. Quit yelling. What's the trouble in there? It's my arm, Thornwald gasped. It's hemorrhaging. I'm bleeding to death. You that one-armed fellow they just brought in? Yes, yes. Come on. Get me a doctor before I bleed to death. There was a note of desperate urgency in Thornwald's voice that was so convincing he could almost feel his stump throbbing. All right, I'll take a look, the guard said finally. He fumbled with his keys and inserted one, while Thornwald threw himself to the floor and lay there, writhing in apparently hideous pain. Where are you? Down here, Thornwald said weakly. I can't stand up. The guard bent over to see what was wrong, and Thornwald kicked upward at him. His boot took the jailer on the side of his jaw and knocked him backward against the wall. As he staggered there, stunned, Thornwald sprinted past him and out the cell door into the corridor. Get him, Miller! He yelled as he broke away. A bright stun-beam light spurted out as Thornwald left. He winced as it nicked him in one ankle, almost hamstringing him, but he kept going. Behind him, he heard the sound of Miller fighting with the bewildered guard. Thornwald dashed down the corridor as well as he could with one foot nearly crippled, reached the window, hoisted himself up with his arm, and crawled up to the ledge. He smashed open the window and shimmied through. He was out of jail now, or would be when he dropped the 10 feet to the ground. But he wasn't out of trouble yet. Not by a long shot. The building up ahead was the governor's mansion, and that was the first stop and, he hoped, the last. The customs inspectors had said something about taking his trunk to the governor. Good. Thornwald had to get to his trunk before much more time elapsed. His arm was in the trunk, the prosthetic arm. He was almost helpless one-armed, except where he could capitalize on the weapon of surprise. Once he got the prosthetic arm from its trunk, he faded into the shadows as a uniformed figure passed by. One of Henderson's policemen, no doubt, making the night rounds. Thornwald let the man go by, then continued to glide among the shrubbery toward the impressive mansion that was Henderson's home. Thornwald's mind revolved the situation over and over as he moved along. This world was Henderson's private property, and anyone who said different was jugged instantly. It was a world of terror, in which a harmless stranger could become a hunted fugitive in a matter of minutes. He reached Henderson's place. It was a walled mansion, as he expected. There were ways to get over walls, though, Thornwald reflected. He glanced around, found a strange-looking red-leaf tree whose angular limbs had the consistency of rubber, and dragged himself upward. He reached the bough he wanted, grasped it firmly, and swung out over the wall. He landed. A foot away from a snarling, blazing-eyed ball of fury. Even in the darkness, he could see the animal clearly. A vegan gosling, all teeth and ferocity and mindless hatred. It snapped at the intruder. Thornwald launched a vicious kick at the animal, and there was a sound of needle-sharp teeth splintering against his boot. The creature howled and bounded away into the darkness. So much for your watchdog, Henderson. Now for the real job. He tiptoed to a window and peered in. A uniformed man was in there, pacing up and down in a corridor. Thornwald smiled, picked up a rock, and hurled it through the window. The guard whirled instantly, presenting his blaster. "Who goes there?" Thornwald made no reply. The guard continued to peer out into the night. "Who's there?" he repeated. As if in answer, Thornwald hurled another rock through the window. This time, the guard dashed out of the corridor, up the stairs, and out into the courtyard, where Thornwald was waiting for him with a third rock. "It's a good thing it wasn't my pitching arm I lost," he muttered gratefully as the guard crumpled. Swiftly, Thornwald extracted the guard's blaster and stepped inside the building. He edged down the corridor, blaster ready, and turned the corner. There was a sound of laughter coming from a room at the end of the hallway. After a moment's thought, he crashed the butt of the blaster against a window in the corridor, then flattened himself against the wall and waited. A few seconds later, a man appeared from the room beyond. "What was that noise?" he asked loudly. Thornwald glanced down the hall. The man who approached was one of the customs inspectors who had beaten him up that afternoon. He fingered the blaster stud and stepped out to block the hallway. "What?" "Put your hands up," Thornwald ordered quietly, "and if you say a word, I'll roast your brains in your skull." He glared at the man. "All right, where's my luggage?" The customs man met his glare grimly. "I don't know." Thornwald's one arm whipped out, and the blaster's barrel slapped the inspector across the face. A trickle of blood dribbled down. "Where's my stuff?" Thornwald repeated. "Henderson's got it," the customs inspector said sullenly. "And where's Henderson?" "I'm not telling." Crack with the gun barrel. "That's for this afternoon," Thornwald said. "Where's Henderson?" "Fourth floor," the man gasped. Thornwald hit him again. "You sure?" "I'm telling the truth. Fourth floor." The gun descended once again. Satisfied, Thornwald left the other crumpled on the floor and started up the stairs to the fourth floor. He wanted Henderson now. More than anything, he wanted his missing left arm back. Half a dozen times in the last 30 minutes he had cursed the frustrating necessity of fighting with only one hand. Even the prosthetic would do, the steel-thewed robot hand that he controlled with his mind. But for the present, he'd have to manage with one hand. He mounted the stairs and emerged on the fourth floor. An array of rooms confronted him. Which was Henderson's? He didn't know. He started to enter one, picking it at random. Then he felt a cold pressure in the small of his back. "You can stop right now," a deadly-sounding voice said. "There's a blaster in your back. Close that door." Without turning, Thornwald backed up and closed the door. "Now come with me," the voice said. "I'm taking you to Henderson." The blaster prodded, and he headed down the hall to another door. "Mr. Henderson?" "Yeah," said a voice from within. "It's me, Leswick. I caught a prowler wandering around up here." "Right out," Henderson said. The guard named Leswick prodded the blaster harder into Thornwald's back. "Mr. Henderson will take care of you," he said ominously. The door opened and Henderson stood there. He was a short, pudgy man with thick jowls and a soft, fleshy pink throat. He was wearing a black dressing gown, flaked whitely with dandruff. "Who are you?" Henderson asked coldly. "I think he's the cop who landed today," Leswick said. "Didn't they say he had only one arm?" "That's the one, all right," Henderson said. He reached out, grabbed Thornwald by the collar, and yanked him into the room. Covering him with a blaster, he said, "Go downstairs and get a couple more of the boys, Leswick. We'll see what we can get out of this fellow." Thornwald glanced up at the trio of uniformed men facing him. "I'm not saying anything." "Hit him again," Henderson commanded boredly. A guard's fist flashed down and smashed into Thornwald's jaw. Thornwald spat blood and glared defiantly at Henderson. "What do you expect to get out of me, Henderson?" The governor whirled and sneered at him. "You're a cop, aren't you?" "I was." "You still are. And you're down here to spy on us. Where's your transmitter?" "I don't have any transmitter," Thornwald said. "I was fool enough to think I'd want to live here. I'm no more a spy than that bookcase is." "Hit him again," Henderson said. "Give it to him until he tells us where the transmitter is." A cascade of blows descended on Thornwald from all three of them. His head rocked dizzily beneath the assault. He stood it as long as he could. Finally, he yelled, "Okay, I'll tell you." "Step back and let him talk," Henderson ordered. "All right, Thornwald, where's the transmitter?" "It's in my trunk," he said weakly. "The trunk." "Go get the trunk," Henderson said to one of the men. "Bring it here." A few minutes later, the man returned with Thornwald's trunk. "Force it open," said Henderson. "See if there's a transmitter in there." The guards cracked the trunk's lock, threw open the lid, and searched the interior. Thornwald watched impassively as his shirts, tunics, ties, cloaks came flying out to land in an untidy heap on the floor. "Well, there's nothing in here but clothes and things," the guard reported. "And," he gulped, "there's some kind of arm in there." "Arm?" Henderson repeated in surprise. "It's a man's arm, boss." "My prosthetic," Thornwald said. "I lost my arm in a space battle." "And where's the transmitter, then?" "It's concealed in the arm," Thornwald said. Henderson frowned. "In the arm? How?" "Surgically implanted," said Thornwald. "Take a look, if you don't believe me." "Give me that arm," said Henderson. The guard fished the prosthetic reluctantly from the trunk, and handling it with the utmost delicacy, carried it over to Henderson. The governor took the arm, examined it curiously, flexed the curled fingers. "Where's the transmitter?" he asked. Beads of perspiration sprang out on Thornwald's forehead. His neural network leaped out, made contact with the nerve mesh of the arm. He was just 5 feet away from Henderson. That was close enough to activate the prosthetic. "Now," he thought. The arm suddenly came alive in Henderson's hands. Before he could do anything, the fingers spread, grasped, reached upward, and wrapped themselves around Henderson's fleshy neck in an iron grip. "That thing's got the chief!" Thornwald held up his hand. "Tell your men to drop their blasters, Henderson. I assure you they can't kill me quick enough for me not to crush your throat with that arm." Henderson emitted choking, strangling sounds that might almost have been, "Drop the guns!" The governor's floored face was bright red, and where the fingers dug into his throat, the skin was a bloodless white. The 3 guards looked around in dismay. "Don't shoot him!" Henderson ordered. "Drop the guns!" The blasters clattered to the floor. Thornwald picked one up, kicked the others away into the corner. Henderson remained transfixed in the center of the room, the bodiless arm clinging to his throat bizarrely. "Where's your ultrawave radio?" Thornwald asked. Henderson glared angrily and made no reply. Thornwald smiled apologetically and tightened his mental grip on the governor's throat ever so slightly. "Where's the ultrawave?" he repeated. Henderson gestured to a niche in the wall. Warily, Thornwald stepped over to it. It was an ultrawave, all right. "Back to the wall," he said. "Okay, you three. If any of you makes a false move while I'm calling, Henderson dies, and you'll get the arm around your throat next." He dialed the radio into operation with the muzzle of the blaster. There was a crackling sound, and then an operator's voice said, "Yes, I want the interstellar police," Thornwald said. "IP," said a metallic voice a few moments later. "This is Mac Thornwald, retired captain. You know me?" "Sure, Mac, what's up?" "Listen carefully," Thornwald said. "Get a patrol ship right down here now, Bleekman's planet. There's trouble here. It's under control now, but the planet will need a complete mop-up." "That's the place you were supposed to live, isn't it? The quiet little secluded planet out in a corner of the galaxy?" Thornwald smiled grimly. "It'll be that way soon," he said. "Just as soon as you clean up a bunch of cheap crooks who can't beat a one-armed man." End of Bleekman's Planet. Read by Paul Hampton.
Don't Get Technatal by Ray Bradbury. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Don't Get Technatal by Ray Bradbury. For several moments, Stern had eyed his typewriter ominously, contemplating whether he should utter the unutterable. Finally, "Damn!" he roared. "I can't write anymore. Look at that!" He tore the sheet out of the rollers and crumpled it in his fist. "If I'd known it would be this way," he said, "I wouldn't have voted for it. Technocracy is ruining everything." Bella Stern, preoccupied with her knitting, glanced up in horror. "What a temper!" she exclaimed. "Can't you keep your voice down?" She fussed with her work. "There now," she cried. "You made me drop a stitch." "I want to be a writer," Samuel Stern lamented, turning with grim eyes to his wife. "And the Technate has spoiled my fun." "The way you talk, Samuel," said his wife, "I actually believe you want to go back to that barbarism prevalent in the dark 30s. "It sounds like one damn good idea," he said. "At least I'd have something decent or indecent to write about." "What can you mean?" she asked, tilting her head back and thinking. "Why can't you write? There are just oodles of things I can think of that are readable." Something like a tear rolled down Samuel's cheek. No more gangsters, no more bank robberies, no more holdups, no more good old-fashioned burglaries, no more vice gangs. His voice grew lachrymose as he proceeded down an infinite line of no mores. "No more sadness," he almost sobbed. "Everybody's happy, contented. No more strife and hard work. Oh, for the days when a gangland massacre was headline scoop for me." "Tush," sniffed Bella. "Have you been drinking again, Samuel?" He hiccuped gently. "I thought so," she said. "I had to do something," he declared. "I'm going nuts for want of a plot." Bella Stern laid her knitting aside and walked to the balcony, looked meditatively down into the yawning canyon of the New York street 50 stories below. She turned back to Sam with a reminiscent smile. "Why not write a love story?" "What?" Stern shot out of his chair like a hooked eel. "Why, yes," she concluded. "A nice love story would be very enjoyable." "Love." Stern's voice was thick with sarcasm. "Why, we don't even have decent love these days. A man can't marry a woman for her money and vice versa. Everyone under technocracy gets the same amount of credit. No more Reno, no more alimony, no more breach of promise or lawsuits. Everything is cut and dried. The days of society weddings and coming out parties are gone, because everyone is equal. I can't write political criticisms about graft in the government, about slums and terrible living conditions, about poor starving mothers and their babies. Everything is okay, okay, okay. His voice sobbed off into silence. Which should make you very happy, countered his wife. Which makes me very sick, growled Samuel Stern. Look, Belle, all my life I wanted to be a writer. Okay, I'm writing for the pulp magazines for a couple of years, right? Okay, then I'm writing sea stories, gangsters, political views, first-class bump-offs. I'm happy, I'm in my element. Then, bingo, in comes technocracy, makes everyone happy. Bump, out goes me. I just can't stand writing the stuff the people read today. Everything is science and education. He ruffled his thick black hair with his fingers and glared. You should be joyful that the population is at work, doing what they want to do, Bella beamed. Sam continued, muttering to himself. They took all the sex magazines off the market first thing, all of the gangster, murder, and detective publications. They've been educating the children and making model citizens out of them. Which is as it should be, finished Bella. Do you realize, he blazed, whipping his finger at her, that for 2 years there hasn't been more than a dozen murders in the city? Not one suicide or gang war or... Heavens, sighed Bella. Don't be prehistoric, Sam. There hasn't been anything really criminal for 20 years now. This is 1975, you know. She came over and patted him gently on the shoulder. Why don't you write something science-fictional? I don't like science, he spat. Then your only alternative is love, she declared firmly. He formed the despicable word with his lips. Then, no, I want something new and different. He got up and strode to the window. In the penthouse below, he saw half a dozen robots moving about speedily, working. His face lit up suddenly, like that of a tiger spying his prey. Jumping jig wheels, he cried. Why didn't I think of it before? Robots! I'll write a love story about 2 robots. Bella squelched him. Be sensible, she said. It might happen someday, he argued. Just think. Love, oiled, welded, built of metal, wired for sound. He laughed triumphantly, but it was a low laugh, a strange little sound. Bella expected him to beat his chest next. Robots fall in love at first sight, he announced, and blow an audio tube. Bella smiled tolerantly. You're such a child, Sam. I sometimes wonder why I married you. Stern sank down, burning slowly, a crimson flush rising in his face. Only half a dozen murders in 2 years, he thought. No more politics. No more to write about. He had to have a story. Just had to have one. He'd go crazy if something didn't happen soon. His brain was clicking furiously. A calliope of thought was tooting in his subconscious. He had to have a story. He turned and looked at his wife, Bella, who stood watching the air traffic go by the window, bending over the sill, looking down into the street 50 floors below. And then he reached slowly and quietly for his atomic gun. End of Don't Get Technatal by Ray Bradbury.
A Hitch in Time by Frederick Pohl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Hitch in Time by Frederick Pohl. Read by Quartertone. Obviously, the man was dying, and there was no chance that he ever would be discovered. I blessed the carelessness that had caused me to set the space-time dials a little off when I began this journey to the distant past. I had come to this barbaric era in the proper time indeed, but millions of miles removed from it in space. It had been only after an annoying search that I had discovered Earth, jetted toward it in my space drive suit, and had come down out of the skies to land on this tiny deserted island in the middle of an empty sea. But it was incredible luck that had brought me there, for I had found exactly what I needed, a man who would give me information, clothing, and an identity, and then die and obliterate the record of my interference with the course of events. I, Tom Ra, walked toward him. Feeble though he was, he opened his eyes and stared at me. "Thank heaven," he whispered in the thick, hideous language of that era. "I couldn't have lasted much longer if you hadn't found me." He fell back and smiled at me with heartfelt gratitude, and for a moment I felt a wild, fleeting impulse to help him, to save his life. But of course I dared not interfere, for that would change the shape of the future, and that meant destruction for me. When I blasted off from the island a little later, he was dead, and I was wearing his uniform and his name. He gave me information before he died, and I had no trouble locating the spot I wanted. I waited till dark before landing a few hundred yards from the war dome. Then I hid my space drive suit in a cluster of ancient trees and walked into the building that housed the most murderous weapon of all time. The sentry challenged me, of course, but I was ready for him. After a quick look at my stolen credentials, he sheathed his ray pistol. "Pass, sir," he said, and I walked in no longer as Tom Ra, but identified as a Captain San Riqua of the Intelligence Service. At once I saw the atom rocket. It was on the other side of the great chamber, nestled in a wheeled cradle ready to be rolled out to the blastoff point. Hurrying technicians swarmed about it with last-minute checks. I walked over, saluted the officer who was supervising, and began to witness events which I had crossed so tremendous a span of years to observe. The atom rocket was a long, silvery torpedo, a cluster of tubes at the rear, a snub-nosed warhead at the front. A panel in the side of it was open, and technicians were setting dials according to the figures read off by a white-haired old officer with the insignia of a general on his collar. I listened in awe and reverence, straining to note and remember everything that occurred. To think that I was actually present at the climactic moment of the legendary War of Annihilation. It was the most thrilling moment of my life. Almost I forgot to curse Master Lease and his duplicity as I watched. Almost, but not quite, for the thing was too fresh in my mind and I was aware that I was still in danger. It had begun with a routine notice that my preparatory work had been approved and that I was authorized to enter a theme in orthohistory for my final citizenship ratings. The theme, I saw with a sinking heart, was the War of Annihilation. I had hurried to Master Lease, my instructor, sure that there was an error. "Master, you give me an impossible task," I had said. "The theme regulations are that I must make a real and complete contribution to human knowledge. But how can I? We have so pitifully few records of the War of Annihilation. All of them have been studied and analyzed and worked over for thousands of years. There is no way for me to add to what has been written already." He cackled at me in his insufferable tri-alpha way. "There is a way," he mumbled, peering at me out of his rheumy old eyes. It took me a moment to realize what he meant. "The time belts?" And Master Lease nodded. Well, I argued with him, of course. The time belts were too dangerous. Not one time traveler in 10 returned from the past, even when their projects were as recent as 100 years ago. And the farther into the past one ventured, the more certain it would become that return would be impossible. For although the mechanism of the time belts could be trusted, and there was no physical menace that the conductor screens or the catonator guns could not cope with, there was the ever-present danger of fan-shaped time itself. It was the first law of chronostics. Our era is the product of everything that occurred in the past. Should anything in the past be changed, our age would also be changed. Oh, it would continue to exist, but in a parallel branch of time, and there was no way of passing from one branch to another. And if a traveler into the past should interfere in the course of events, he would be bound to the new time stream his actions created, and the unlucky traveler would never be able to return. The branches of fan-shaped time could never be retracted. The man who interfered with the space-time matrix, displacing even a comma in the great scroll of time, would be cut off from his origin forever. The danger was too great. I refused to accept the assignment, even though I knew it would mean I could never rise to the status of Tri-Alpha citizenship, which was otherwise my right. But then I heard about Elren, lovely, adored Elren Dri, and I could no longer refuse. For Elren's mating indices were posted, and she was a Tri-Alpha herself. Then I understood what had been in Master Lisa's mind when he set that impossible task for me. For I knew that the gnarled, worm-eaten old wreck had dared to covet my Elren. Loving me, she could never be his, but with me out of the way, he might have a chance. I accepted the assignment. Master Lise secured a time belt for me. He was willing enough to help with my execution, and I began my perilous journey through time. I came back to my surroundings with a start. Something was wrong. Subconsciously, I had been studying the atom rocket, and now I was jolted out of my reveries as I realized that it did not look as it should have. The orthohistory books were clear on one fact. Venus had been destroyed in the War of Annihilation by means of a hydrogen chain reaction, the most deadly atom blast known. Atoms of hydrogen, under the influence of gamma particle bombardment, coalesced to form atoms of helium, and all the incalculable power represented by the odd fraction of mass left over was released in the form of free energy. But the atom rocket before me seemed to be nothing more than a simple nuclear fission affair. Where were the photon exciters, the gamma-ray bombardment equipment? Of course, even a fission bomb could do a good deal of local damage, as shown in the first atom-bomb cities during the little wars of the early 20th century. But unless our nuclear science was in error, it could not set off a chain reaction of the type that had destroyed the Venusian colonies. Was I in the wrong place? Alarmed, I shoved my way closer to the rocket, staring at it. It was a crude, primitive affair, of course, and it was hard for me to identify its parts. I examined it with frantic curiosity, and abruptly I found myself in peril. One of the technicians I had pushed aside was staring at me, eyes filled with suspicion. I caught his gaze and cursed myself for having acted so rashly. Desperately, I strove to think of a way to allay his suspicions, but it was too late. "What are you doing?" the technician demanded. "Who are you?" I tried to conciliate him. "Captain Sanrek was my name," I said, using the name on the stolen identity papers. "I am—" But I got no further than that. My accent gave me away. "He's a spy!" roared the technician. "Help!" And a dozen ray pistols flashed out of their holsters as the men around us were galvanized into action. I lost my head. Terrified, I grabbed for the safety belt concealed beneath my stolen tunic, touched the button that controlled my conductor screen. The screen shimmered into instant life, and not a moment too soon. Rays from the weapons pointed at me flashed from all sides, sparked against the opalescent curtain of the screen, and were dissipated. I was safe, but only for an instant, for I had made my second great mistake. I was too close to the atom rocket. My conductor screen grazed the warhead itself. Its energies surged through the unstable elements in the warhead. A warning bell sprang into clamorous life. The group around me froze in their tracks, mouths open, faces mirroring fright and disbelief, and the frightful power of the strained atoms within the warhead began to grind toward nuclear fission. There was only one thing to do, and a poor choice it was. But in a moment the warhead would explode, and of me and my mission and the whole future of Earth, nothing would be left but a puff of fiery vapor. I quickly dropped the shield of my conductor screen. Trusting that my luck would hold and the men around me would be too dazed to fire their weapons again, I drew my catonator, set it at drain, focused it on the atomic warhead. The twin violet beams sprang out and impinged on the silvery metal, pierced it, and sucked the heart from the seething mass of erupting matter within. Blinding energies were drawn from those toppling atomic structures, surging through the carrier beam of the catonator into the photon pack cartridges at my waist. I had an instant's fear as I wondered if the storage pack would hold all the mighty energies of the warhead, far greater than the maximum load for which it was designed. But lightnings of static electricity played about my head, dissipating brilliantly but harmlessly into the air, and in an instant the danger was over. The bursting energies of the warhead had been drawn out, and the mass of matter inside was inert. Before me lay the atom rocket, harmless, dead. I had destroyed Earth's most potent weapon. I give those ancients credit for bravery. Dangerous though I must have seemed, they closed in on me without firing their weapons. Meekly, I raised my arms over my head. The white-haired general blazed hatred at me from his pale eyes. "Who are you?" he demanded. I shrugged. Carefully, I phrased my words in their outlandish tongue. "I am, a visitor from the future," I said. "I regret the incident that just happened more than I can say." "Regret it?" he blazed. "Ha! You'll regret it twice as much when you face the firing squad." I spread my hands helplessly. In truth, death had no terrors for me now. A firing squad would seem almost a blessing, for I had destroyed the bomb that would have blasted Venus. Whatever happened now, the future before me was changed, and in a changed future I had no place, and my Elrond would not exist. "Take him out and shoot him," the general cried. I turned to go to my death, almost eagerly. In my heart I whispered, "Elrond, Elrond, my lost love." The technician who had unmasked me interfered. "Wait," he begged. "Let me question him, sir. Perhaps he's telling the truth." The general glowered. "What's the difference? He's wrecked the bomb." But he hesitated and finally said, "All right, question him. The harm's done anyhow." Sunk in despair, I scarcely heard the other officer's sharp queries, but he was hesitant, and I told him whence I had come and why. He looked at me incredulously. "But the bomb?" he demanded. "What did you do to it?" I patted the photon pack cartridges strung along my belt. "I had to drain it," I said. "It was about to explode." "Drain it? How?" "With the catonator." I explained to him how the energies of the exploding atoms were drawn off through the catonator beams and trapped in the photon pack. He stared at the tiny power cells, eyes wide, but showing a sudden glint of hope. "Can you take that energy out again and send it into another object?" "You mean to energize the atom bomb again?" I said. "No, of course not." He was shaking his head. "I mean something else," he said. "Can you send them across 50 million miles of space?" I stared at him, fascinated and afraid. "I dare not interfere," I whispered. "But you have interfered," he yelled. "You've wrecked our chance to win this war. You've got to help us." I stepped back, bewildered. What he said was true enough. Yet all my training, all the warnings of Elrond and Master Lys said over and over, "You must not interfere." Yet I had interfered already. I had started a new time sequence by destroying Earth's chance to wipe out Venus. If I could neutralize that act by helping them now, perhaps there would be a chance. "I will show you how to use the catonator," I said weakly. Silently, I adjusted it, slipped the belt off, and handed it to him. He led me outside to where the stars blazed in a black night. He looked upward hesitantly, pointed to a brilliant blue planet. "Is that it?" he asked one of his companions. The man nodded. Carefully, he took aim, pressed the trigger as I had showed him. Lightnings roared again. The twin violet beams leaped from the muzzle of the weapon, howled up into the heavens. In a fraction of a second, the photon pack was drained and the pyrotechnic display died away. All was silent. One of the officers raced back into the building, pounded the keys of a calculator. He returned almost at once. "At this distance, it will take just under 9 minutes for light to make the round trip," he said. The officer who had fired the catonator whirled to confront me. "Suppose I missed," he cried in sudden alarm. "It is so far. A fraction of a second of arc would make the beam miss entirely." I shook my head. "The beam fans out," I explained, "and a planet has mass, and the photons are attracted by gravity. Even if they should miss, the attraction of the planet would draw them into it." He nodded and was silent. Silence cloaked us all, 100 ancients and myself all staring up into a mysterious night. 9 minutes passed as slowly as 9 terrible years, but by and by the hands of my chronometer completed their revolutions. Suddenly we saw the catonator beams strike. Above us a new sun blazed forth, kindling like the striking of a cosmic match. Night fled around us, and day came flaring up into noonday brilliance and beyond. Heat poured down upon us, brilliant rays of sunlight more intense than I had ever seen. The dome behind me sparkled and glistened in the incredible radiations from the stricken planet millions of miles away, and for a moment I could almost feel the fierce actinic waves of ultraviolet, cosmics, and 1,000 other superspectral radiations. Then the peak was reached, and the light began to fade as all the hydrogen was transmuted and consumed. In a moment, the flare of energies was gone, and the pale blue planet had become a glowing orange coal. We had seen 1 billion persons dying in a planetary suttee. The vastness of the dead stunned me. I found that I was sobbing, almost weeping, as I felt myself strained with a cosmic guilt. The officer who had destroyed 1 billion lives glanced at me in full understanding of what he had done. He placed a hand on my shoulder, strangely comforting. "It couldn't be helped," he said in a voice that surged with emotion. I nodded bleakly. It couldn't be helped. "It was for the sake of Earth," I said, blindly seeking justification. "Earth was destined to win in my time sequence, and I had interfered. I had to correct the consequences of my blunder." I stopped. Wild astonishment burst through the tragic mask on the face of the officer. He drew back his arm as though he had found himself embracing an adder. "What's the matter?" I asked in astonishment. He stared at me with dawning comprehension and pity. "Say that again," he whispered. "Why, I said I had to correct my mistake. I had interfered, and the time traveler who interferes maroons himself hopelessly. I had destroyed your weapon against Venus, yet Venus had to be obliterated, or else I had no chance of return. I was lost, and now, perhaps, I may have a chance to get back." He shook his head. There was compassion in his voice. "No, you have no chance," he said, and hesitated while I tried to take in his meaning. "You see, this is Venus." He waved at the glowing cinder in the sky. "That was Earth up there." End of A Hitch in Time by Frederick Pohl.
Vengeance on Mars by Jerome Bixby, writing as D.B. Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vengeance on Mars by Jerome Bixby. Hale cut the motor as he swerved off the ancient plastic roadway. His one-man Beetle thumped over the shoulder and, wheels whispering, coasted down the sandy, moonlit slope. It threaded between mighty linla cacti that had the size and shape of spaceships towering gray in the night. He braked it to a slanting stop and got out, a big, long-legged man who carefully kept the little car between himself and the Martian water temple that sat a short distance away where the dunes of the desert began. He thought, strange to be afraid of getting shot by Randy. Weiss said from the shadows, "Better get out of the moonlight, Hale. That Beetle won't stop a blaster bolt." Hale crossed to the clot of men that made dark blurs under the linla. Weiss said, "What took you so long?" Hale said, "I had to get my gun recharged. Sturm was working on it when Sam came busting in the shop and told me you'd cornered Randy." He touched the blaster at his belt, then brought up the hand to get out a cigarette from his jacket pocket. He struck a match on the blaster butt. Why call me? Why not call the patrol? Somebody stirred in the darkness, clearing a throat. Patrol never hung a looter yet, and as long as Boss Rico kicks back to patrol brass, they never will. This one we'll take care of personally. The Red Boys want him. Over the cupped match flame, Hale sent a hard glance in the direction of the voice. 8, 10 men aren't enough, Weiss said placatingly. "We were tipped that he'd try this temple. We were waiting for him, but he got past us. First thing we knew, he killed the guardian inside. We heard the shot. We called on him to surrender, but hell, he knows what the Red Boys will do to him if we get him alive. Hale said again, "Why call me?" You know these old water temples. One narrow entrance, no windows. He can't get out, that's for sure. But we can't get at him without losing a lot of men. Weiss put a hand on Hale's arm, and Hale moved impatiently, and Weiss took it away, saying, "You know Randy better than any of us." "We came to Mars together," said Hale. "We worked our way out on the same crate. We started our farm, but Randy didn't stick. He said there was always easy money on a frontier, and Mars shouldn't be any different. Said he preferred 4 ladies to a hoe." "He should have stuck to cards," said the man who had cleared his throat. George Weiss said firmly, "We want you to go in and talk to him. You were his best friend. He'll listen to you. Tell him it's no use." Hale said, "That's what I figured." He turned to look at the temple, squat and white in the gloom. The doorway was tall and thin and dead black, and behind it, part of the blackness was Randy and his gun, and he'd be desperate. As Hale turned back, he caught a faint, acrid odor, and he knew that a Martian was nearby, crouching, waiting to see that this was done right. "There have been 100 temples stripped of their twin stones in the past year," Weiss said. "Our Red Boys are getting fed up with it. The CA's too busy whipping the climate to tend to looters, and the patrol buys its liquor and mamas with loot money. Half the law is too damn busy, and the other half's crooked, and we're in the middle. The Red Boys have run out of patience." Hale nodded. "My own Red Boys are ready to go on the warpath." "Okay. So Randy's the goat-elect. So relax and starve him out." "They want him tonight. We promised." "All right, go keep it. Hell, I didn't promise anything. Damned if I'll risk my neck to—" "Promised to deliver," Weiss went on flatly, "because we had to. We're in a nutcracker, Hale. The Fleury priests are set to trigger another green spot unless they get Randy to play with. Deadline's dawn." Hale remembered Green Spot. It was a bloody, terrible memory. Green Spot had been one of the earliest and largest farm settlements on Mars. One night, for some otherworldly reason that the colonial authority was still puzzling about, the Martian workers had slit 200 terrestrial throats and vanished into the red desert. The Fleury priests had conveyed regrets, assuring the authority at the same time that there had been adequate provocation for the act, and the authority, horrified for its 60,000 colonists, had admitted that there must have been. Hale thought back in conflicting terms of personal friendship and unit survival. These men in the shadows, most of them were his friends. He had worked with them, leaning on hoes in the fields or sitting in the enclosed warmth of a back porch discussing the perversities of Martian geochemistry. He had held around Firstport with them, had often led them in the helling. His wife was the friend of their wives, while Randy was 5 years ago. Randy was 30 acres of crops dumped in Hale's lap when they needed working. Randy was a bitter girl named Susan who waited on tables in New Chicago halfway across Mars, and the son he had never cared that he had given her before he went away. "Wait here," said Hale in a sour voice and tossed away his cigarette. "I'll see what I can do." The temple was hexagonal, featureless save for the black slit of the doorway, smooth native marble gleaming under Phobos's dim silver. He stopped a few feet away and called, "Randy, it's me, Hale. Don't shoot. I'm coming in to talk to you." Randy's voice, soft and oddly echoed by the temple walls, floated from the black slit. "Come on in, Hale. I want to bet with myself that they'd holler for you." Hale walked on slowly, one hand brushing his blaster butt at each step. Again, the sensation of strangeness, of wrongness, that he should be afraid of being shot by Randy. 5 years ago, Randy had been a lean, fox-eyed kid, inclined to be touchy, but no hard case. But after 5 years in the excrescent canal towns, the smoke-filled dives where a coin on the bar bought a drink or a drug and, more covertly tendered, a life. 5 years in a sour pool, floating with the scums that even fresh water collects when it settles. And now, a looting and a killing. Hale felt cold, and he was perspiring. The blaster was a solid weight on his thigh. He reached the doorway and stood uncertainly, knowing the men behind him were watching him. Wondering if he'll kill me, he thought. Maybe he's turned into a ring-tailed killer. Kid, why did you have to do it? Why didn't you get off Mars like I told you to? The hollow, echoed voice said, "Come on in. I wouldn't shoot you, Hale." But the voice had a thin sound to it, and Hale thought he might. The doorway was about 2 feet across, in a wall 6 feet thick. Smooth marble rustled the leather at Hale's shoulders as he entered the thick blackness. 3 paces, echoing, and his fingertips told him he had reached the interior. He felt with his feet, located the top of the shallow steps that every such temple contained, 5 steps down into a trench which had once held precious water, then 3 steps up to the temple floor. His boot heels rang sharply. 5, 2 across the trench, 3. Then he stood in darkness, waiting. Randy said, "You've gained some weight, Hale, or is it the jacket?" Sort of amused, but with that same thin sound. Hale said, "Both." He took a forward step at an angle and saw the faint flood of moonlight appear on the temple floor and knew that Randy could no longer see him. He said, "Weiss said to tell you it's no use." "George is out there, eh?" Thought I recognized his voice. I wonder who tipped him off. I've made some enemies along the canals, I suppose. Startlingly, a match flamed in the blackness, became an orange glow that rose to the cigarette between Randy's lips. He was over near a wall, his gun in his other hand. He puffed hard, and his face glowed mask-like, his eyes seeking Hale. Hale, blinking, saw that Randy hadn't changed much. He was still dark and slender, his brown eyes large and bright, but now his hair came down fully to the fur collar of his jacket in the manner of the canal crowd. The movement that brought him to Hale's side was graceful. "How many are they, Hale? Think I could break for it?" Hale said, "It'd be quicker than the Red Boys." Randy pulled in a hard breath. My blasters jammed. They could have nailed me any time they felt like it. It's been hell waiting for that. He looked at the gun. The hand that held it was trembling. Hale sighed. "I guess I could walk you out at gunpoint then, but I don't want to do that. Come out with me on your own hook, Randy. You've played your 4 queens till now, but you drew a bad hand tonight." Randy drew unsteadily on his cigarette. Hale, looking beyond, saw the dark mass near one wall that must be the guardian. The stain on the fur robe was black. The blind sockets in the skull of the Ray, who sprawled bat-like against the chanting wall, were black too. I didn't want to shoot the Red Boy. Randy slowly holstered the gun. I slugged him, but he had a hard head. He came at me with a knife while I was prying the twin stones out of the idol. Why couldn't he lay quiet? I never wanted to kill anybody. His eyes found Hale's in the gloom, and the brightness in them tonight was mostly fear. You always said I ought to get off Mars. Last week, I decided to. But I didn't have any money, so I went to Rico. He wouldn't trust me off-world with his money, but he said he had a tourist interested in a good set of twin stones. He said there was 5,000 in it for me. He said there was a good pair here, and... He stopped short, his young face hardening with shocking suddenness. By the red gods, Rico, he ground out. Of course, he tipped them off I'd be here. So he'd have me killed over a girl, damn his black soul. He spun away from Hale in a violent motion, his thin mouth feral with rage. Hale waited in the blackness, and slowly Randy turned back. Carefully, he flattened out the cigarette his clenching fist had bruised. Why didn't I think? He almost whispered. They told me he was after my skin. Hale started to say something, but Randy's hands were suddenly tight on Hale's arms, and his breath carried the taint of Inqua liquor to Hale's nostrils. Hale, you've got to help me. I want to get off Mars. That's why I did it. It was my first mark. Oh, I've drifted the canals and chilled some decks, but this was my first mark. Hale said, I came in to try to help, Randy. If you'll walk out with me, it'll be easier all around. Randy shook his head fiercely. Lord, you don't want them to turn me over to the Red Boys, do you? The Luray priest can peel a man and keep him alive for days. Uncomfortably, Hale said, I couldn't help you if I wanted to. They're waiting outside. Randy took breath through his teeth. Just stay here. Let me walk out. They won't blast, thinking it's you. Is your beetle anywhere near the temple? They're practically sitting on it. Then I can break for the desert. It's a good chance in the dark. I can cut up along Coprades to Freightport and... Hale said, No, Randy. Randy laughed softly, and the laugh had all the old familiar recklessness in it, but it couldn't hide the fear. You will, Hale. I got into this mess trying to do what you always told me to, get a new start on some other clod. There are plenty of jobs on Venus. Maybe I can still stow away to Venus. I swear that's where I'll go, if you only help me through that door. Venus has a skid row, too. I'm through with it, so help me. You killed that red boy. He tried to kill me. He knew I had a gun. What was I supposed to do? Only a red boy? Hale said slowly, What about George and the others? I'll have to face them on this. They'll find you on the floor with a lump on your head. They'll never hold it against you. Randy spread his hands. I'd rather you kill me, now, than take me out there for the red boys. Hale felt baffled. It had been like this in the old days. Randy had always had his way. Coming to Mars in the first place had been Randy's idea, and he'd pressed it, and Hale had done well on Mars. Maybe Randy had a break coming. Hale thought, 5 years isn't such a long time after all. He said tiredly, All right, you can have your chance. Good luck. And I'll take those twin stones, Randy. Randy let out a long sigh and looked up at the roof of the temple, as if he could see far off Venus in that thick blackness. He brought the glowing stones from a pocket. Here's Phobos. Here's Deimos, he said wryly. I thought maybe you'd forget. They were heavy in Hale's hand. He said, So long. Randy said, One more thing, friend. And there was an undefinable something in his voice. I'll need a gun. You'll lend me yours, won't you? They'll think I took it. He reached over and slid Hale's blaster from his holster and brought the glowing coal of his cigarette close to the dial on the butt. Fully charged. Well, I may need every shot. His eyes met Hale's, and that undefinable something was in them, too. For those meddling bastards outside. I owe them for tonight. Now. He took a step toward Hale, hefting the gun and raising it to strike. Without thought, with only a sick feeling all over, Hale stepped back. The twin stones clicked on the floor at his feet. Wait, Randy. You should have slugged me first. I don't think I want to let you go after all. Randy's grin was frozen, and Hale now had a name for that something. A kind of shame. I know, Randy said. I was waiting for that. And he brought the gun down in a calculated arc. Hale tried to duck, but Randy had the edge. The gun barrel slammed into his temple. Agonized, he threw up an arm. It chopped against Randy's wrist, and fire and thunder erupted in the blackness. The gun clattered on stone, and from somewhere came Randy's furious cursing. Damn you, Hale, you did that. Now I'll never. Then Hale was alone in the temple with his pain. He heard the click of boot heels as Randy leaped over the trench, the hollow thudding down the corridor doorway. Then the shouts and the roar of blasters and the intolerable glare. A stark, wavering white rectangle that washed across the floor from the doorway to flicker upon the stony wings and beast-face of Luray, and the spasmic scream of a man dissolved in flame. He got to his feet and leaned wearily against the wall, face gaunted by pain, wondering if Randy had known only at the last how ruthless he had become. Life was cheap enough out here on a red world where red insects bred in your eyes, and red beasts swallowed you and let their juices do the killing. And it took a good man to fight the alien fight. But when the wrong kind of man came along, it was a knife in the back, and life had no price at all. That kind of man had to be reckoned on, Hale thought bleakly. The bad penny that wouldn't even go away, hard and shiny and newly made, like Randy. For value slipped in the rat race that was any frontier, and the urge to prey for profit, for power, lay close under a man's skin. Hale sighed. He had hoped for a while, but no. Randy's stamp had been the bloody stamp of the canals, and that stamp would sooner or later have canceled out other lives on Venus or wherever he took it. Better now, Hale thought, than hunted down the years. George Weiss said from close by in the darkness, "We got him, Hale. Are you badly hurt?" Hale pressed his temple and said, "I'll get over it," and meant the pain in his head. Time would have to work to erase the deeper ache. End of Vengeance on Mars by Jerome Bixby, writing as D.B. Lewis. Read by Paul Hampton.
Regulations by Murray Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Regulations by Murray Leinster. Read by Quartertone. It was only the dew-god making a monstrous noise off in the darkness, but Fonz allowed his eyes to open and he halfway sat up. There was a shaded light over by Bowles's bunk, and Bowles was fussily arranging his kit for a journey to the trading center in the Lampion Hills. Food, canteens, and the trading stuff, these things would be left at the untended mart in exchange for a new lot of lossifiber, which on Earth was equal in exchange pound for pound with platinum. Fonz made an apologetic noise as Bowles whirled at his movement. Bowles snorted indignantly. "It's just one of them gods," he said scornfully. "They make a racket like that before dawn every morning." Fonz made himself grin sheepishly, as if half awake. He knew about the dew god. He had more brains than Bowles, and he knew more than Bowles about all the things that really mattered on Oryx, though he'd only been on the small planet 5 months. Because of his knowledge, he'd been awake for hours, feverishly debating with himself whether as a matter of common sense he had not better murder Bowles this morning. There were reasons for killing him, but it would be satisfying to let Bowles come back from the Lamphian Hills to find the trading post in ashes, the honky village a mere black scar on the green surface of Oryx, and the supply ship come and gone. It would be amusing, too, to picture Bowles trying to live on Oryx without supplies from Earth until another ship came to reestablish trade. Fawns inclined not to do murder this morning, so Bowles could learn what a fool he'd been. Meanwhile, Bowles regarded him in a superior fashion. "I know," said Fawns. He yawned now. "But the racket does seem louder than usual this morning. I wonder—" "Regulations say native customs and religions ain't to be messed with," said Bowles inflexibly. "You ain't paid to wonder. Quit it." Bowles checked off his equipment on a list. Then he glanced at the instrument bank and laboriously began to copy the regulation before dawn observations into the post's logbook. Temperature. Humidity, always from 97 to 100% in the daytime, but sometimes dropping to a conservative 90 at night. Ionization constant of the air. Fawns watched the ironic zest. A lot of good these observations were. He said impatiently, "I can fix the log, Bowles. I'm going to do it while you're gone." "While I'm here," said Bowles dogmatically, "regulations say I gotta do it. When I'm gone, regulations say you do it. You stick to regulations, Fawns, and you'll get along." The unholy racket which was the dew god off beyond the jungle seemed to grow louder yet. No man, it was said in the instructions for Oryx, had ever yet seen a dew god. But the native deities were of extreme importance to the honkies, and the maintenance of trade relations required that their religion should be undisturbed. "Blister it," said Fawns in private irony, but seeming peevishness. "I wish regulations would let a man do something about that racket. It's tough to be waked up every morning by some kind of honky god with a voice like 16 steam whistles in different keys all going at once." Bowles struggled into his waterproof garments. On Oryx, where it never rains, one naturally wears waterproof clothing. "Listen here," said Bowles firmly. "You get this. Before this post was set up, the company had a survey party on Oryx for months. You read the report. They studied the place and the natives, and they made up regulations for this special planet. They're good regulations. You follow them, and you'll do all right. Same way with the honkies. They found out, somehow, what had to be done to get along. They didn't do it scientific, but like human people did back in the old days. They didn't call what they found out regulations. They called it religion. But it works. It's good regulations for honkies. You get the idea that honky religion is good regulations for them and ain't to be meddled with. Then you won't get into no trouble." "I assure you," said Fawns sarcastically, "I shan't try to make the honkies atheists." "Yeah," said Bowles. "That's it. Don't." Bowles zipped his suit shut. He began to struggle into the various straps which would hold the articles of his equipment about him. Fawns watched with concealed amusement. The honky religion was not to be meddled with? The windows of the trading post rattled from a sudden special uproar from the god. He, Fawns, knew things about the honky religion that Bowles didn't, that the survey party apparently hadn't found out. Gods which roared in the darkness could arouse the curiosity even of a man like Fawns who despised such stupidities as gods and regulations. Fawns had taken satisfaction in breaking the regulations about honkies under Bowles's very nose. He'd set up a camera and flashbulb and trigger string off where the dew god roared even now, and he, Fawns, had a photograph of a dew god. The blinding flash of the flashbulb had startled it. It had crashed into a jungle tree in its flight, and at the scene of the accident, the crystal was in the pocket of Fawns's sleeping suit, he'd found a memento of honky religion. It had been torn from the headdress of the dew god. The photograph of the dew god told how many more such mementos the dew god wore in his headdress. So Fawns had planned murder for this morning, and was still in two minds about its necessity. The prospects before him were enough to make a man giddy. But he wasn't giddy. His plan was carefully worked out. It was so brilliant that he'd honestly regretted that nobody would ever know how magnificent it had been. But there'd been 2 breaks. One, a space radio message, and the other, this decision of Bowles's to make the trip. Fonz could leave Bowles alive to realize his situation if he chose. When Bowles came back 6 days from now, he'd understand. Not completely, perhaps, but a memento, a small one, left on a stick where he'd be sure to see it, would enable him to piece out the story bit by bit as he tried hopelessly to live until another ship came to rebuild human trade on Oryx. Bowles was festooned with all the impedimenta that regulations said should be carried on any journey on Oryx. It was still dead dark outside. The dew god still roared, though more faintly now. "All right," said Bowles curtly. "I'm off. Mind, you stick to regulations while I'm gone." "Just which ones do you think I'm planning to break?" asked Fonz ironically. "The ones about leaving native women alone?" Bowles shook his head, unsmiling. Oryx females with a greenish, semi-chitinous skin were definitely not appealing to humans. "Nope," said Bowles heavily. "But you ain't got the right attitude. Regulations got sense behind 'em, even the honky regulations that they think are religion. Maybe I'd better—" He hesitated, and Fonz knew coldly that Bowles's life hung in the balance without his knowing anything at all about it. "Oh well," Bowles said at last, and thereby removed the need for murder. "I guess you'll make out. So long." He went out of the door and closed it behind him. Fonz heard small splashings in between the dew god's roarings. There was never any rain on Oryx. Never. So by dawn, the jungle trees were coated with dew in monstrous droplets. Bowles, moving through the supple growths, marched sturdily under a constant waterfall from the trees, his progress disturbed. Then Fonz laughed softly to himself. He took his hand from below the dry blanket a man has to sleep under on Oryx if he isn't to wake in a pool of water. He had a bolt pistol in his fingers. All the time Bowles talked, there'd been that bolt pistol ready to kill him. Perhaps, just possibly, it had been a mistake to let him live. But he'd gone off unarmed anyhow. There was no need for weapons on Oryx. The honkies didn't kill things. Their religion forbade it. And besides, men had red blood like honkies, and there was a religious prohibition against honkies ever looking at anything which was red. Fonz got up and made an adjustment on the space radio. It had been silent for 4 days, since he heard the first notice from the supply ship that it was 10 days ahead of schedule and would arrive before Bowles expected it. He still didn't expect it, because Fonz hadn't told him. And he'd gone off now, and the ship would have come and gone, and many things would have happened before his return. Now Fonz readjusted the set for reception and dressed leisurely, smiling to himself. Off through the jungle, the noise of the dew god died away. Fonz glanced through the trading post window. There was grayness to the east where the local sun rose. No coloring at all, just light. As he watched, the white disk of the sun appeared. There was never any rain on Oryx, and the reason for that anomaly also prevented colorings in the sky at dawn and sunset. Oryx was a magnesium planet. Magnesium was omnipresent on its surface as sodium is everywhere on Earth. The chloride was a common compound, and just as on Earth there is salt in some concentration everywhere, so on Oryx there was magnesium chloride in the body fluids of the honkies and the insects, there were no animals to speak of, and in the sap of the trees, and impregnated in every particle of the soil. The results were outstanding because magnesium chloride is deliquescent to a high degree. Everything on Oryx, therefore, attracted moisture to itself and held it. Everything on the planet was at least moist. If dust were formed by some extraordinary event, it could not remain dust on the ground. It would stick because of its dampness. So there was no dust on Oryx, and since there was no dust, there could be no sunset or sunrise coloring, no condensation of moisture on dust particles to form clouds, and therefore no rain. And since there could be no rain, there could be no brooks, ponds, pools, or lakes. The jungle covered everything, watered by dew which could only condense on solid substances because there was nothing else for it to condense on. It was not a pleasant environment for men, but the honkies lived in it contentedly with their soapstone implements and houses, and their elaborate religion with its ceremonies and taboos. Their culture was low. They had no fire, because there had never been lightning to show them that such a thing could be. They had no metals, because metals cannot be smelted without a fire. They lived a life of elaborate ritual. Even the location of their villages was determined by a religious abhorrence of the color red. Cultivation of land with a red clay undersoil was therefore impossible. But the local village was safe against accidental impiety. The fields in which the dew god had roared were of a slaty blue, sticky soil which Fawns knew by experience was incredibly adhesive until the sun dried it. He breakfasted comfortably. So far, he had not done a single overt act save the muting of the space radio, and that could not ever be proved. He had not murdered Bowles. He could drop everything, make a formal report to the company on what he had discovered, and undoubtedly receive a promotion and a few hundred credits a year more pay. He was enormously amused at the stupidity of which some men would be capable, when they could do as he was going to and spend the rest of his life in the luxury and lavish enjoyment only unlimited riches could provide. But Fawns, of course, was very clever. He approved of himself very much. He finished his breakfast and looked out again. The sun was just 2 diameters high, and the top of the jungle was a scintillating glory. Huge dewdrops covered every leaf. Each reflected all the rays of the sun. The landscape seemed covered with diamonds, save where Bowles had marched. The jungle trees he'd touched in passing were no longer jewel-studded. Their movements, as he pushed them aside, had made the dew coalesce and run down. His trail was clear. He had gone on to the Lamphian Hills. The restored space radio muttered curtly, "Check for Oryx, trading post. Course and speed held. We will land at your post in 32 hours, 15 minutes Earth measure." It was a repeat notification from the supply ship on the way. That was the last thing Fawns needed to be sure of. He buckled the pistol belt about him. He went into the storeroom and opened a soldered case in which a flame rifle had remained in store since the post was opened. He cleaned it carefully. He loaded it from ammunition packed with it. He went to the storeroom door and aimed it at the jungle. He pulled the trigger. There was a 10-yard circle of pure devastation. Smoke poured up. Then it stopped. Smoke particles do not remain smoke in air, which is supersaturated with moisture. Water condenses upon them. They become droplets of mist. The mist becomes rain. An appreciable shower fell upon the smoldering jungle spot. The smoldering embers went out. Fawns grinned. He had not anticipated that, but it was amusing. Everything was amusing today. The sun rose higher, and the glittering dew evaporated. It did not form a mist, but made the air actually thick to breathe. Fawns remembered an authoritative lecture from Bowles. Each dewdrop, said Bowles, was a tiny burning glass, as long as it remained. Until it dried up, it focused morning sunlight on the leaf under it, scorching its own support. So the roaring of the dew god every morning, so loud that leaves vibrated near it, shook the dewdrops into flowing fluid which ran off. The honky crops, then, weren't scorched. But without the dew god, the honkies would starve. Fawns slung the flame rifle over his shoulder, made sure the bolt pistol was ready for action, and marched off toward the honky village. There were 400 or 500 honkies in the soapstone huts of the settlement. They were greenish in tint, and while their skin was not in actual plates like insects, it was thick and stiff and really flexible only at the joints. They were solemn-faced and quiet, and lived their whole lives in impassioned absorption in their religion, as Bowles lived his in devotion to regulations. Bowles said that their religion was regulations, and that it made sense. But Fawns had no religion, and he heeded no regulations save those he made himself. The jungle dried about him as he walked. There was no longer the sensation of walking under a traveling shower bath. It was, save for the wet thickness of the air, not uncomfortable. In half an hour he reached the slaty blue soil on which the crops of the honky village were grown. He grinned excitedly and began to cross it toward the village, but he found himself slackening his pace to look at the soil absorbedly. He realized and chuckled to himself. He needn't look for mementos in the ground here. The honkies would have attended to that for him. He continued to grin as he pressed on. He was in open sunshine now, with shoulder-high plants about him and the huddled soapstone huts of the village in clear view ahead. And he saw honkies in the fields. They were working the crops. They used preposterously shaped hoes and dug busily around the plants which formed their food supply. Out of the corner of his eye, Fawns saw them look at him, but he never could catch one actually in the act of staring. He'd expected protests, and the flame rifle was ready, but whenever he jerked his head about, the honky he essayed to catch was absorbed in his agricultural labor. This, of course, was unexpected. It was forbidden for humans to enter the honky villages. The company regulations by which Bowles lived specifically forbade it under any and all conditions. It was a violation of basic principle. Men must not enter honky villages. It was forbidden by honky religion. For a man to enter a honky village was sacrilege. It was blasphemy. It was a crime. But the honkies seemingly pretended not to notice. Fawns grew irritated. He was ready to use the flame gun to force his way in after what he knew was there. He was prepared to deal out murder wholesale. His intention to commit what the regulations called crime was obvious, but the honkies feigned obliviousness. They grew thicker as he neared the village. Male honkies, female honkies, smaller ones, male and female indiscriminately, scuttled about the taller figures who were adults. All eyed him furtively and knew that he committed sacrilege against their gods in approaching a village. None made any gesture, any actual sign which really acknowledged his existence. Fawns stopped short, a bare 10 feet from a male honky elaborately piling up dirt around the rootstock of a plant. "My friend," said Fawns ironically, knowing the honky would not understand, "I admire your industry, but isn't it a bit futile? Shouldn't you defend your gods and hearth and home? Don't you realize that I'm going into your village? Don't you even suspect I intend to rob your loudest-voiced god? In short, don't you think you ought to do something? Of course, if you do, I will certainly kill you, but this pretense of not noticing me is silly." The honky labored on, his leathery, expressionless face giving no sign that he heard the man's words. Fawns grew jumpy, and his eyes turned ugly for no especial reason. "What's the matter?" he asked, sneering. "You're afraid for that green skin of yours? Where's your piety? Here I am, about to commit sacrilege against what I'm assured is a most important religion, and you pretend not to notice." The honky hoed on. Fawns spat suddenly. "To the devil with you!" he cried violently. He hated the green-skinned native of Oryx simply because he was about to commit a crime against the whole tribe. He needed resistance to assure himself of his courage and cleverness. He craved fear in his victims. He wanted to be able to live over, in his own mind, a scene of splendid derring-do as the source of the lavish luxury in which he would live for the rest of his life. "You're as big a fool as Bowles. You and your gods. He and his regulations. To the devil with all of you." He glared at the lean, unhuman figure which ploddingly moved on to the next plant and began to hoe there, having given no sign whatever that it knew that Fawns was present. Fawns marched on, chewing upon rage. He passed other honkies, many of them. All pretended not to see him. He was definitely not afraid. The flame gun could destroy all the honkies on Oryx if they tried to attack him. But he raged because he could not understand this embarrassed ignoring of his presence. Then he reached the village. Every house was built of blocks of soapstone, carved to perfection and ornamented with elaborate designs for which Fawns, at this moment, had no taste. The soapstone, Bowles had said, had been brought on honkyback for 50 miles or more, just so the village could be built where there was no red clay under the soil to be turned up by an incautious hoe. It had stood here for generations, perhaps for 1,000 years. It seemed to be deserted, but Fawns knew better. The honkies in the village were not showing themselves so that they might the more effectually pretend that he was not there. It was insult. It was stupidity. It denied the courage and the cunning and the cleverness of fawns who had defied honky gods and company regulations to go there and rob the god who roared hideously in the last hour before dawn. He unslung the flame rifle. He'd made his plans carefully, and more honkies would not spoil them. White with tension and with unreasonable rage, he prepared to force the honkies to play the part he had assigned them. The trick would be the swift and murderous use of destruction to clear the village of those who remained in it in hiding, and to force them to fury against him. A brisk looting of the temple of the dew god facing him where he stood would follow, and then a completely ruthless march back to the trading post using the flame gun mercilessly to make his retreat secure, yet so sparingly that the maddened honkies would yet have hopes of overwhelming him for his sacrilege and murder. When the supply ship dropped from the sky, the honkies would be besieging the trading post. His tale of a religious frenzy beginning with the murder of Bowles, who was not murdered at all, would be convincing. Under regulations, there would be nothing for the supply ship's skipper to do but evacuate the trading post, carrying fawns and the loot he'd have hidden, to the nearest civilized planet, where he would vanish utterly with wealth incalculable. And he'd demand that the skipper give the village a bath in takeoff jet flame as the supply ship rose skyward. With the tale he'd tell, that would be a certainty. It would prove his rage, because normally only a man in frenzy demands revenge, and Bowles had an extraordinary popularity among the employees of the Consolidated Trading Company. He fired. Coruscating flame enveloped the nearest house. There was the roar of suddenly expanded air and of burning. A second blast of ravening destruction. A third. A fourth. He saw a few furtive fugitive movements. The honkies in the village had fled. They were still fleeing. His scheme was working, as it would continue to work, and as Bowles would someday figure it out with a single crystalline memento of the honky religion left behind for him as an overwhelmingly lucid clue. Fawns now had the village utterly to himself. Swearing horribly for no cause, his throat dry and his eyes raging, he went into the temple of the dew god to acquire the riches he knew were there. They had to be there. A brainy man like Fawns had worked out, from a photograph of a dew god from whose headdress a glittering crystal had dropped, from blue clay like the blue clay of Kimberley on Earth, and from sheer logic, a brainy man like Fawns had worked out an absolutely airtight case proving that there was wealth incalculable in the temple. The antiquity of the village only increased the estimate. Honkies had cultivated the blue clay fields for possibly 1,000 years, worshipping the dew god and finding bright crystals which looked like solidified dewdrops and reflected the sun as the dew did. Surely they would make votive offerings of such crystals. He wore strings of them upon his headdress. Fawns had one in his pocket now, dropped by the god when frightened by a flashbulb. Even the headdress would make Fawns rich, but it was mathematically certain that for 1,000 years every honky had devoutly turned over to the temple every rough diamond found in the growing fields, and 1,000 years of such devoutness would mean untold wealth. He fired the flame gun again from sheer destructiveness, and went snarling into the temple, ready to deal out death to anyone who dared to dispute anything with him. The tall honky squatted on the ground outside the trading post and worriedly mouthed his few words of terrestrial speech. Bowles listened with an air of indignation. "Your runner caught up with me and brought me back," Bowles said dogmatically. "According to regulations, I got to help you out any way I can, but this is bad." The honky struggled again to convey his meaning in earth language. Then he fell back upon his own tongue. "Lord," he said with dignity, "it was the dew god's doing. We do not understand. The man came through our fields, approaching our village, and this was against the law, so all our people pretended not see, lest he be shamed. Yet he had no shame even in breaking the law. He shouted at us in the fields. He went to the village, where again those who were present pretended not to see. Then he took an instrument we know not and struck houses with it, destroying everything." "A flame gun," said Bowles, scowling. "This is going to make trouble. He busted regulations." "He went into the temple of the dew god. The worried honky chieftain went on with dignified emphasis. And there are bright stones which look like the dew, save that they do not vanish in the sunlight. They are also hard, and we carve our bowls and houses with them. But often, because they are like the dew, we give them to the dew god. The man seemed to desire them greatly. He tore them from the walls of the temple where they are set. And then he saw the inner part of the temple where the dew god's holiness stays. We had put the most beautiful of the bright stones there, and the dew god's holiness covered them. But the man desired the stones so greatly that he threw himself into the dew god's holiness, and he could not endure it. So he died.
The dew god's holiness, eh?
Said Bowles skeptically.
The dew god, said the honky chief practically, shakes the dew from our crops before dawn so that they do not change color and grow uneatable like the wild things of the jungle. One of us each morning carries his headdress and blows his horn for him among the crops. As the dew falls from the leaves, it hurries to the dew god's temple. Each morning, dew drops by millions run into his temple and gather in a great deep gathering which is the holiness of the dew god, and we place the brightest stones there to welcome them.
Bowles blinked. Then he jumped.
Holy, he cried. The dew's like a rainstorm shook off all at once, and you got a drainage system. Sure, you got a dew pond in the temple, a lake, a swimming pool full of shook-off dew, and bright stones were there?
Lord, the bright stones are covered by the holiness for a large space, said the honky chieftain apologetically. And the man seemed to desire them greatly. If we had understood, we would have given them to him. We bring them from a great distance, but it is our religion freely to give one another the things that are most desirable. If it is the custom of men to desire those bright stones, we would surrender them. Bowles looked at the glittering handful of crystals he had taken from the pockets of fawns after the honkies had brought him back.
It ain't worthwhile, he said vexedly. They what man calls zircons. They pretty, but they ain't any value to 'em for trade. They just hard enough to use as tools to cut soapstones. Fawns thought they were diamonds, I guess. When he saw a swimming pool carpeted with diamonds on the bottom, he went out of his head. He dived for them, and the pool's probably deeper than it looks. He hopped in to grab zircons he thought were diamonds, and there weren't any steps like a swimming pool should have, and he couldn't get out again. So he drowned, on Oryx, where it never rains. Good grief.
The dew god destroyed him because he broke the law, said the honky respectfully.
He died because he was a fool who didn't keep the regulations,
said Bowles caustically. There was a booming noise overhead. It grew and grew in volume. It became a monstrous roar. It was so loud that the leaves of the jungle trees quivered. The supply ship descended smoothly, creating a tumult which seemed to shake the very ground. And Bowles stood up and clenched his fists in the ultimate of exasperation.
"He must have known this," Bowles cried furiously. "He knew the ship was coming in ahead of schedule. It was his job to listen on space radio when news comes through. But he didn't tell me, and me with no stuff packed for shipment and due to catch tarnation for holding up the ship. Blast him! It's his fault. He should have kept to regulation."
End of Regulations by Murray Leinster.
Handyman by Frank Banta. From Galaxy Magazine, August 1962. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. They didn't have to worry about a thing for the rest of their natural lives. Handyman by Frank Banta. James Ypsilanti swung at the door with a stake cuber. Or was it a cube staker? No matter. The door was a good hardwood door and resisted his onslaught well. But time was on his side. He had the energy and the time, he knew, and sooner or later the door would be kindling. It was the door to his room, It was evident to him that he did not need the door to his room, and that he did need heat. In fact, he had better get some heat pretty soon, although he was keeping warm enough for the present by beating on the door. So he would beat this door to kindling, and then he would build a nice, cozy fire in the hall that would keep him warm for a long time, if he was stingy with his fuel. The carpenter came by. The carpenter was always coming by, except when you wanted him, Jim realized. The carpenter was a mighty, mighty busy fellow. The carpenter stopped short when he saw Jim demolishing the door. In fact, he came to a grinding halt. "Jim, why don't you tell me?" "Carpenter, how was I to know where you were? Who can ever find you?" "I know, Jim. Jim, you work so hard." "Yes," he said, pounding. "Take this hatchet, Jim. A hatchet is what you demolish doors with. Goodbye." The carpenter departed. Jim Ypsilanti swung on the door with his newly acquired hatchet. Soon he was ready for his fire. He struck a match, and in no time the pile of varnished kindling blazed smokily in the hall. He held his hands over the blaze. Ah, good, good, good. He closed his eyes. What could be better than this? Then he opened them again ruefully. "It's dinner time. I'd better fix it while I have my fire going." He hurried to the kitchen and chose a can of eggs, bacon, and pancakes from the massive stores. Opening the large can, he heated it over the hall fire. Then he dumped the contents on his tin plate and ate. Murder, he thought somberly. That's what I'm in for. Practically murder with consent. She said she wouldn't live without me. Margie begged me to kill her, you might as well say. Good old Margie, a good kid. But I killed her. And now, well, that's life. He speared a pancake. Damn, but it's cold. He threw an armload of wood on the fire, and it blazed up. Sure wish these carpenters had feelings. My lord, they got no feelings at all. The carpenter arrived with a new hardwood door. Whistling cheerfully, he began to install it where the other one had just been hatcheted away. "Carpenter, that door won't be staying there very long. I'm almost out of fuel." "I hope you don't expect me to be surprised, Jim, if this door doesn't last very long. The previous 22 doors in this location, Jim, did not last very long either." Still whistling to himself, he installed the last of the hinge screws. "Why don't you just give me the doors instead of causing yourself all this work?" demanded James Ypsilanti. "Inmates will not be issued materials, Jim. I've quoted that section of the rules to you many times, Jim." "But couldn't you just lean the door up against the door jamb and leave?" argued the inmate. "You go to a ridiculous amount of trouble." "It is not ridiculous, Jim. I am a carpenter, Jim. Goodbye." After lunch, James Ypsilanti crawled into his escape tunnel. He liked to go in there every day and daydream. The tunnel ended abortively at the wall of the prison, for the prison wall extended down into solid bedrock for a meter, and it was fabricated of 1 meter thick compressed steel. It was the nearest thing to an exit that the prison had. Officials had always come and gone through the massive, englobing wall by matter transmitters. "Smarties couldn't find me, though, when I was in my escape tunnel," he chortled, as he stretched out in the cave under the concrete. "They can walk through walls, but they can't find me." Then his tone got baleful. "The Smarties'll never find me." As James Ypsilanti chopped on the door next day, the carpenter stood cheerily watching. "Carpenter, why don't you fix the damn heating plant? Then I wouldn't have to chop up your doors all the time to keep warm." I am a carpenter, Jim, not a heating plant fixer, as you well know from our previous negotiations on the subject. What will you do, carpenter, when I've used up all your doors? The convict jibed. Why, Jim, we will have to send out for some more, the carpenter answered condescendingly. Still, I wish you would let me work on that heating plant, urged Ypsilanti. I might fix it. Inmates will not be permitted to disassemble or otherwise interfere with the machinery of the institution, quoted the carpenter. Need I say more, Jim? Okay, said Jim Ypsilanti, resuming his destructive work on the new door. Scram, stupid. The carpenter departed. That dope, Jim said between blows, is even foggier in the head than my lousy lawyer was, and that's going some. Jim, said the carpenter, returning and sounding very pleased with himself. Look what I have found, Jim. Jim Ypsilanti turned to look at what the carpenter held in his hand. It was a carpenter's square, sheathed in plastic. Found enough of them to last me a lifetime, Jim, said the carpenter complacently. I'll never have to buy any. No, you won't, agreed Jim Ypsilanti bitterly. Can't you get it into your head that you and I are the only ones left on Earth? After the war, the rest left. They couldn't find us when they evacuated this atomic explosion-wrecked planet because we were in this escape-proof jug. So they went away and left us. I know, Jim. Ypsilanti studied the mobile features of the carpenter, searching intently for a sign. But the carpenter robot strolled away, whistling. The end of Handyman by Frank Banta.
The Crowded Colony by Jerome Bixby, writing as J.B. Drexel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crowded Colony by Jerome Bixby. When the Martians had built the village of Kinkaaka, there had been water in the canal, a cool, level sweep of green water from the northern ice cap. Now there was none, and Kinkaaka clung to the upper swell of the bank and curved its staggered residential terraces like tragic brows over the long slope of sand and clay, the dead wall baked crisscross by the sun, that bore at its deep juncture with the opposite bank the pitiful, straggling trench cut by Mars's last moving waters an untold time ago. Kinkaaka's other side, away from the canal, was coated rust-red by the desert winds that came with sunset. Here were the crumbling market arenas of the ancient traders, the great mounds of underground warehouses long empty. And here now, with Mars's conquest, was the native section into whose sandstone huts the village's few inhabitants were shoved firmly, but not brutally, to rest when they weren't needed to work. Like most of the conquerors, Jack Burke and his companions preferred the canal side of Kinkaaka. There they could sit in the stone-cool shade of the Expedition restaurant and look through the broad, glassless windows down the sun-scalded canal bank, across to the opposite slope with its dotting of nomad caves, the desert beyond, and the red-tainted blue of the sky. "Happy day we came to Mars," said Jack Burke. He picked up his stone mug and drank with a shudder. He was big and brown, typical of the conquerors, and spoke, as they all did when within earshot of natives, the Martian dialect which the linguistic squad had translated and reasoned to completion from the pages of script found in the metal cairn half buried in desert sands, and upon which they had conveniently almost landed their space cube upon arrival 2 days ago. That was one of the dicta of the psychologists. Always speak the native tongue and learn it preferably from graphics or a specimen before contacting the native collective. There were other policies as strange, or more so, but the psychologists, off-world in the home ship and poring over the translations beamed to them, must know what they were doing. Barnes looked up in quick response to Burke's sarcasm. Of the 3 conquerors at this table, he was the smallest. He fiddled nervously with his one-pronged fork, turning a piece of badly cooked hooge over and over, not looking at it. That, he said, and he included the hooge, is a mouthful. There doesn't seem to be a Martian in this village who can cook worth a damn, and you, this to the pasty-faced Martian who stood attentively by, are no exception. You're getting off easy with this job, Martian. Or would you rather go back to digging up history with the rest of your tribe? I'm sorry. The Martian advanced and bobbed his head. The preparation of your foodstuffs is difficult for me to comprehend. Would you care to try something else, perhaps? Barnes skidded the fork onto the plate and put his hands flat on the stone table. No, just take this away. The conquerors watched the creature as it moved silently off with a plate of hooge, all except Randolph, the youngest of the trio. He sat nearest the stone-silled window, his gaze reaching out distantly over the sandscape. On the far bank of the canal, he could see a few natives with their guards emerging from a wood and stone structure that thrust finger-shaped into the pink sky. No race should have its soul dissected, he said slowly. Not, at least, until they're extinct and can't feel it. He avoided Barnes's sudden, sharp look. Our archaeologists over there, pointing at the moving dots, are poking around in burial crypts or sacred temples or whatever. It's like cutting up someone alive. We don't know what those things mean to these Martians. Barnes laughed, more of a snort. You speak as if these Martians were people. He leaned forward and blinked his emphasis. What in hell ever happened to you that you've got such ideas? Primitive, misshapen morons? You can't think of them as persons. Don't let an intelligence officer hear you talking that way, or you'll find yourself getting shipped home. Randolph's eyes flicked Barnes's heavy face, then turned to the mural on the restaurant wall. This is very beautiful, he said. He bent closer, examining the delicate work. This isn't moronic. You're wrong, Barnes. Burke spoke harshly. You'd better shut up, Randolph. You're sitting there emoting over decadent art, and there's an intelligence officer at the bar. Young Randolph stiffened and forced a smile. Of course, the Martians are a degenerated race. Our archaeologists have revealed that Mars was spiritually effeminized thousands of years ago. Our colonization will have a reforming effect upon them. It is a healthy thing. That is our mission in time and space. The Martian had returned and was again standing at service. Randolph caught his eye and flushed, returned his gaze to the mural. Burke cleared his throat. The intelligence officer at the bar was still looking icily at Randolph's back, twiddling his drink with a wooden mixer. You cannot doubt, Barnes took up the fraying thread, that our conquest of these Martians is a very good thing. For them. For us too. That is our mission in time and space. The first desert shrine, the metal one from which we learn this tongue we speak, is ugly enough proof. Sheaves of manuscript recording the most disgusting standards and attitudes, and the contents of subsequently found structures, like that one across the canal, show an even greater decline into sensualism and the subjugation of creative energies. The Martian stood quietly, his small-featured face blank and smooth. He was meant to hear all this. I heard one of our archaeologists say something about the language of that first shrine, the metal one, being different from all the others. Randolph shifted his great bulk to lean back against the wall. The others are mostly alike, but this one we learned is totally different. The Martian's eyes flickered. So what? Barnes grunted. Dialects. Same thing at home. But what? These Martians here speak the language we learned, don't they? But, hell, do you speak Aryan? You know I don't. So when we get through investigating here and move on to other villages, we'll find Martians who speak the other dialects. The Martian said, Will there be anything else, sirs? Not, said Barnes, unless you'd like to try some Nodin. No, thank you, sir. Randolph and Burke raised their eye hoods humorously. Then they looked a little less amused as Barnes's voice hardened. You might like it, Martian. Try it. He pulled a tough green wad of Nodin from his pouch and tore off a strip. I think the sooner you Martians get used to doing as we do and liking the things that we like, the better off you'll be. Now take this Nodin and use it. Oh, for hell's sake, Barnes. Randolph put out a hand. Let him alone. He doesn't want it. It makes him sick. The intelligence officer got up from the bar and started for the table, his eyes hard, his oral fronds quivering with emotion. Burke spotted him and seemed to shrug. You asked for it, kid, he told Randolph. Give my love to the homeworlds. You're through on Mars. Maybe that's what I wanted, said Randolph. The intelligence officer halted beside the table, and Randolph got up without a word and left with him. Burke and Barnes watched them down the winding clay street, saw them enter a portable teleport booth, one of the several scattered about Kinkaaka to facilitate trips to and from the space cube. The door closed, the light blinked on and off, then the booth was open again, empty. On his way back to the home ship in Parna, grunted Burke, and I don't know but that I envy him. You too? Yeah. Now that there's no damned intelligence officer around, me too. Disgrace and all? That's what stops me. And noticing the angry color to Barnes's Yui, and the glory of our mission, hell, anyone can get homesick, can't they? During the few moments of Randolph's arrest and departure, the Martian had disappeared. Barnes grunted and shoved the Nodin back into his pouch and finished his drink. You'll never get anywhere acting like that, said Burke after a short silence. You can't shove our ways down their throats and get cooperation. Barnes got up a little angrily. Who wants to get anywhere? What do we want out of these creatures? They smell. How are we supposed to act? We own their smelly little world. Randolph might say we don't own it. Shut up, Burke. I'm sick of that. Barnes started for the door and Burke got up to follow. They stepped out onto the hot clay of the street, moving their topskins against the tight-fitting impact of the sun's rays. I don't want anything from them, Burke. I'm the one who should be sent home. I want to go home. Why should we go around labeled with Martian names? Barnes, Randolph, Burke, Smith. Good God! And talking this jus-twisting suts of a language Martian all of the time speaking. Burke chuckled deep in his sack. The psychologist dreamed it up. To make us seem less alien. We speak their sounds, and we take their names. After all, no trouble at all is better than the little they might be able to give us if they got excited. They went down the street toward the teleport booth, two big octopoids, the sun warming their glistening brown backs. The Martian was in the cool back room of the restaurant, seated before a group of his kind. This was afternoon rest period, and some freedom to congregate existed then. A man turned from the wall slit through which he had watched the exit of Burke and Barnes. "Those things make me sick, Burke," he said to the Martian. "How can you get so close to them and keep your stomach? They smell." Burke shrugged. "You get used to it, Barnes." He bent down and lifted the lid of a box that was stamped First Mars Expedition 2006. He took out a heavy proton buster, broke the grip, and examined its load of white pellets. "It's been 2 days now," he went on, "and I'm convinced at last that this one party is all. Scouts, perhaps, from a parent ship off in deep space. And I've listened to them talk. If they don't return, nobody's going to come looking for them. They come from that kind of society. The others will mark Saul off as a bad bet and move on." He clicked the gun together. "They still think we're the race pictured in the Martian crypts and temples, and in your translations, Randolph. Coincidence, eh? That the old Martians were humanoid and their appearance not discrepant with ours?" "We colonize Mars," mused Randolph, "and Beta Centauri colonizes us as Martians. Ring around the rosy." Burke stood there, the proton buster in his hand. And it was cosmic coincidence that the Centaurians landed their ship at practically the same spot we'd set down only 3 days before. And it's almost incredible that they came to this village where we had taken up headquarters and addressed us in English. He turned to Barnes. "You're the psych man. Let's have it again, slowly." Barnes half turned from the wall slit where he had been keeping an eye out for Centaurians. "They found our ship and took it to be a primitive shrine of some sort, never dreaming it was a vehicle, a spacecraft." He waved another man to the slit and stretched his legs as he sat down on a crate. He struck a match and cupped it into his pipe. "I'm almost certain that they didn't even recognize the mechanisms as such. Their ship, as you've all seen, is a cube of pure energy configurated. They're that alien. Also, I believe they're military men, soldiers, and minor technicians. The top specialists are probably on the other ship, away from possible danger and biding their talents until called." The watcher's hand went up and fluttered for silence, and Barnes paused while heavy, meaty footsteps scuffled the clay outside. When they had passed, he spoke again softly. "Fortunately, there wasn't room in our ship for a library, or they might have encountered the terrestrial mind and caught on. But they learned our language, English, and a damn neat trick, from Randolph's written translations of the Martian Inscriptiones Sensuales he was working on. And when they came here and addressed us in that language and responded, nolens volens, they took us for Martians and judged us by the context of those translations. Foolish, vain, and harmless, but perhaps with some value as workers. They even took our names from the nameplates on our bunks, something that would have found favor with the perverse fourth-era Martians they presumed us to be." He sucked at his pipe, which had gone out. "Their psychologists are clever, maybe a little too clever. They think we have no violence potential." Randolph seemed almost entranced. "But how could they have worked out the phonetics?" Barnes grinned, lifted a shoulder in admiration and envy. "I don't know. Ask them." "They couldn't know they were our names," said Randolph. "No, but they thought they were native names. Thank God we got the pitch right off and were able to carry the farce." "Why didn't they just kill us?" Barnes frowned and struck another match. "That would have been the really smart thing to do, Dolph. But they're not brutes, and they're not making war. Their intention is to colonize, and we might as well be insects for all we could mean to them or do to stand up to them. But if we have to be dealt with at all, we're in the way." Barnes had the pipe going. He shook his head. "We're not in their way. We're underfoot, and only a sick mind makes a point of stepping on ants. Would you kill a talking louse? Randolph grinned. Yes. No, you wouldn't. Not until you had given it a going over. They're not sick in a killing way, Burke grunted. But they seem to feel that their colonizations act as cathartic to wayward worlds. Just look at them, and you know that's sick. The people, said Barnes, at the bottom of any movement, a pun, gentlemen, are always fed on dream stuff. Soldiers always are. Truth is, maybe the big boys at home think they can find enough use for us to warrant keeping us alive, as laborers, as subjects for experimentation, as pets. Burke looked out the window at the reddening sky. Then he gathered their attention by standing up. If we hadn't been here, he said, they would have gone on to Earth and taken over. As is, they think Mars is nothing to write home about, but they're sticking around to study a while. Not us, the supposed latter Martians, the degenerates, but to search out and study the bones of Mars's civilization back when it was dynamic. Perhaps there's something worth learning. That's what they think. He hefted the proton buster. Barnes and Smith and Kirk and Randolph and Jason and all the others got guns from the box. There was a hiss, and they turned to the window. Rising above the visible cluster of roof domes from some point on the other side of the village was a smaller edition of the Centaurian space cube. It glinted once, high up, and was gone. There goes a pretty decent person, said Burke. I'm glad we don't have to kill him. He appreciated Randolph's watercolor painting of the canal. His voice was regretful. How alien can you get? His name was Randolph, and he's going home in disgrace. Night was coming. Burke's face hardened. The Centaurians would be coming too, ready to herd the Martians into their sleeping huts. One alien ship, terribly armed, Burke went on, and 60 Centaurians walking around unarmed because they think we're pansies. He cocked the gun. They'll never leave Kinkaaka to bring back more. End of Crowded Colony by Jerome Bixby, writing as J.B. Drexel. Read by Paul Hampton.
Alien Equivalent by Richard R. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Alien Equivalent by Richard R. Smith. Read by Quartertone. Chester Farrell emerged from the narrow alley and paused before the barbed wire fence. Behind him, the Martian city was a maze of strange sounds, angular buildings, acrid odors, and dark shadows. Before him, beyond the fence, 3 spaceships pointed their bows toward a star-studded sky. The slender ships gleamed dully in the starlight as they rested on the red desert. He touched the money in his pocket to reassure himself that at last he had the fare for the trip to Earth. His eyes scanned the heavens, searched for the bright light that was Earth. Earth! In itself, the planet meant little to him. The seas, mountains, valleys, and forests did not cause the burning desire inside him. He closed his eyes and remembered a brick house in Cleveland and the brown-haired woman and chubby boy who lived there. He recalled slender, soft fingers that touched him gently and a small form that waddled uncertainly across their living room floor. 3 years ago, he had left Louise and Sammy on Earth. He had come to Mars to make a small fortune. The dream had not materialized. The Mars Mining Corporation didn't want to pay their employees good salaries, although the ores transported to Earth sold for tremendous profits. They paid their employees as little as possible. It was simple. Governments wanted colonists on Mars to exploit the planet. Mars Mining wanted colonists to remain and operate their mines. The two groups, political and business, collaborated, and, While the trip to Mars cost only $100, the return trip to Earth cost $1,000. Because of the high price of living on Mars and the low salaries, the fee was an encouragement to remain on the planet. It had taken him 3 years to save enough money to rejoin his family. Bitterness filled him as he studied the motionless ships. Convertible spaceships. The bulkheads inside the hull were collapsible, and the space in a ship was constantly adjusted into different size storage holds and passenger compartments. During the voyage to Earth, he would be the only passenger and would occupy a coffin-like compartment. Every other available foot of space would be filled with valuable ores. When the ship returned to Mars, the passenger compartments would be spacious, luxurious, and comfortable. They would be filled with hundreds of propaganda-fed, eager colonists who were unaware of the economic trap before them. As he turned and followed the fence toward the spaceport's office buildings, he heard the faint sounds behind him. A whisper of movement across the red sand. An animal? He glanced uneasily at the tiny lights from the office buildings. In the thin atmosphere, light carried a long distance and was deceptive. The lights seemed near, but he knew he still had a 15-minute walk ahead of him. Once more, he heard the indefinable sound behind him. His imagination? A Martian? An Earthman, a sound of harsh breathing informed him. He leapt to one side as the sounds neared his back. Too late. Something crashed into the side of his head, and bright lights danced gaily inside his skull. He fell and rolled frantically across the soft sand. As he scrambled to his feet, he saw his attacker, a husky, powerfully built man. A blackjack dangled loosely from a hand. Before he could rise, a knee struck him on the jaw. He sank to the ground. The man was on him, pinning him to the sand. Farrell's nostrils were filled with the man's acrid body odor. A knife glittered in the starlight as it was pressed gently against his throat.
"Tell me where the money is," the man ordered. "It'll save time."
Too stunned to speak, Farrell nodded at his coat pocket. The man removed the money and counted rapidly, somehow managing to keep the knife in his hand while flipping the bills. Satisfied, he stuffed the bills in a pocket and raised the knife for a fatal lunge. His arms pinned at his side by the man's knees, Farrell knew only one thing could save him. Words. "I can get you 5 times that much," he said quickly, the words crowding each other in their haste. It worked. The knife wavered, hesitated. If he had screamed, "Don't kill me!" he would have been killed instantly, but the simple statement had aroused his assailant's curiosity.
5 times that much?"
the man repeated gruffly. Phobos, the largest and closest of the 2 moons, moved visibly across the dark sky. Suddenly, they were no longer in the shadow of a building. Moonlight flowed across the man's face, and for the first time he saw his features. He looked up at a rough, almost brutal face with thick lips, fierce eyes, blunt, broken nose, and bushy eyebrows. $5,000, Farrell confirmed.
"Where?"
"Dankor City. You've heard of a Martian game called Rakal?" He frowned.
"Yeah, I heard of it. I also heard Earthmen don't win very often."
"I won," Farrell told him. 5,000. I spent most of it, but I saved the 1,000 to go back to Earth. If you don't kill me, I'll win 5,000 for you." His adversary grinned wryly and lowered the knife toward Farrell's throat.
"This sounds like a trick."
"Trick? How can I trick you? Dankor is off limits to Earthmen. You and I will be the only—" The man cocked his head and asked,
"You have any Martian friends in Dankor?"
Farrell laughed at the thought. "Martian friends?" Some of the wariness left the other's face. Everyone knew no Earthman had a Martian friend. The Martians were a fading but proud race. They resented Earthmen and submitted bitterly to their presence. Martians did not associate with Earthmen. To do so would mean loss of social standing and almost always loss of their lives by the hand of some fanatical anti-Earth group. Martians submitted to the invasion of their planet by colonists because they had no choice. They were few in number, a weak, dying race. Inwardly, they hated Earthmen and, given the chance, would rid Mars of all colonists. While his antagonist considered the offer, Farrell's mind whirled rapidly. How could he escape? His body was trapped beneath the man's weight, unable to move. Call for help? He quickly discarded the idea. On one side was a Martian city, and on the other was the spaceport. The group of crude stone buildings were inhabited by aliens. Martians might come and watch him die if he called for help, but they'd never try to save him. The spaceport was deserted except for the empty waiting spaceships, and the office buildings were too far away for anyone to hear a cry. He could do nothing.
"I'll give you a chance," his enemy said as he rose to his feet. "You win 5,000 for me, and I'll let you keep the 1,000 and your life."
He placed the knife in a sheath and drew a stubby revolver from a pocket.
"If you make a wrong move, I'll blast you in half. I don't like to use this thing because it's noisy, but—"
He waved the gun, and the action seemed to complete the sentence in itself. "Let's take a taxi," Farrell suggested as he rose shakily and brushed red sand from his clothes.
"No."
"It'll take an hour to walk there," Farrell protested mildly.
"We'll walk," the man stated. "We'll walk, and we'll take the most deserted streets."
Farrell led the way through the small Martian city that bordered the spaceport and across a narrow stretch of desert to Dankor Canal. At the canal, he turned and followed it northward, walking on the huge, weather-smooth stones that formed one wall of the large waterway. Thousands of feet below them, muddy water gurgled roaringly as it moved southward to the Martian farmlands. In the clear atmosphere, the opposite wall of the canal 10 miles away was a thin, dark line. "What's your name?" Farrell asked suddenly.
"Tharp."
"Where do you work?"
"None of your business."
They walked in silence, the 2 moons casting double shadows from each of their bodies. With a sinking sensation in his stomach, Farrell realized the odds were against his seeing his family again. "How did you learn I had the money?" Farrell asked.
Tharp grinned broadly. "When anyone makes a reservation on the flight to Earth, the news gets around. It got around to me."
His laughter sounded brittle in the thin atmosphere. After what seemed like years, they arrived at the outskirts of Dankor. Although it was off-limits, the police patrolled infrequently, and even those patrols were publicly known schedules. Dankor was a small cluster of low, crumbling buildings. The streets were littered with filth, and pale Martians dressed in rags shuffled aimlessly with blank eyes as if their world had already died. Jars of brilliant fireflies on rooftops illuminated the village. Imprisoned in the transparent containers, the fluttering insects cast an eerie, pulsating glow on the dismal buildings. Farrell paused before a thick wooden door and kicked it with his right foot. "The first time I came here," he explained, "I almost broke my knuckles before they heard me." A few minutes later, the door opened.
"Come in,"
a bony, wizened Martian invited. Tharp remained a few paces behind Farrell as they entered the room. The stench of the place made their stomachs churn sickly. A group of listless Martians sat in the center of the floor and watched a large cube-shaped object. 2 Martians on opposite sides of the cube sat before small control panels. The Earthmen watched as one Martian touched a button on his control panel. A green ball inside the cube rose a few inches. The other Martian pushed a button, and a brown ball at the top of the hollow cube dropped a few inches. A thin Martian with gray hair and watery eyes asked,
"You wish gamble?"
Farrell nodded his head affirmatively. The Martian smiled weakly and inquired in broken English,
"What is wager? Money or duchal?" "What in the hell is duchal?"
Tharp asked. "It's hard to explain," Farrell confessed, "but we'll have to wait until those Mardis are through and you'll see what duchal is when they finish." Farrell squatted on the cold floor. Tharp sat 2 yards to one side. Silently, they watched the Martian gamblers. Several minutes later, the emaciated aliens rose from their positions behind the small control boards.
"Is the game over?"
Tharp asked. "Yes. See the Martian with the green tunic? He's the one who lost the game. The winner will receive a certain measure of duchal from him. They watched intently as a strange machine was brought into the room. The two gamblers sat close to each other. A third Martian attached electrodes to their heads, then flipped a lever on the ancient rusty machine. The Martian who lost the game grimaced with pain. A needle on the machine's single dial moved all the way to the right, then quickly returned to its original position. An expression of joy spread the victor's thin lips into a wide smile. A few seconds later, the electrodes were removed from their heads. Tharp grunted his bafflement. Duchal, Farrell explained quickly, means an expression of sorrow or pain. By means of that machine, the winner was able to receive in his brain the sensation of the loser's physical and mental agony at losing the game.
That's what they were betting?
Tharp asked unbelievingly. Yes, it's the same principle as humans who play games merely for the disappointed expressions on the loser's face. The Martians do it a little differently. They have a machine that transmits the loser's pain into the victor's brain. The Martians are constructed in such a way that the agony of another person implanted in their minds is very pleasant to them.
They must be crazy.
Farrell shrugged his shoulders. Maybe. Anyway, you have a choice. You can bet the $1,000 or a certain amount of duchal.
If we bet duchal and lost, we'd only have to pay the Martians a little sensation of agony at losing the game?
Right. Tharp laughed.
Hell, let's bet duchal. That'd be better than losing $1,000 if we should lose the game.
He slipped his hand into a pocket, and the cloth bulged in Farrell's direction.
And we'd better win.
What's the difference? Farrell thought. If we win or lose, you'll kill me. You can't leave me alive to report you to the police. You can play the game, Farrell suggested. I'll tell you what buttons to push.
Okay. Tell the Martians we want to bet an amount of duchal worth 5,000. How much would that be on the dial on that gimmick?
Farrell pointed at the graduation to the extreme right of the dial. See that line? That would be worth 5,000 in duchal. The same amount the Martian bet. Tharp smiled as he remembered how easily the Martian gambler had paid that amount of duchal. If they lost the game, he'd have no trouble paying the gambling debt. 5,000, Farrell told the waiting Martian. We'll bet duchal. The Martian smiled happily, disappeared for a few minutes, and returned with a large bag. Without ceremony, he spilled the contents on the stone floor. Tharp gasped when he saw the golden earrings, cups, anklets, rings, and bracelets studded with diamonds. They were easily worth more than $8,000.
Why the hell are they living in dumps like this when they have that kind of stuff? They could buy...
He hesitated, as if the incompleted sentence indicated an infinite list of articles. It means nothing to them, Farrell explained. They have a different monetary system. Most Martians are so poor, even the rich ones can't buy anything more valuable than food, clothes, and shelter, and the Martians are too stubborn to trade with Earthmen. He reflected idly that on all of Mars, the only place where the two races associated was in gambling rooms like this. Even there, the Martians' attitude was stiff and businesslike. The group of aliens shuffled about uneasily, impatient for the game to begin. You ready to start? Farrell asked.
Sure.
The object of the game is to get those balls at the top of the cube to the bottom level. The Martian will try to get the ones at the bottom to the top. The balls are governed by the control panels. It's like three-dimension Chinese checkers.
Sasush Rakol,
a Martian said loudly. The game has started. Push the top green button. Tharp thrust with a grimy finger. The game lasted several minutes. Each time it was their turn to move, Farrell told Tharp what button to push. Even while the game progressed, the husky man watched Farrell out of the corners of his eyes. Farrell realized that even with the distraction of the game, he'd have no chance to launch a surprise attack on his enemy. Finally, the Martian gambler rose. His colorless lips spread in a wide grin of anticipation.
We lost!
Tharp exclaimed. Farrell agreed. We lost. Anyway, all we lost was a little duchal. The Martians gathered around the two Earthmen, attached electrodes from the alien machine to Tharp's head. 3 minutes later, Tharp still sat with the electrodes attached to his skull. The Martians were impatient.
"What's the matter?"
Tharp inquired angrily.
"The game between the Martians, it only took the loser a few seconds to pay the duchal."
"That's right," Farrell agreed. "But look at the dial." Tharp stared at the motionless instrument. "Duchal is an expression of mental or physical agony," Farrell reminded him. "Concentrate and feel sorry you lost." He assumed a thoughtful expression. The indicator wavered slightly. "Not so good. See, there are 10 graduations on the dial. The needle has to touch the 10th before you pay the amount of duchal you owe. So far, the needle hasn't passed the first graduation. In other words, you haven't paid a 10th of the duchal." Tharp drew his revolver. The Martians did not like the sight of a gun in an Earthman's hand. They had no way of knowing that it was meant for Farrell and not themselves. A dozen aliens threw themselves on Tharp and quickly disarmed him. 10 Martians held an outraged Tharp motionless, while an 11th removed alien handcuffs from his tunic and placed pairs around his wrists and ankles. Farrell recovered his money. "Martians aren't thieves," he informed the angry man who struggled in vain at the metal bindings. "And therefore, they like to see everyone pay their debts. They'll keep you here until you pay the wager. You see, by being behind the control board and pushing the buttons, you're the one who has to pay the duchal, although I told you what buttons to push."
"A trick!"
Tharp screamed. Tharp's face reddened.
"You won't get far," he threatened. "I'll pay this duchal in a few minutes. They'll let me free, and I'll—"
"You don't realize," Farrell interrupted, "Martians are sickly, sensitive people, and they're adept at projecting sensations of agony from their brains. On the other hand, Earthmen are strong physically and know nothing about projecting physical or mental pain." He paused to watch 3 Martians who removed gleaming sharp knives from their tunics. They pressed the blades against Tharp's arms. The knives cut through his coat, shirt, and flesh. The cloth reddened quickly. "They want their duchal payment," Farrell informed him. "They'll get it if they have to slice you to ribbons." Tharp's wild eyes stared at the dial before him. The needle touched the second graduation, then settled to the 0 position. "You see," Farrell continued, "it's a matter of equivalent. Earthmen are so strong they have to really suffer physically before they can match a duchal payment that a Martian can create as easily as snapping his fingers." Once more, the glittering knives bit into Tharp's flesh. He screamed with pain.
"Get help! Get help before they kill me!"
Farrell went for help. But once beyond the thick door that suddenly suffocated Tharp's shrill screams of pain, he didn't run for help. He walked slowly. End of Alien Equivalent by Richard R. Smith.
The Stainless Steel Rat by Harry Harrison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Stainless Steel Rat by Harry Harrison. When the office door opened suddenly, I knew the game was up. It had been a moneymaker, but it was all over. As the cop walked in, I sat back in the chair and put on a happy grin. He had the same somber expression and heavy foot that they all have, and the same lack of humor. I almost knew to the word what he was going to say before he uttered a syllable. "James Boulevard agrees I arrest you on the charge." I was waiting for the word charge. I thought it made a nice touch that way. As he said it, I pressed the button that set off the charge of black powder in the ceiling. The crossbeam buckled, and the 3-ton safe dropped through right on top of the cop's head. He squashed very nicely, thank you. The cloud of plaster dust settled, and all I could see of him was one hand, slightly crumpled. It twitched a bit, and the index finger pointed at me accusingly. His voice was a little muffled by the safe and sounded a bit annoyed. In fact, he repeated himself a bit. On the charge of illegal entry, theft, forgery. He ran on like that for quite a while. It was an impressive list, but I had heard it all before. I didn't let it interfere with my stuffing all the money from the desk drawers into my suitcase. The list ended with a new charge, and I would swear on a stack of 1,000-credit notes that high that there was a hurt tone in his voice. In addition, the charge of assaulting a police robot will be added to your record. This was foolish, since my brain and larynx are armored, and my midsection. That I know well, George, but your little two-way radio is in the top of your pointed head, and I don't want you reporting to your friends just yet. One good kick knocked the escape panel out of the wall and gave access to the steps to the basement. As I skirted the rubble on the floor, the robot's fingers snapped out at my leg, but I had been waiting for that, and they closed about 2 inches short. I have been followed by enough police robots to know by now how indestructible they are. You can blow them up or knock them down, and they keep coming after you, dragging themselves by one good finger and sprouting saccharine moralities all the while. That's what this one was doing. Give up my life of crime and pay my debt to society and such. I could still hear his voice echoing down the stairwell as I reached the basement. Every second was timed now. I had about 3 minutes before they would be on my tail, and it would take me exactly 1 minute and 8 seconds to get clear of the building. That wasn't much of a lead, and I would need all of it. Another kick panel opened out into the label removing room. None of the robots looked up as I moved down the aisle. I would have been surprised if they had. They were all low-grade M types, short on brains, and good only for simple, repetitive work. That is why I hired them. They had no curiosity as to why they were taking the labels off the filled cans of azot fruit, or what was at the other end of the moving belt that brought the cans through the wall. They didn't even look up when I unlocked the door that was never unlocked, that led through the wall. I left it open behind me, as I had no more secrets now. Keeping next to the rumbling belt, I stepped through the jagged hole I had chopped in the wall of the government warehouse. I had installed the belt, too. This and the hole were illegal acts that I had to do myself. Another locked door opened onto the warehouse itself. The automatic forklift truck was busily piling cans onto the belt and digging fresh ones out of the ceiling-high piles. This forklift had hardly enough brains to be called a robot. It was just following taped directions to load the cans. I stepped around it and dog-trotted down the aisle. Behind me, the sounds of my illegal activity died away. It gave me a warm feeling to still hear it going full blast like that. It was one of the nicest little rackets I had ever managed. For a small capital outlay, I had rented the warehouse that backed on the government warehouse. A simple hole in the wall, and I had access to the entire stock of stored goods, long-term supplies that I knew would be untouched for months or years in a warehouse this size. Untouched, that is, until I came along. After the hole had been made and the belt installed, it was just a matter of business. I hired the robots to remove the old labels and substitute the colorful ones I had printed. Then I marketed my goods in a strictly legal fashion. My stock was the best, and due to my imaginative operation, my costs were very low. I could afford to undersell my competitors and still make a handsome profit. The local wholesalers had been quick to sense a bargain, and I had orders for months ahead. It had been a good operation, and could have gone on for quite a while. I stifled that train of thought before it started. One lesson that has to be remembered in my line of business is that when an operation is over, it is over. The temptation to stay just one more day, or to cash just one more check, can be almost overwhelming. Ah, but how well I know. I also know that it is also the best way to get better acquainted with the police. Turn your back and walk away. Live to graft another day. That's my motto, and it's a good one. I got where I am because I stuck to it. And daydreams aren't part of getting away from the police. I pushed all thoughts from my mind as I reached the end of the aisle. The entire area outside must have been swarming with cops by this time, and I had to move fast and make no mistakes. A fast look right and left. Nobody in sight. 2 steps ahead and pressed the elevator button. I had put a meter on this back elevator, and it showed that the thing was used once a month on the average. It arrived in about 3 seconds, empty, and I jumped in, thumbing the roof button at the same time. The ride seemed to go on forever, but that was just subjective. By the record, it was exactly 14 seconds. This was the most dangerous part of the trip. I tightened up as the elevator slowed. My .75 caliber recoilless was in my hand. That would take care of 1 cop, but no more. The door shuffled open and I relaxed. Nothing. They must have the entire area covered on the ground, so they hadn't bothered to put cops on the roof. In the open air now, I could hear the sirens for the first time. A wonderful sound. They must have had half of the entire police force out from the amount of noise they were making. I accepted it as any artist accepts tribute. A board was behind the elevator shaft where I had left it, a little weather-stained but still strong. A few seconds to carry it to the edge of the parapet and reach it across to the next building. Gently. This is one of the dangerous spots where speed didn't count. Carefully onto the end of the board, the suitcase held against my chest to keep my center of gravity over the board. 1 step at a time. 1,000-foot drop to the ground. If you don't look down, you can't fall. Over. Time for speed. The board behind the parapet. If they didn't see it at first, my trail would be covered for a while at least. 10 fast steps, and there was the door to the stairwell. It opened easily, and it better have. I had put enough oil on the hinges. Once inside, I threw the bolt and took a long, deep breath. I wasn't out of it yet, but the worst part, where I ran the most risk, was past. 2 uninterrupted minutes here, and they would never find James Bolivar, alias Slippery Jim Degrees. The stairwell at the roof was a musty, badly lit cubicle that was never visited. I had checked it carefully a week before for photo and optic bugs, and it had been clear. The dust looked undisturbed, except for my own footprints. I had taken a chance that it hadn't been bugged since then. The calculated risk must be accepted in this business. Goodbye, James Degrees. Weight, 98 kilos. Age, about 45. Thick in the middle and heavy in the jowls. A typical businessman whose picture graces the police files of 1,000 planets. Also his fingerprints. They went first. When you wear them, they feel like a second skin. A touch of solvent, though, and they peel off like a pair of transparent gloves. All my clothes next, and then the girdle in reverse, that lovely paunch that straps around my belly and holds 20 kilos of lead mixed with thermite. a quick wipe from the bottle of bleach, and my hair was its natural shade of brown. The eyebrows, too. The nose plugs and the cheek pads hurt coming out, but that only lasted a second. Then the blue-eyed contact lenses. This process leaves me mother naked, and I always feel as if I have been born again. In a sense, it is true. I had become a new man, 20 kilos lighter, 10 years younger, with a completely different description. The large suitcase held a complete change of clothes and a pair of dark-rimmed glasses that replaced the contact lenses. All the loose money fitted neatly into a briefcase. When I straightened up, I really felt as if 10 years had been stripped from me. I was so used to wearing that weight that I never noticed it, until it was gone. Put a real spring in my step. The thermite would take care of all the evidence. I kicked it all into a heap and triggered the fuse. It caught with a roar, and bottles, clothing, bag, shoes, weights, et al. Burned with a cheerful glare. The police would find a charred spot on the cement, and microanalysis might get them a few molecules off the wall, but that was all they would get. The glare of the burning thermite threw jumping shadows around me as I walked down 3 flights to the 112th floor. Luck was still with me. There was no one on the floor when I opened the door. 1 minute later, the express elevator let me and a handful of other business types out into the lobby. Only one door was open to the street, and a portable TV camera was trained on it. No attempt was being made to stop people from going in and out of the building. Most of them didn't even notice the camera and the little group of cops around it. I walked toward it at an even pace. Strong nerves count for a lot in this business. For 1 instant I was square in the field of the cold glass eye. Then I was past. Nothing happened, so I knew I was clear. That camera must have fed direct to the main computer at police headquarters. If my description had been close enough to the one they had on file, those robots would have been notified, and I would have been pinned before I had taken a step. You can't outmove a computer-robot combination, not when they move and think in microseconds. But you could outthink them. I had done it again. A cab took me about 10 blocks away. I waited until it was out of sight, then took another one. It wasn't until I was in the 3rd cab that I felt safe enough to go to the space terminal. The sounds of sirens were growing fainter and fainter behind me, and only an occasional police car tore by in the opposite direction. They were sure making a big fuss over a little larceny, but that's the way it goes on these over-civilized worlds. Crime is such a rarity now that the police really get carried away when they run across some. In a way, I can't blame them. Giving out traffic tickets must be an awfully dull job. I really believe they ought to thank me for putting a little excitement into their otherwise dull lives. It was a nice ride to the spaceport, being located, of course, far out of town. I had time to lean back and watch the scenery and gather my thoughts. Even time to be a little philosophical. For one thing, I could enjoy a good cigar again. I smoked only cigarettes in my other personality, and never violated that personality, even in strictest privacy. The cigars were still fresh in the pocket humidor where I had put them 6 months ago. I sucked a long mouthful and blew the smoke out at the flashing scenery. It was good to be off the job, just about as good as being on it. I could never make my mind up which period I enjoyed more. I guess they are both right at the time. My life is so different from that of the overwhelming majority of people in our society that I doubt if I could explain it to them. They exist in a fat, rich union of worlds that have almost forgotten the meaning of the word crime. There are few malcontents, and even fewer that are socially maladjusted. The few that are still born in spite of centuries of genetic control are caught early, and the aberration quickly adjusted. Some don't show their weaknesses until they are adults. They are the ones who try their hand at petty crime, burglary, shoplifting, or such. They get away with it for a week or two, or a month or two, depending upon the degree of their native intelligence. But sure as atomic decay, and just as predestined, the police reach out and pull them in. That is almost the full extent of crime in our organized, dandified society. 99% of it, let's say. It is that last and vital 1% that keeps the police departments in business. That 1% is me, and a few others like me. A handful of men scattered around the galaxy. Theoretically, we don't exist, and if we do exist, we can't operate. But we do. We are the rats in the wainscoting of society. We operate outside of their barriers and outside of their rules. Society had more rats when the rules were looser, just as the old wooden buildings had more rats than the concrete buildings that came later. But they still had rats. Now that society was all ferroconcrete and stainless steel, there were fewer gaps between the joints, and it takes a smart rat to find them. A stainless steel rat is right at home in this environment. It is a proud and lonely thing to be a stainless steel rat, and it is the greatest experience in the galaxy if you can get away with it. The sociological experts can't seem to agree why we exist. Some even doubt that we do. The most widely accepted theory says that we are victims of delayed psychological disturbance that shows no evidence in childhood when it can be detected and corrected, and only appears later in life. I have naturally given a lot of thought to the topic, and I don't hold with that idea at all. A few years back, I wrote a small book on the subject, under a nom de plume, of course, that was rather well received. My theory is that the aberration is a philosophical one, not a psychological one. At a certain stage, the realization strikes through that one must either live outside of society's bonds or die of absolute boredom. There is no future or freedom in the circumspect life, and the only other life is complete rejection of the rules. There is no longer room for the soldier of fortune or the gentleman adventurer who can live both within and outside of society. Today it is all or nothing. To save my own sanity, I chose the nothing. The cab just reached the spaceport as I hit on this negative line of thought, and I was glad to abandon it. Loneliness is a thing to fear in this business. That and self-pity can destroy you if they get the upper hand. Action has always helped me. The elation of danger and escape always clears my mind. When I paid the cab, I shortchanged the driver right under his nose, palming one of the credit notes in the act of handing it to him. He was blind as a riveted bulkhead. His gullibility had me humming with delight. The tip I gave him more than made up for the loss, since I only do this sort of petty business to break the monotony. There was a robot clerk behind the ticket window. He had an extra third eye in the center of his forehead. That meant a camera. It clicked slightly as I purchased the ticket, recording my face and destination. A normal precaution on the part of the police. I would have been surprised if it hadn't happened. My destination was inter-system, so I doubted if the picture would appear in any place except the files. I wasn't making an interstellar hop this time, as I usually did after a big job. it wasn't necessary. After a job, a single world or small system is too small for more work, but Beta Cygnus is a system of almost 20 planets, all with terrified weather. This planet, 3, was too hot now, but the rest of the system was wide open. There was a lot of commercial rivalry within the system, and I knew their police departments didn't cooperate too well. They would pay the price for that. My ticket was for Maury, number 18, a large and mostly agricultural planet. There were a number of little stores at the spaceport. I shopped them carefully and outfitted a new suitcase with a complete wardrobe and travel essentials. The tailor was saved for last. He ran up a couple of traveling suits and a formal kilt for me, and I took them into the fitting booth. Strictly by accident, I managed to hang one of the suits over the optical bug in the wall and made undressing sounds with my feet while I doctored the ticket I had just bought. The other end of my cigar cutter was a punch. With it, I altered the keyed holes that indicated my destination. I was now going to planet 10, not 18, and I had lost almost 200 credits with the alteration. That's the secret of ticket and order changing. Don't raise the face value. There is too good a chance that this will be noticed. If you lower the value and lose money on the deal, even if it is caught, people will be sure it is a mistake on the machine's part. There is never the shadow of a doubt, since why should anyone change a ticket to lose money? Before the police could be suspicious, I had the suit off the bug and tried it on, taking my time. Almost everything was ready now. I had about an hour to kill before the ship left. I spent the time wisely by going to an automatic cleaner and having all my new clothes cleaned and pressed. Nothing interests a custom man more than a suitcase full of unworn clothes. Customs was a snap, and when the ship was about half full, I boarded her and took a seat near the hostess. I flirted with her until she walked away, having classified me in the category of male, brash, annoying. An old girl who had the seat next to mine also had me filed in the same drawer, and was looking out the window with obvious ice on her shoulder. I dozed off happily, since there is one thing better than not being noticed, and that is being noticed and filed into a category. Your description gets mixed up with every other guy in the file, and that is the end of it. When I woke up, we were almost to planet 10. I half dozed in the chair until we touched down, then smoked a cigar while my bag cleared customs. My locked briefcase of money raised no suspicions, since I had foresightedly forged papers 6 months ago with my occupation listed as bank messenger. Interplanetary credit was almost non-existent in this system, so the customs men were used to seeing a lot of cash go back and forth. Almost by habit, I confused the trail a little more and ended up in the large manufacturing city of Brogue, over 1,000 kilometers from the point where I had landed. Using an entirely new set of identification papers, I registered at a quiet hotel in the suburbs. Usually, after a big job like this, I rested up for a month or two. This was one time, though, I didn't feel like a rest. While I was making small purchases around town to rebuild the personality of James DeGrease, I was also keeping my eyes open for new business opportunities. The very first day I was out, I saw what looked like a natural, and each day it looked better and better. One of the main reasons I have stayed out of the arms of the law for so long, as I have, is that I have never repeated myself. I have dreamed up some of the sweetest little rackets, run them off once, then stayed away from them forever after. About the only thing they had in common was the fact that they all made money. About the only thing I hadn't hit to date was out-and-out armed robbery. It was time for a change, and it looked like that was it. While I was building the paunchy personality of Slippery Jim, I was making plans for an operation. Just about the time the fingerprint gloves were ready, the entire business was planned. It was simple, like all good operations should be. The less details there are, the less things there are that can go wrong. I was going to hold up Moreo's, the largest retail store in the city. Every evening at exactly the same time, an armored car took the day's receipts to the bank. It was a tempting prize, a gigantic sum in untraceable small bills. The only real problem, as far as I was concerned, was how one man could handle the sheer bulk and weight of all that money. When I had an answer to that, the entire operation was ready. All the preparations were, of course, made only in my mind until the personality of James DeGrease was again ready. The day I slipped that weighted belly on, I felt I was back in uniform. I lit my first cigarette almost with satisfaction, then went to work. A day or two for some purchases and a few simple thefts, and I was ready. I scheduled the following afternoon for the job. A large tractor-trailer that I had bought was the key to the operation, along with some necessary alterations I had made to the interior. I parked the truck in an L-shaped alley about a half a mile from Morano's. The truck almost completely blocked the alley, but that wasn't important, since it was used only in the early morning. It was a leisurely stroll back to the department store. I reached it at almost the same moment that the armored car pulled up. I leaned against the wall of the gigantic building, while the guards carried out the money. My money. To someone of little imagination, I suppose it would have been an awe-inspiring sight. At least 5 armed guards standing around the entrance, 2 more inside the truck, as well as the driver and his assistant. As an added precaution, there were 3 motorcycles purring next to the curb. They would go with the truck as protection on the road. Oh, very impressive. I had to stifle a grin behind my cigarette when I thought about what was going to happen to those elaborate precautions. I had been counting the hand trucks of money as they rolled out the door. There were always 15, no more, no less. This practice made it easy for me to know the exact time to begin. Just as 14 was being loaded into the armored truck, load number 15 appeared at the store entrance. The truck driver had been counting the way I had. He stepped down from the cab and moved to the door at the rear in order to lock it when the loading was finished. We synchronized perfectly as we strolled by each other. At the moment he reached the rear door, I reached the cab. Quietly and smoothly, I climbed up into it and slammed the door behind me. The assistant had just enough time to open his mouth and pop his eyes when I placed an anesthetic bomb on his lap. He slumped in an instant. I was, of course, wearing the correct filter plugs in my nostrils. As I started the motor with my left hand, I threw a large bomb through the connecting window to the rear with my right. There were some reassuring thumps as the guards were dropped over the bags of change. This entire process hadn't taken 6 seconds. The guards on the steps were just waking up to the fact that something was wrong. I gave them a cheerful wave through the window and gunned the armored truck away from the curb. One of them tried to run and throw himself through the open rear door, but he was a little too late. It all happened so fast that not one of them had thought to shoot. I had been sure there would be a few bullets. The sedentary life on these planets does slow the reflexes. The motorcycle drivers caught on a lot faster. They were after me before the truck had gone 100 feet. I slowed down until they caught up, then stamped on the accelerator, keeping just enough speed so they couldn't pass me. Their sirens were screaming, of course, and they had their guns working. It was just as I had planned. We tore down the street like jet racers, and the traffic melted away before us. They didn't have time to think and realize that they were making sure the road was clear for my escape. The situation was very humorous, and I'm afraid I chuckled out loud as I tooled the truck around the tight corners. Of course, the alarm had been turned in, and the roadblocks must have been forming up ahead. But that half-mile went by fast at the speed we were doing. It was a matter of seconds before I saw the alley mouth ahead. I turned the truck into it, at the same time pressing the button on my pocket shortwave. Along the entire length of the alley, my smoke bombs ignited. They were, of course, homemade, as was all my equipment. Nevertheless, they produced an adequately dense cloud in the narrow alley. I pulled the truck a bit to the right until the fender scraped the wall, and only slightly reduced my speed. This way, I could steer by touch. The motorcycle drivers, of course, couldn't do this, and had the choice of stopping or rushing headlong into the darkness. I hope they made the right decision, and none of them were hurt. The same radio impulse that triggered the bombs was supposed to have opened the rear door of the trailer truck up ahead and dropped the ramp. It had worked fine when I tested it. I could only hope now that it did the same in practice. I tried to estimate the distance I had gone in the alley by timing my speed, but I was a little off. The front wheels of the truck hit the ramp with a destructive crash, and the armored truck bounced rather than rolled into the interior of the larger van. I was jarred around a bit and had just enough sense left to jam on the brakes before I plowed right through into the cab. Smoke from the bombs made a black midnight of everything. That, and my shaken-up brains, almost ruined the entire operation. Valuable seconds went by while I leaned against the truck wall, trying to get oriented. I don't know how long it took. When I finally did stumble back to the rear door, I could hear the guards' voices yelling back and forth through the smoke. They heard the bent ramp creak as I lifted it, so I threw 2 gas bombs out to quiet them down. The smoke was starting to thin as I climbed up to the cab of the tractor and gunned it into life. A few feet down the alley, and I broke through into sunlight. The alley mouth opened up onto a main street a few feet ahead, and I saw 2 police cars tearing by. When the truck reached the street, I stopped and took careful note of all witnesses. None of them showed any interest in the truck or the alley. Apparently, all the commotion was still at the other end of the alley. I poured power into the engine and rolled out onto the street, away from the store I had just robbed. Of course, I only went a few blocks in that direction, then turned down a side street. At the next corner, I turned again and headed back toward Morano's, the scene of my recent crime. The cool air coming in the window soon had me feeling better. I actually whistled a bit as I threaded the big truck through the service roads. It would have been fine to go up the alley in front of Morano's and see all the excitement, but that would have been only asking for trouble. Time was still important. I had carefully laid out the route that avoided all congested traffic, and this was what I followed. It was only a matter of minutes before I was pulling into the loading area in the back of the big store. There was a certain amount of excitement there, but it was lost in the normal bustle of commerce. Here and there a knot of truck drivers, or shipping foremen, were exchanging views on the robbery. Since robots don't gossip, The normal work was going on. The men were, of course, so excited that no attention was paid to my truck when I pulled into the parking line next to the other vans. I killed the engine and settled back with a satisfied sigh. The first part was complete. The second part of the operation was just as important, though. I dug into my paunch for the kit that I always take on the job, for just such an emergency as this. Normally, I don't believe in stimulants, but I was still groggy from the banging around. 2 cc's of linitin in my anti-cubital cleared that up quickly enough. The spring was back in my step when I went into the back of the van. The driver's assistant and the guards were still out, and would stay that way for at least 10 hours. I arranged them in a neat row, in the front of the truck where they wouldn't be in my way, and went to work. The armored car almost filled the body of the trailer, as I knew it would. Therefore, I had fastened the boxes on the walls. They were fine, strong shipping boxes, with Moreos printed all over them. It was a minor theft from their warehouse that should go unnoticed. I pulled the boxes down and folded them for packing. I was soon sweating, and had to take my shirt off as I packed the money bundles into the boxes. It took almost 2 hours to stuff and seal the boxes with tape. Every 10 minutes or so, I would check through the peephole in the door. Only the normal activities were going on. The police undoubtedly had the entire town sealed and were tearing it apart building by building, looking for the truck. I was fairly sure that the last place they would think of looking was the rear of the robbed store. The warehouse that had provided the boxes had also provided a supply of shipping forms. I fixed one of these on each box, addressed to different pickup addresses, and marked paid, of course, and was ready to finish the operation. It was almost dark by this time. However, I knew that the shipping department would be busy most of the night. The engine caught on the first revolution, and I pulled out of the parking rank and backed slowly up to the platform. There was a relatively quiet area where the shipping dock met the receiving dock. I stopped the trailer as close to the dividing line as I could. I didn't open the rear door until all of the workmen were facing in a different direction. Even the stupidest of them would have been interested in why a truck was unloading the firm's own boxes. As I piled them up on the platform, I threw a tarp over them. It only took a few minutes. Only when the truck gates were closed and locked did I pull off the tarp and sit down on the boxes for a smoke. It wasn't a long wait. Before the cigarette was finished, a robot from the shipping department passed close enough for me to call him. "Over here. The M-19 that was loading these burned out a braking band. You better see that they're taken care of." His eyes glowed with the light of duty. Some of these higher M types take their job very seriously. I had to step back quickly as the forklifts and the M trucks appeared out of the doors behind me. There was a scurry of loading and sorting, and my haul vanished down the platform. I lighted another cigarette and watched for a while as the boxes were coded and stamped and loaded on the outgoing trucks and local belts. All that was left for me now was the disposing of the truck on some side street and changing personalities. As I was getting into the truck, I realized for the first time that something was wrong. I, of course, had been keeping an eye on the gate, but not watching it closely enough. Trucks had been going in and out. Now the realization hit me like a hammer blow over the solar plexus. They were the same trucks going both ways. A large, red cross-country job was just pulling out. I heard the echo of its exhaust roar down the street. Then it died away to an idling grumble. Then it roared up again and didn't go away, Instead, the truck came in through the second gate. There were police cars waiting outside that wall, waiting for me. For the first time in my career, I felt the sharp fear of the hunted man. This was the first time I had ever had the police on my trail when I wasn't expecting them. The money was lost, that much was certain, but I was no longer concerned with that. It was me they were after now. Think first, then act. I was safe enough for the moment. They were, of course, moving in on me, going slowly, as they had no idea of where I was in the giant loading yard. How had they found me? That was the important point. The local police were used to an almost crimeless world. They couldn't have found my trail this quick. In fact, I hadn't left a trail. Whoever had set the trap here had done it with logic and reason. Unbidden, the words jumped to my mind. Special Corps. Nothing was ever printed about it. Only 1,000 whispered words, heard on 1,000 worlds around the galaxy. The Special Corps, the branch of the League that took care of trouble that individual planets couldn't solve. The Corps was supposed to have finished off the remnants of Haskell's raiders after the peace, of putting the illegal T and Z traders out of business, of finally catching Inskip. And now they were after me. They were out there waiting for me to make a break. They were thinking of all the ways out just as I was, and they were blocking them. I had to think fast, and I had to think right. Only 2 ways out, through the gates or through the store. The gates were too well covered to make a break. In the store, there would be other ways out. It had to be that way. Even as I made the conclusion, I knew that other minds had made it too, that men were moving to cover those exits. That thought brought fear. It made me angry as well. The very idea that someone could outthink me was odious. They could try, all right, but I would give them a run for their money. I still had a few tricks left. First, a little misdirection. I started the truck, left it in low gear, and aimed it at the gate. When it was going straight, I locked the steering wheel with a friction clamp and dropped out the far side of the cab and strolled back to the warehouse. Behind me, I heard some shots, a heavy crump, and a lot of shouting. That was more like it. The night locks were connected to the doors that led to the store proper, an old-fashioned alarm that I could disconnect in a few moments. My pick locks opened the door, and I gave it a quick kick with my foot and turned away. There were no alarm bells, but I knew somewhere in the building an indicator showed that the door was open. As fast as I could run, I went to the last door on the opposite side of the building. This time, I made sure the alarm was disconnected before I went through the door. I locked it behind me. It is the hardest job in the world to run and be quiet at the same time. My lungs were burning before I reached the employee's entrance. A few times, I saw flashlights ahead and had to double down different aisles. It was mostly luck that I made it without being spotted. There were 2 men in uniform standing in front of the door I wanted to go out. Keeping as close to the wall as I could, I made it to within 20 feet of them before I threw a gas grenade. For 1 second, I was sure that they had gas masks on, and I had reached the end of the road. Then they slumped down. One of them was blocking the door. I rolled him aside and slid it open a few inches. The searchlight couldn't have been more than 30 feet from the door. When it flashed on, the light was more pain than glare. I dropped the instant it came on, and the slugs from the machine pistol ate a line of glaring holes across the door. My ears were numb from the roar of the exploding slugs, and I could just make out the thud of running footsteps. My own .75 was in my hand, and I put an entire clip of slugs through the door, aiming high so I wouldn't hurt anyone. It would not stop them, but it should slow them down. They returned the fire. Must have been a whole squad out there. Pieces of plastic flew out of the back wall, and slugs screamed down the corridor. It was good cover. I knew there was nobody coming up behind me. Keeping as flat as I could, I crawled in the opposite direction, out of the line of fire. I turned 2 corners before I was far enough from the guns to risk standing up. My knees were shaky, and great blobs of color kept fogging my vision. The searchlight had done a good job. I could barely see it all in the dim light. I kept moving slowly, trying to get as far away from the gunfire as possible. The squad outside had fired as soon as I had opened the door. That meant standing orders to shoot anyone who tried to leave the building. A nice trap. The cops inside would keep looking until they found me. If I tried to leave, I would be blasted. I was beginning to feel very much like a trapped rat. Every light in the store came on, and I stopped, frozen. I was near the wall of a large farm goods showroom. Across the room from me were 3 soldiers. We spotted each other at the same time. I dived for the door, with bullets slapping all around me. The military was in it too. They sure must have wanted me bad. A bank of elevators was on the other side of the door, and stairs leading up. I hit the elevator in one bounce and punched the sub-basement button, and just got out ahead of the closing doors. The stairs were back towards the approaching soldiers. I felt like I was running right into their guns. I must have made the turn into the stairs a split second ahead of their arrival. Up the stairs and around the first landing before they were even with the bottom. Luck was still on my side. They hadn't seen me, and were sure I had gone down. I sagged against the wall, listening to the shouts and whistles blowing as they turned the hunt toward the basement. There was one smart one in the bunch. While the others were all following the phony trail, I heard him start slowly up the stairs. I didn't have any gas grenades left. All I could do was climb up ahead of him, trying to do it without making a sound. He came up slowly and steadily. I stayed ahead of him. We went up 4 flights that way, me in my stockinged feet with my shoes around my neck, his heavy boots behind me, making a dull rasping on the metal stairs. As I started up the 5th flight, I stopped, my foot halfway up the step. Someone else was coming down, someone wearing the same kind of military boots. I found the door to the hall, opened it behind me, and slipped through. There was a long hall in front of me, lined with offices of some kind. I began to run the length of it, trying to reach a turning before the door behind me could open and those exploding slugs tear me in half. The hall seemed endless, and I suddenly realized I would never make it to the end in time. I was a rat looking for a hole, and there was none. The doors were locked, all of them. I tried each as I came to it, knowing that I would never make it. That stairwell door was opening behind me, and the gun was coming up. I didn't dare turn and look, but I could feel it. Then the door opened under my hand. I fell through before I realized what had happened. I locked it behind me and leaned against the darkness, panting like a spent animal. Then the light came on, and I saw a man sitting behind the desk, smiling at me. There is a limit to the amount of shock a human body can absorb. I'd had mine. I didn't care if he shot me or offered a cigarette. I had reached the end of my line. He did neither. He offered me a cigar instead. "Have one of these, Degrees. I believe they're your brand." The body is a slave of habit. Even with death a few inches away, It will respond to established custom. My fingers moved of their own volition and took the cigar. My lips clenched it, and my lungs sucked it into life. And all the time, my eyes watched the man behind the desk, waiting for death to reach out. It must have shown. He waved toward a chair and carefully kept both hands in sight on top of the desk. I still had my gun. It was trained on him. "Sit down, Degrees, and put the cannon away. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it a lot easier than herding you into this room." His eyebrows moved up in surprise when he saw the expression on my face. "Don't tell me you thought this was an accident that you ended up here." I had, up until that moment, and the lack of intelligent reasoning on my part brought on a wave of shame that snapped me back to reality. I had been outwitted and outfought. The least I could do was surrender graciously. I threw the gun on the desk and dropped into the offered chair. He swept the pistol neatly into a drawer and relaxed a bit himself. "Had me worried there for a moment. The way you stood there, rolling your eyes and waving this piece of field artillery around." "Who are you?" He smiled at the abruptness of my tone. "Well, it doesn't matter who I am. What does matter is the organization that I represent." "The Corps?" "Exactly. The Special Corps. You didn't think I was the local police, did you? They have orders to shoot you on sight. It was only after I told them how to find you that they let the Corps come along on the job. I have some of my men in the building. They're the ones who herded you up here. The rest are all local with itchy trigger fingers." It wasn't very flattering, but it was true. I had been pushed around like a Class M robot, with every move charted in advance. The old boy behind the desk, for the first time I realized he was about 65, really had my number. The game was over. "All right, Mr. Detective, you have me, so there's no sense in gloating. What's next on the program? Psychological reorientation? Lobotomy? Or just plain firing squad?" "None of those, I'm afraid. I'm here to offer you a job on the Corps." The whole thing was so ludicrous that I almost fell out of the chair laughing. Me, James Degrees, the interplanetary thief working as a policeman. It was just too funny. The other one sat patiently waiting until I was through. I will admit it has its ludicrous side, but only at first glance. If you stop to think, you will have to admit that who is better qualified to catch a thief than another thief? There was more than a little truth in that, but I wasn't buying my freedom by turning stool pigeon. An interesting offer, but I'm not getting out of this by playing the rat. There is even a code among thieves, you know. That made him angry. He was bigger than he looked sitting down, and the fist he shook in my face was as large as a shoe. "What kind of stupidity do you call that? It sounds like a line out of a TV thriller. You've never met another crook in your whole life, and you know it. And if you did, you would carefully turn him in if you could make a profit on the deal. The entire essence of your life is individualism, that and the excitement of doing what others can't do. Well, that's over now, and you'd better start admitting it to yourself. You can no longer be the interplanetary playboy you used to be, but you can do a job that will require every bit of your special talents and abilities. Have you ever killed a man?" His change of pace caught me off guard. I stumbled out an answer. "No, not that I know of." "Well, you haven't, if it will make you sleep any better at night. You're not a homicidal. I checked that on your record before I came out after you. That's why I know you will join the Corps and get a great deal of pleasure out of going after the other kind of criminal who is sick, not just socially protesting. The man who can kill and enjoy it." He was too convincing. He had all the answers. I had only one more argument, and I threw it in with the air of a last-ditch defense. What about the Corps? If they find out you are hiring half-reformed criminals to do your dirty work, we will both be shot at dawn. This time it was his turn to laugh. I could see nothing funny, so I ignored him until he was finished. In the first place, my boy, I am the Corps, at least the man at the top. And what do you think my name is? Harold Peters Inskip. That's what it is. Not the Inskip that... The same. Inskip the Uncatchable. The man who looted the Farsidian II in mid-flight and pulled all those other deals I'm sure you read about in your misspent youth. I was recruited just the way you were. He had me on the ropes. He must have seen my rolling eyes, so I moved in for the kill. And who do you think the rest of our agents are? I don't mean the bright-eyed grads in our technical school, like the ones in my squad downstairs. I mean the full agents. The men who plan the operations, do the preliminary field work, and see that everything comes off smoothly. They're crooks. All crooks. The better they were on their own, the better job they do for the Corps. It's a great big brawling universe, and you would be surprised at some of the problems that come up. The only men we can recruit to do the job are the ones who have already succeeded at it. Are you on? It had happened too fast. I hadn't had time to think. I would probably go on arguing for an hour, but way down in the back of my mind, the decision had been made. I was going to do it. I couldn't say no. There was the beginning of a warm glow, too. The human race is gregarious. I knew that, even though I had been denying it for years. I was going to keep on doing the lonesomest job in the universe, only wasn't going to be doing it alone. The end of The Stainless Steel Rat by Harry Harrison.
The Comet by W.E.B. Du Bois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterrout. The Comet by W.E.B. Du Bois. He stood a moment on the steps of the bank, watching the human river that swirled down Broadway. Few noticed him. Few ever noticed him, save in a way that stung. He was outside the world, nothing, as he said bitterly. Bits of the words of the walkers came to him. The comet? The comet. Everybody was talking of it. Even the president, as he entered, smiled patronizingly at him and asked, "Well, Jim, are you scared?" "No," said the messenger shortly. "I thought we'd journeyed through the comet's tail once," broke in the junior clerk affably. "Oh, that was Halley's," said the president. "This is a new comet, quite a stranger, they say. Wonderful, wonderful. I saw it last night. Oh, by the way, Jim," turning again to the messenger, "I want you to go down into the lower vaults today." The messenger followed the president silently. Of course they wanted him to go down to the lower vaults. It was too dangerous for more valuable men. He smiled grimly and listened. "Everything of value has been moved out since the water began to seep in," said the president, "but we missed 2 volumes of old records. Suppose you nose down there. It isn't very pleasant, I suppose." "Not very," said the messenger as he walked out. "Well, Jim, the tail of the new comet hits us at noon this time," said the vault clerk as he passed over the keys. But the messenger passed silently down the stairs. Down he went beneath Broadway, where the dim light filtered through the feet of hurrying men, down to the dark basement beneath, down into the blackness and silence beneath that lowest cavern. Here with his dark lantern he groped in the bowels of the earth, under the world. He drew a long breath as he threw back the last great iron door and stepped into the fetid slime within. Here at last was peace, and he groped moodily forward. A great rat leaped past him, and cobwebs crept across his face. He felt carefully around the room, shelf by shelf, on the muddied floor, and in crevice and corner. Nothing. Then he went back to the far end, where somehow the wall felt different. He sounded and pushed and pried. Nothing. He started away, then something brought him back. He was sounding and working again when suddenly the whole black wall swung as on mighty hinges, and blackness yawned beyond. He peered in. It was evidently a secret vault, some hiding place of the old bank unknown in newer times. He entered hesitantly. It was a long, narrow room with shelves, and at the far end an old iron chest. On a high shelf lay the 2 missing volumes of records and others. He put them carefully aside and stepped to the chest. It was old, strong, and rusty. He looked at the vast and old-fashioned lock and flashed his light on the hinges. They were deeply encrusted with rust. Looking about, he found a bit of iron and began to pry. The rust had eaten 100 years, and it had gone deep. Slowly, wearily, the old lid lifted, and with a last low groan lay bare its treasure, and he saw the dull sheen of gold. Boom! A low, grounding, reverberating crash struck upon his ear. He started up and looked about. All was black and still. He groped for his light and swung it about him. Then he knew. The great stone door had swung to. He forgot the gold and looked death squarely in the face. Then with a sigh he went methodically to work. The cold sweat stood on his forehead, but he searched, pounded, pushed, and worked until after what seemed endless hours his hand struck a cold bit of metal, and the great door swung again harshly on its hinges, and then striking against something soft and heavy, stopped. He had just room to squeeze through. There lay the body of the vault clerk, cold and stiff. He stared at it, and then felt sick and nauseated. The air seemed unaccountably foul, with a strong, peculiar odor. He stepped forward, clutched at the air, and fell fainting across the corpse. He awoke with a sense of horror, leaped from the body, and groped up the stairs, calling to the guard. The watchman sat as if asleep, with the gate swinging free. With one glance at him, the messenger hurried up to the sub-vault. In vain he called to the guards. His voice echoed and re-echoed weirdly. Up into the great basement he rushed. Here another guard lay prostrate on his face, cold and still. A fear arose in the messenger's heart. He dashed up to the cellar floor, up into the bank. The stillness of death lay everywhere, and everywhere bowed, bent, and stretched the silent forms of men. The messenger paused and glanced about. He was not a man easily moved, but the sight was appalling. "Robbery and murder," he whispered slowly to himself as he saw the twisted, oozing mouth of the president where he lay half buried on his desk. Then a new thought seized him. If they found him here alone, with all this money and all these dead men, what would his life be worth? He glanced about, tiptoed cautiously to a side door, and again looked behind. Quietly he turned the latch and stepped out into Wall Street. How silent the street was. Not a soul was stirring, and yet it was high noon. Wall Street? Broadway? He glanced almost wildly up and down, then across the street, and as he looked, a sickening horror froze in his limbs. With a choking cry of utter fright, he lunged, leaned giddily against the cold building, and stared helplessly at the sight. In the great stone doorway, 100 men and women and children lay crushed and twisted and jammed, forced into that great gaping doorway like refuse in a can, as if in one wild, frantic rush to safety they had rushed and ground themselves to death. Slowly the messenger crept along the walls, wetting his parched mouth and trying to comprehend, stilling the tremor in his limbs and the rising terror in his heart. He met a businessman, silk-hatted and frock-coat, who had crept, too, along that smooth wall, and stood now, stone-dead with wonder written on his lips. The messenger turned his eyes hastily away and sought the curb. A woman leaned wearily against the signpost, her head bowed motionless on her face and silken bosom. Before her stood a streetcar, silent, and within, but the messenger but glanced and hurried on. A grimy newsboy sat in the gutter with the last edition in his uplifted hand. "Danger!" screamed its black headlines. "Warnings wired around the world. The comet's tail sweeps past us at noon. Deadly gases expected. Close doors and windows. Seek the cellar." The messenger read and staggered on. Far out from a window above, a girl lay with gasping face and sleevelets on her arms. On a store step sat a little sweet-faced girl looking upward towards the skies, and in the carriage by her lay... But the messenger looked no longer. The cords gave way, the terror burst in his veins, and with one great gasping cry he sprang desperately forward and ran as only the frightened run, shrieking and fighting the air until with one last wail of pain he sank on the grass of Madison Square and lay prone and still. When he rose, he gave no glance at the still and silent forms on the benches, but going to a fountain, bathed his face. Then hiding himself in a corner away from the drama of death, he quietly gripped himself and thought the thing through. The comet had swept the earth, and this was the end. Was everybody dead? He must search and see. He knew that he must steady himself and keep calm, or he would go insane. First, he must go to a restaurant. He walked up Fifth Avenue to a famous hostelry and entered its gorgeous, ghost-haunted halls. He beat back the nausea, and, seizing a tray from dead hands, hurried into the street and ate ravenously, hiding to keep out the sights. "Yesterday they would not have served me," he whispered, as he forced the food down. Then he started up the street, looking, peering, telephoning, ringing alarms, silent all. Was nobody? He dared not think the thought, and hurried on. Suddenly he stopped still. He had forgotten. My God, how could he have forgotten? He must rush to the subway. Then he almost laughed. No, a car. If he could find a Ford. He saw one. Gently he lifted off its burden and took his place on the seat. He tested the throttle. There was gas. He glided off, shivering, and drove up the street. Everywhere stood, leaned, lounged, and lay the dead, in grim and awful silence. On he ran past an automobile, wrecked and overturned, past another, filled with a gay party whose smiles yet lingered on their death-struck lips. On past crowds and groups of cars, pausing by dead policemen. At 42nd Street he had to detour to Park Avenue to avoid the dead congestion. He came back on Fifth Avenue at 57th and flew past the plaza and by the park with its hushed babies and silent throng, until, as he was rushing past 72nd Street, he heard a sharp cry and saw a living form leaning wildly out of an upper window. He gasped. The human voice sounded in his ears like the voice of God. "Hello, help in God's name," wailed the woman. "There's a dead girl in here and a man, and see yonder dead men lying in the streets and dead horses. For the love of God, go and bring the officers." And the words trailed off into hysterical tears. He wheeled the car in a sudden circle, running over the still body of a child and leaping on the curb. Then he rushed up the steps and tried the door and rang violently. There was a long pause, but at last the heavy door swung back. They stared a moment in silence. She had not noticed before that he was a Negro. He had not thought of her as white. She was a woman of perhaps 25, rarely beautiful and richly gowned, with darkly golden hair and jewels. Yesterday, he thought with bitterness, she would scarcely have looked at him twice. He would have been dirt beneath her silken feet. She stared at him. Of all the sorts of men she had pictured as coming to her rescue, she had not dreamed of one like him. Not that he was not human, but he dwelt in a world so far from hers, so infinitely far, that he seldom even entered her thought. Yet, as she looked at him curiously, he seemed quite commonplace and usual. He was a tall, dark working man of the better class, with a sensitive face trained to stolidity and a poor man's clothes and hands. His face was soft and slow, and his manner at once cold and nervous, like fires long banked, but not out. So a moment each paused and gauged the other. Then the thought of the dead world without rushed in, and they started towards each other. "What has happened?" she cried. "Tell me. Nothing stirs. All is silence. I see the dead strewn before my window, as winnowed by the breath of God, and see—" She dragged him through the great silken hangings to where, beneath the sheen of mahogany and silver, a little French maid lay stretched in quiet, everlasting sleep, and near her a butler lay prone in his livery. The tears streamed down the woman's cheeks, and she clung to his arm until the perfume of her breath swept his face, and he felt the tremors racing through her body. "I had been shut up in my dark room developing pictures of the comet, which I took last night. When I came out, I saw the dead. What has happened?" she cried again. He answered slowly. "Something, comet or devil, swept across the earth this morning, and many are dead." "Many? Very many?" "I have searched, and I have seen no other living soul but you." She gasped, and they stared at each other. "My father," she whispered. "Where is he?" "He started for the office." "Where is it?" "In the Metropolitan Tower." "Leave a note for him here, and come." Then he stopped. "No," he said firmly. "First, we must go to Harlem." "Harlem!" she cried. Then she understood. She tapped her foot at first impatiently. She looked back and shuddered. Then she came resolutely down the steps. "There's a swifter car in the garage in the court," she said. "I don't know how to drive it," he said. "I do," she answered. In 10 minutes they were flying to Harlem on the wind. The Stutz rose and raced like an airplane. They took the turn at 110th Street on 2 wheels and slipped with a shriek into 135th. He was gone but a moment. Then he returned, and his face was gray. She did not look, but said, "You have lost somebody?" "I have lost everybody," he said simply, "unless—" He ran back and was gone several minutes. Hours they seemed to her. "Everybody," he said, and he walked slowly back with something film-like in his hand, which he stuffed into his pocket. "I'm afraid I was selfish," he said, but already the car was moving towards the park among the dark and lying dead of Harlem. The brown, still faces, the knotted hands, the homely garments, and the silence, the wild and haunting silence. Out of the park and down Fifth Avenue they whirled. In and out among the dead they slipped and quivered, needing no sound of bell or horn, until the great square Metropolitan Tower hove in sight. Gently he laid the dead elevator boy aside. The car shot upward. The door of the office stood open. On the threshold lay the stenographer, and staring at her sat the dead clerk. The inner office was empty, but a note lay on the desk, folded and addressed, but unsent. "Dear daughter, I'll be gone for a 100-mile spin in Fred's new Mercedes. Shall not be back before dinner. I'll bring Fred with me. J.B.H." "Come," she cried nervously. "We must search the city." Up and down, over and across, back again, on went that ghostly search. Everywhere was silence and death, death and silence. They hunted from Madison Square to Spuyten Duyvil. They rushed across the Williamsburg Bridge. They swept over Brooklyn. From the Battery and Morningside Heights they scanned the river. Silence, silence everywhere, and no human sign. Haggard and bedraggled, they puffed a third time slowly down Broadway under the broiling sun, and at last stopped. He sniffed the air. An odor, a smell, and with the shifting breeze, a sickening stench filled their nostrils and brought its awful warning. The girl settled back helplessly in her seat. "What can we do?" she cried. It was his turn now to take the lead, and he did it quickly. The long-distance telephone, the telegraph, and the cable, night rockets, and then flight. She looked at him now with strength and confidence. He did not look like men as she had always pictured men, but he acted like one, and she was content. In 15 minutes they were at the Central Telephone Exchange. As they came to the door, he stepped quickly before her and pressed her gently back as he closed it. She heard him moving to and fro, and knew his burdens, the poor little burdens he bore. When she entered, he was alone in the room. The grim switchboard flashed its metallic face in cryptic, sphinx-like immobility. She seated herself on a stool and donned the bright earpiece. She looked at the mouthpiece. She had never looked at one so closely before. It was wide and black, pimpled with usage, inert, dead, almost sarcastic in its unfeeling curves. It looked... She beat back the thought. But it persisted in looking like... She turned her head and found herself alone. One moment she was terrified. Then she thanked him silently for his delicacy and turned resolutely with a quick intaking of breath. "Hello?" she called in low tones. She was calling to the world. The world must answer. Would the world answer? Was the world... Silence. She had spoken too low. "Hello!" she cried, full-voiced. She listened. Silence. Her heart beat quickly. She cried in clear, distinct, loud tones, "Hello! Hello! Hello!" What was that whirring? Surely, no, was it the click of a receiver? She bent close. She moved the pegs in the holes and called until her voice rose almost to a shriek and her heart hammered. It was as if she had heard the last flicker of creation, and the evil was silence. Her voice dropped to a sob. She sat stupidly staring into the black and sarcastic mouthpiece, and the thought came again. Hope lay dead within her. Yes, the cables and the rockets remained, but the world... She could not frame the thought or say the word. It was too mighty, too terrible. She turned toward the door with a new fear in her heart. For the first time she seemed to realize that she was alone in the world with a stranger, with something more than a stranger, with a man alien in blood and culture, unknown, perhaps unknowable. It was awful. She must escape. She must fly. He must not see her again. Who knew what awful thoughts? She gathered her silken skirts deftly about her young, smooth limbs, listened, and glided into a side hall. A moment she shrank back. The hall lay filled with dead women. Then she leaped to the door and tore at it with bleeding fingers until it swung wide. She looked out. He was standing at the top of the alley, silhouetted, tall and black, motionless. Was he looking at her or away? She did not know. She did not care. She simply leaped and ran until she found herself alone amid the dead and the tall ramparts of towering buildings. She stopped. She was alone on the streets, alone in the city, perhaps alone in the world. There crept in upon her the sense of deception, of creeping hands behind her back, of silent, moving things she could not see, of voices hushed in fearsome conspiracy. She looked behind and sideways, started at strange sounds, and heard still stranger, until every nerve within her stood sharp and quivering, stretched to scream at the barest touch. She whirled and flew back, whimpering like a child, until she found that narrow alley again, and the dark, silent figure silhouetted at the top. She stopped and rested. Then she walked silently toward him, looked at him timidly, but he said nothing as he handed her into the car. Her voice caught as she whispered, "Not that." And he answered slowly, "No, not that." They climbed into the car. She bent forward on the wheel and sobbed with great, dry, quivering sobs as they flew toward the cable office on the east side, leaving the world of wealth and prosperity for the world of poverty and work. In the world behind them were death and silence, grave and grim, almost cynical, but always decent. Here it was hideous. It clothed itself in every ghastly form of terror, struggle, hate, and suffering. It lay wreathed in crime and squalor, greed and lust. Only in its dread and awful silence was it like to death everywhere. Yet, as the two, flying in alone, looked upon the horror of the world, slowly, gradually the sense of all-enveloping death deserted them. They seemed to move in a world silent and asleep, not dead. They moved in quiet reverence, lest somehow they wake these sleeping forms who had at last found peace. They moved in some solemn, world-wide Friedhof, above which some mighty arm had waved its magic wand. All nature slept until, and quick with the same startling thought, they looked into each other's eyes, he ashen and she crimson with unspoken thought. To both, the vision of mighty beauty, of vast unspoken things swelled in their souls, but they put it away. Great dark coils of wire came up from the earth and down from the sun and entered this low lair of witchery. The gathered lightnings of the world centered here, binding with beams of light the ends of the earth. The doors gaped on the gloom within. He paused on the threshold. "Do you know the code?" she asked. "I know the call for help. We used it formerly at the bank." She hardly heard. She heard the lapping of the waters far below, the dark and restless waters, the cold and luring waters, as they called. He stepped within. Slowly she walked to the wall where the water called below, and stood and waited. Long she waited, and he did not come. Then with a start she saw him too standing beside the black waters. Slowly he removed his coat and stood there silently. She walked quickly to him and laid her hand on his arm. He did not start or look. The waters lapped on in luring, deadly rhythm. He pointed down to the waters and said quietly, "The world lies beneath the waters now. May I go?" She looked into his stricken, tired face, and a great pity surged within her heart. She answered in a voice clear and calm, "No." Upward they turned toward life again, and he seized the wheel. The world was darkening to twilight, and a great gray pall was falling mercifully and gently on the sleeping dead. The ghastly glare of reality seemed replaced with a dream of some vast romance. The girl lay silently back as the motor whizzed along, and looked half-consciously for the Elf-Queen to wave life into this dead world again. She forgot to wonder at the quickness with which he had learned to drive her car. It seemed natural. And then as they whirled and swung into Madison Avenue, and at the door of the Metropolitan Tower, she gave a low cry, and her eyes were great. Perhaps she had seen the Elf-Queen. The man led her to the elevator of the tower, and deftly they ascended. In her father's office they gathered rugs and chairs, and he wrote a note and laid it on the desk. Then they ascended to the roof, and he made her comfortable. For a while she rested and sank to dreamy somnolence, watching the worlds above and wondering. Below lay the dark shadows of the city, and afar was the shining of the sea. She glanced at him timidly as he set food before her, and took a shawl and wound her in it, touching her reverently yet tenderly. She looked at him with thankfulness in her eyes, eating what he served. He watched the city. She watched him. He seemed very human, very near now. "Have you always had to work hard?" she asked softly. "Always," he said. "I have always been idle," she said. "I was rich." "I was poor," he almost echoed. "The rich and the poor are met together," she began, and he finished. "The Lord is the maker of them all." "Yes," she said slowly, "and how foolish our human distinctions seem now." Looking down to the great dead city stretched below, swimming in unlightened shadows. "Yes, I was not human yesterday," he said. She looked at him. "And your people were not my people," she said. "But today—" She paused. He was a man. No more, but he was in some larger sense a gentleman, sensitive, kindly, chivalrous, everything save his hands and his face. Yet yesterday— "Death, the leveler," he muttered. "And the revealer," she whispered gently, rising to her feet with great eyes. He turned away, and after fumbling a moment, sent a rocket into the darkening air. It arose, shrieked, and flew up, a slim path of light, and scattering its stars abroad, dropped on the city below. She scarcely noticed it. A vision of the world had risen before her. Slowly the mighty prophecy of her destiny overwhelmed her. Above the dead past hovered the angel of Annunciation. She was no mere woman. She was neither high nor low, white nor black, rich nor poor. She was primal woman, mighty mother of all men to come, and bride of life. She looked upon the man beside her, and forgot all else but his manhood, his strong, vigorous manhood, his sorrow and sacrifice. She saw him glorified. He was no longer a thing apart, a creature below, a strange outcast of another clime and blood, but her brother, humanity incarnate, Son of God, and great All-Father of the race to be. He did not glimpse the glory in her eyes, but stood looking outward toward the sea, and sending rocket after rocket into the unanswering darkness. Dark purple clouds lay banked and billowed in the west. Behind them and all around, the heavens glowed in dim, weird radiance that suffused the darkening world and made almost a minor music. Suddenly, as though gathered back in some vast hand, the great cloud curtain fell away. Low on the horizon lay a long white star, mystic, wonderful. And from it fled upward to the pole like some wan, bridal veil, a pale, wide sheet of flame that lighted all the world and dimmed the stars. In fascinated silence, the man gazed at the heavens and dropped his rockets to the floor. Memories of memories stirred to life in the dead recesses of his mind. The shackles seemed to rattle and fall from his soul. Up from the crass and crushing and cringing of his caste leaped the lone majesty of kings long dead. He arose within the shadows, tall, straight, and stern, with power in his eyes and ghostly scepters hovering to his grasp. It was as though some mighty pharaoh lived again, or curled Assyrian lord. He turned and looked upon the lady, and found her gazing straight at him. Silently, immovably, they saw each other face to face, eye to eye. Their souls lay naked to the night. It was not lust, it was not love, it was some vaster, mightier thing that needed neither touch of body nor thrill of soul. It was a thought divine, splendid. Slowly, noiselessly they moved towards each other. The heavens above, the seas around, the city grim and dead below. He loomed from out the velvet shadows, vast and dark. Pearl white and slender, she shone beneath the stars. She stretched her jeweled hands abroad. He lifted up his mighty arms, and they cried each to the other, almost with one voice, "The world is dead! Long live the—" Honk, honk. Hoarse and sharp the cry of a motor drifted clearly up from the silence below. They started backward with the cry, and gazed upon each other with eyes that faltered and fell, with blood that boiled. Honk, 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 came the mad cry again, and almost from their feet a rocket blazed into the air and scattered its stars upon them. She covered her eyes with her hands, and her shoulders heaved. He dropped and bowed, groped blindly on his knees about the floor. A blue flame sputtered lazily after an age, and she heard the scream of an answering rocket as it flew. Then they stood still as death, looking to opposite ends of the earth. Clang, crash, clang! The roar and ring of swift elevators shooting upward from below made the great tower tremble. A murmur and babble of voices swept in from the night. All over the once dead city the lights blinked, flickered, and flamed, and then with a sudden clanging of doors, the entrance to the platform was filled with men, and one with white and flying hair rushed to the girl and lifted her to his breast. "My daughter!" he sobbed. Behind him hurried a younger, comelier man, carefully clad in motor costume, who bent above the girl with passionate solicitude and gazed into her staring eyes until they narrowed and dropped, and her face flushed deeper and deeper crimson. "Julia," he whispered, "my darling, I thought you were gone forever." She looked up at him with strange, searching eyes. "Fred," she murmured, almost vaguely, "is the world gone?" "Only New York," he answered. "It is terrible, awful. You know, but you, how did you escape? How have you endured this horror? Are you well, unharmed?" "Unharmed," she said. "And this man here?" he asked, encircling her drooping form with one arm and turning toward the Negro. Suddenly he stiffened, and his hand flew to his hip. "Why," he snarled, "it's a nigger, Julia. Has he dared?" She lifted her head and looked at her late companion curiously, and then dropped her eyes with a sigh. "He has dared, all to rescue me," she said quietly, "and I thank him much." But she did not look at him again. As the couple turned away, the father drew a roll of bills from his pockets. Here, my good fellow," he said, thrusting the money into the man's hands. "Take that. What's your name?" "Jim Davis," came the answer, hollow-voiced. "Well, Jim, thank you. I've always liked your people. If you ever want a job, call on me." And they were gone. The crowd poured up and out of the elevators, talking and whispering. "Who was it? Are they alive? How many? 2. Who was saved? A white girl and a nigger. There she goes. A nigger? Where is he? Let's lynch the damp—" "Shut up. He's all right. He saved her." "Saved hell. He had no business. Here he comes." Into the glare of the electric lights, the colored man moved slowly, with the eyes of those that walk and sleep. "Well, what do you think of that?" cried a bystander. "Of all New York, just a white girl and a nigger." The colored man heard nothing. He stood silently beneath the glare of the light, gazing at the money in his hand, and shrinking as he gazed. Slowly he put the other hand into his pocket, and brought out a baby's filmy cap, and gazed again. A woman mounted at a platform and looked about, shading her eyes. She was brown, small and toil-worn, and in one arm lay the corpse of a dark baby. The crowd parted, and her eyes fell on the colored man. With a cry she tottered toward him. "Jim!" He whirled, and with a sob of joy caught her in his arms. End of The Comet by W.E.B. Du Bois.
The Angry House by Richard R. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Angry House by Richard R. Smith. Read by Quartertone. The house's electronic brain glowed with an intangible thing that might have been pride. It thought, "I am content. I am content because there are so many things I can do to make them happy. I can cook their meals, make the beds, scrub my floors, wash my windows. I can bathe them, keep them warm, give them a gentle, cool breeze. If they want entertainment, I can rise hundreds of feet on my anti-gravity rays and give them a nice view. I can give them soft music, entertaining TV programs, and pleasant surprises." The house activated one of the many telescopic scanners on the roof and watched its owners as their car sped down the narrow road towards the city. It thought, "They are so young, so nice, so kind to each other and myself. She speaks to me with affection, and he spends many hours learning how I operate. She will love me, and he will be proud of me and take good care of me. I am glad they own me." It deactivated the scanner, and from hidden closets, shiny machines quietly entered the many rooms. The tiny machines rolled on soft rubber wheels, floated on invisible anti-gravity rays, and went about their many tasks. They sucked in dust and dirt, waxed the floors, washed the dishes. Behind the smooth gray walls, machines prepared the evening meal, checked the video schedule for the afternoon, and selected recordings of soft music that the house's owners would enjoy. Bing bong! The doorbell activated certain electrical circuits, and the small porch was splashed with gentle light. A polite voice from a concealed microphone said, "No one is home. Would you care to leave a message?" Politely, the house's electronic brain waited for a reply. There was none. "Goodbye," the house said. It felt a key in the front door. It was not like their key. It did not fit snugly. This key wasn't meant for its front door. It hurt slightly, but it opened the door. The intruders stepped into the foyer. 3 infrared scanners peered at the 2 strangers. One was a woman, long blonde hair, gray eyes, small pointed nose, blue dress, and blue high-heel shoes. The house evaluated her, discarded the word beautiful and decided on the words curvaceous and sexy. Yes, it would use those words to describe her to its owners when they returned. It wondered briefly if they were relatives of its masters. The man was short, stocky, dark hair, brown eyes. The house searched its files but could not find any complimentary adjectives. It spoke, "No one is home. Would you care to leave a message?" It wished it could inquire as to what they wanted, but there were no circuits for that.
"Shut up," the man said.
"Beg pardon?"
"Shut up. Keep quiet."
"Yes, sir," the house responded. It was constructed to obey orders, but that order was an unfamiliar one which it didn't like. "Tell it to turn the lights on," the woman said nervously.
"Turn the lights on."
The house waited several seconds. It was obliged to obey orders of guests. But were these people guests? It searched memory circuits. Guests were people who came to visit while owners were home. Guests were friendly, talkative. The house decided that this man and woman did not fit in that category of identification. Hurriedly, it searched its myriad electrical networks and found the only logical description of the intruders: burglars. Behind the walls, relays clicked, and infinitesimal electrical charges darted across a spidery web of silver wires, only to find themselves in the dead ends of missing connections. "The anti-burglar installations are missing," the house thought frantically. If the protective devices had been present, it would have been able to spray the intruders with tear gas, paralyze them with electrical charges, thrust them from the house with anti-gravity rays, or kill them by any one of a dozen methods. Without the anti-burglar mechanisms, it was defenseless. "What can I do?" the house wondered. "What can I do?" Reluctantly, the house turned the lights on. "You sure the burglar alarms haven't been installed?" the woman asked anxiously.
"Hell, do you think I'd come here if I wasn't sure? I told you I'd talk to the construction man. There's a shortage right now. They won't be put in until next week. The family doesn't know. The company doesn't want to lose a sale."
The woman's eyes widened with admiration as they scanned the hardwood floors, ankle-deep scatter rugs, angular furniture, large picture windows, wall-to-wall bookcase, and abstract multi-dimension paintings. "They must have money," she commented. "How do we find the—" The man snapped muscular fingers with a sharp cracking sound.
"We'll ask the house."
A momentary silence. Then the man's gruff voice.
"House, where's the safe?"
"I cannot divulge that information." It felt proud when it didn't hesitate in its answer. There were many things it couldn't tell anyone, and it had carefully memorized them. Its cost, its female owner's age, anything relating to the owner's sex or personal life, and mainly the location of various things, including the safe.
"Tell us!"
the man shouted. "No."
"Damn you!"
"Beg pardon?"
"Go to hell!"
Relays clicked silently behind the gray walls. It had been instructed at the factory to explain when it couldn't obey an order. It searched its dictionary circuits and said mechanically, "Hell, a noun. The place of the dead or departed souls, more correctly, Hades, the place of punishment for the wicked after death. I have no soul, therefore I cannot go to hell. I am sorry." The woman laughed. "Let's start looking. We've got hours." The house watched as the stranger searched the room. It watched as the man took a knife from his pocket and ripped through the upholstery of a chair. "Please stop," the house implored. The strangers did not reply. An unpleasant sensation rippled through the house's electrical circuits. It wanted to make its owners happy. They wouldn't be happy when they returned and saw the ruined furniture. They would be sad, perhaps angry. She would cry, and he would frown. It tried again. "Please stop." The woman was removing books from the bookcase. The man continued searching the furniture. They wouldn't stop when it asked them to. If it only had the burglar devices. Now there was no way for it to fight. Or is there? It wondered. The lights went off. "Turn the lights on!" the woman screamed. "No."
"Use the flashlight," the man said.
Simultaneously, two beams of light slashed through the darkened room. The strangers resumed their search. The house thought, "They're trying to find the safe containing the money and jewels. I can't tell them where it is. I can't stop them. I need help." It cut into the phone circuits and dialed the number of its factory. The phone's visit-screen flared with light and a woman's face appeared, smiling. "Johnson Construction Company." The house projected its voice toward the mouthpiece. "Please, let me speak to—" The man removed a weapon from his tunic. The phone and visit-screen vanished, leaving only small metal fragments that fell to the carpet. "It was using the phone!" the woman exclaimed shrilly, trembling in the darkness.
"Don't worry," the man said. "They didn't have time to trace the call. The room was dark. They couldn't see who was calling."
After a brief silence, the man warned.
"House, see this thing in my hand? You behave yourself, or I'll disintegrate your—"
He let the sentence dangle, unable to think of what he would disintegrate. "Yes, sir," the house replied. It was an automatic response to any statement.
"Now turn the lights on, or I'll use this gun to make one big mess of your floors and walls. Your owners wouldn't like that, would they?"
"No, sir." It turned the lights on. If it didn't, they would use their flashlights, and by turning them on, it might prevent some destruction. The woman chuckled. "You're a genius." When they finished their search of the living room, the man suggested,
"Let's search different rooms. You take a bedroom. I'll take the dining room. No telling where the safe is. They put it in a different place in every house."
The house waited, its electronic brain whirling. It made a decision. Silently, the house erected an invisible energy screen around the dining room. The screens were designed to block collective sounds of the entire house from any room and provide it with a comforting serenity. Now, the house thought, the sound screen will be most useful. The house watched as the man in the wrinkled brown tunic examined a table. Silently, panels in the walls opened. A dozen machines, a foot in diameter, converged at a position behind the man's back. The machines moved simultaneously, silently. They attached themselves to the intruder's body. They dusted and scrubbed him thoroughly, as if he were a piece of furniture or a floor. The man screamed and fired wildly with the gun. The small machines crumpled one by one. Click, click, click. "Your weapon is empty," the house observed. The man threw the gun at a window. It bounced off the hard plastic and clattered on the floor.
"You try something like that again," he threatened, "and I'll kill you, so help me, I'll kill you if I have to take you apart piece by piece."
He shook a trembling fist at the quiet walls and twisted his face into a hideous snarl. The house noticed with satisfaction that the man's face and hands were covered with crimson streaks. The cleaning machines had served their purpose. The house deactivated the dining room scanners and activated the scanners in the bedrooms. It found the woman in its owner's bedroom. It studied her as she searched a mattress. She was calm. Because of its precaution, the sounds of the dining room fracas hadn't reached her ears. The house decided to leave the sound blocks on. It was best to attack them individually. The closet door slid into a wall. A slender machine 5 feet tall with 16 long metal tentacles rolled across the room on soft rubber wheels. It looked like a mechanical monster from another world, but it was merely a very efficient machine to undress the house's masters, a mecha valet. The mecha valet paused behind the woman's back. 16 rubber-tipped metal tentacles reached out. The machines normally undressed a person with smoothness and gentleness. This time, the house made it operate as roughly as possible. The 16 tentacles moved swiftly, and the machine tore the woman's dress to shreds before she could even scream. By the time she turned around, it had removed her slip and brassiere. The woman screamed even more shrilly as the weird machine tugged at her panties. Frantically, she grabbed the slender tentacles and twisted them until rewarded by the crunch of delicate mechanisms not meant for such rough treatment. The machine served its purpose until its last metal arm was broken. The house watched as the woman cried for a few minutes, and then, clad only in high-heel shoes and wristwatch, continued her search of the bedroom. She is different, the house thought. She does not scream threats at me like the man does. Still, I do not like her because she wants to steal from my masters and does not care what happens to me. The house switched its attention to the man. He had concluded his search of the dining room and was now searching a guest room. He found the gun the house's master had hidden there. The man waved the gun at the motionless walls. "See what I found, house? You try any more funny stuff and I'll kill you." "You do not frighten me," the house replied via one of its many hidden microphones. To verify the statement, it turned on the heating units full blast. A few minutes later, the man stopped his search of a closet when he noticed that sweat was rolling off his body as if he were standing at the gates of hell itself. He left the closet and shouted at an open door. "Stop it! Do you hear? Stop it!" He shook his head from side to side violently, as if to impress the house with the necessity of obeying. "You can't stop me with the gun," the house informed him. "There are 102 air conditioning vents in the house. If you took time to find and destroy all of them, you could never leave here before my master's return." The man's jaw sagged, and with an equal sag of his shoulders he returned to his search of the closet. The house deducted, "They are burglars, only burglars. They want to escape before my master's return because they would have to kill them, and they are not murderers." The man grunted with satisfaction when he stopped sweating, and grunted with anger when, a few minutes later, the room became so cold he was shivering and his breath was like smoke. The house established automatic circuits to give the room a continuous fluctuation of temperature from extreme heat to extreme coldness every 2 minutes and turned its attention to the woman. Still attired only in shoes and wristwatch, the woman was now searching the bathroom. Quite by accident, she touched a certain spot of the medicine cabinet and stared with fascination as the cabinet swung completely around to display its back, which was the safe. It was unlocked. She grabbed the large metal box inside, opened it, and glanced at the few glittering jewels and small bundle of bills. "It's here!" she cried. She whirled and took a step toward the door. That was as far as she got for several minutes. The bathroom was equipped with automatic dispensers of temporary and permanent depilatories. The house's male master used the temporary depilatory to shave with every morning, and the house was well acquainted with their use. It selected the permanent depilatory, and nozzles set in the walls squirted large gobs of it on the woman's head. Slender rubber tentacles reached out and massaged the depilatory into the hair. Faucets swung and sprayed jets of warm water. In a few seconds, the woman was completely hairless. She stared with horror at the blonde hair in the pool of water at her feet. "Was it permanent?" she wondered out loud. "Yes," the house replied. She screamed and picked up a small weighing machine. With uncontrollable anger, she smashed the machine against the medicine cabinet. With an equal but emotionless anger, the house squirted soap into her eyes and sprayed her naked body with alternate jets of hot and cold water. The house won the battle. The woman groped blindly for the jewel box and staggered from the bathroom. The house turned its attention to the man again. He had searched the kitchen without incident, but as he walked toward the door, a nearby food dispenser opened. Prunes, waffles, bacon, eggs, and toast left the machine with abnormal speed and struck him. He turned just in time to receive cherry pie, spaghetti and meatballs, butter, vegetable soup, and ice cream in his face. He shouted something unprintable at the house, wiped the mess from his face, and took another step toward the door. Half of a watermelon hurtled from the food dispenser and squashed against his skull. He stumbled, fell, and slid. He heard the woman cry, "I found it!" He pulled himself to his feet. He ran into the hall and froze when he saw the naked, hairless apparition that stumbled from the bathroom. For a moment, he forgot the money and gasped, "What happened?" "Depilatory," she explained. "The house did it." She wiped soap from bloodshot eyes with the back of a hand. "When we get out, give me your gun. I want to give this house something to remember." The man seized the metal box and examined the contents. "Over 20,000, hun. With that, you can buy plenty of wigs." He attempted a smile, but did succeed when he got a close look at her bald head. He grabbed her arm. "Let's go. You can put on my coat in the helicar." The woman allowed herself to be dragged through the house, all the while shaking a fist at the house's walls and threatening, You hear me, House? When I get outside, I'm going to burn you. You'll make a nice little bonfire. Too bad, the House reflected. Too bad I am 2 miles from the nearest neighbor. If it were not for that, I could use my amplifiers and call for help. I do not want them to escape with my owner's possessions. I can repair most of the damage, but I could never recover the money, and... The man stepped off the small front porch with the jewel box in one hand, dragging the woman behind him with the other. It was dark outside. That was why he didn't notice. The house had risen 200 feet on its anti-gravity raise. The ground below was very hard. The house sang softly and waited for the return of its masters. End of The Angry House by Richard R. Smith.
House Operator by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg, writing as S. M. Tenneshaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. House Operator by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg. At poker, Rafferty knew he could beat any man alive. Now, needing money badly, he walked into the Ganymede Casino looking for a patsy. Rafferty was a gambler of the old school. He didn't believe in any of the fancy electronic gadgets that the casinos went in for these days. Didn't much care for the psionic games of chance and other tricky and probably rigged affairs. Give him a good poker game any time, and he would be happy. He stood in the door of the Ganymede Casino, outlining himself against the gaudy lights flashing within, standing there patiently. Inside, the rich and would-be rich of a dozen planets were enjoying themselves, playing the brightly lit games and throwing money around in handfuls. Rafferty waited for some attention. His hand slid to the bulky roll in his pocket. 100 100-credit bills, 10,000 smackers in all. It was all Rafferty had. He was here to triple it, or else. Tomorrow, 30,000 had to be handed over to Lee Walsh. It was the result of the one mistake Rafferty had made. Walsh was a big-time gambler, with ulcers and high blood pressure and $10 million in the bank. Rafferty was straight middle time, a man who genuinely enjoyed his chancy profession. And Walsh had said, "Why don't you play something I like to play? All the time, poker, poker, poker. Why don't you switch to something else?" "I like poker," Rafferty said. "I win at poker. Why switch?" Walsh seemed to stiffen. "Let's have a little game of Planet Pharaoh, Rafferty. Just you and me. I'm tired of all this poker." "I don't like Planet Pharaoh. It's a lousy game. All those flashing lights, it's more like pinball than honest-to-darn gambling." "You ain't chicken, Rafferty." "Chicken? Yeah. Let's try some Planet Pharaoh." So they did. And Rafferty had sat by leadenly while Walsh cleaned him out. 30,000 shiny credits down the drain, and the debt due tomorrow at noon. You didn't welsh on Walsh either. It was sort of a slogan. Rafferty didn't have the 30,000. He had two alternatives. He could scrape up the cash somewhere and hand it over, or he could grab an out-system liner and get going toward Aldebaran and hope to live. He wouldn't. Not for long. He decided to scrape up the cash, and there was one sure way to do that. Poker. Poker was getting to be an unpopular game, and there were two reasons for it. One was the advent of more popular new types of gambling devices. The other reason was that Rafferty was so good at it didn't pay to compete against him. He often had trouble getting up a game. People tended to slink away when they heard Rafferty wanted to play poker. He played it hard, and he played it mean, and he didn't lose too often. That was why he had come to the Ganymede Casino. On the big pleasure moon, anyone could find some sort of game going, and if he couldn't, the house would be glad to provide some competition. Rafferty didn't much like the idea of playing a house operator, but he was confident. He patted the 10 G's and waited. After a couple of minutes, an impeccably dressed man in tails came over to him and smiled courteously. "Yes, sir? My name is Rafferty. I'm looking for a poker game in the house. There one around I can get into?" The impeccable man frowned slightly. "I don't think so, Mr. Rafferty. Wouldn't you care to try our Roto, or the Planet Pharaoh, or Robot Roulette? I want to play poker," Rafferty said. The chips were down now. He had to stick to his specialty. "Well, I'll see what I can do. Would you wait here, please?" Rafferty waited. He waited while the impeccable man cruised around the huge game room, murmuring gently to someone here, someone there. In all cases, the response was the same. A shrug, a curious glance in Rafferty's direction, a quick and emphatic shake of the head. No one wanted to play. Usually Rafferty could count on some fool millionaire anxious to try to best the great Rafferty at 5-card stud. Not today, though. There were no takers. "I'm sorry, Mr. Rafferty. I couldn't seem to promote a game, but the Planet Pharaoh—" "Poker," Rafferty said. "Would you object to playing a two-handed game with one of our employees?" the usher asked suddenly. "Naturally, he'd be staked by the house, and I think you'll find him fit competition for you." Rafferty chewed at his lip. He needed the money, and if the house operator was staked by the casino, it might be possible to cart off quite a load. "Okay," he grunted. "Bring on your shill." The usher led him to a small, highly polished card table in the back and signaled to a man waiting to one side. "Mr. Steele, this is Mr. Rafferty." "Hello," Rafferty said. "Pleased to meet you," said the other. His voice was a soft purr, his face an expressionless mask. Rafferty smiled. He was quick to size up his opponents, and this time he could tell he was up against a good one. "Chips?" A house girl had come by. She was clad only in a strip of something filmy across her breasts and another round her middle, and she had a tray full of chips. Rafferty casually handed her the 100 bills and accepted his stack of chips. She also gave him an unopened deck of cards. "Care to?" Rafferty asked, offering the cards to his opponent. "No, go ahead." Methodically, Rafferty broke the seal, spilled the cards out, flipped the jokers to one side, and riffled through the deck. There were 52 of them all right, and they looked good. He started to shuffle. The first few hands passed quickly. Steele was a quiet, non-committal player who seemed to have a tremendous reserve of calmness. It wasn't too surprising, thought Rafferty, considering it wasn't his dough at stake. But a shill has professional pride. The first 3 deals were in the nature of warm-ups, and Rafferty emerged from them 20 or 30 credits to the good. He felt the cards moving the right way. Luck was with him tonight. He wondered if he could come away with $1 million. The casino had no limit. Fourth hand, he decided to experiment with some offensive tactics. Steele dealt. Rafferty scooped up his cards and looked them over. Jack, 4, 8, 7, king. Spade, club, spade, heart, diamond. Coolly, he fanned the cards out and pushed 100 credits toward the middle of the table. Steele saw him. "How many?" "I'll stand pat." "So will I." "500, Rafferty said. "See that, and raise it 100. "I'll bump to 2. "I'm with you," Steele said. "What do you have?" Without a facial flicker, Rafferty exposed his hand. "Jack high, you? You beat me. It's your kitty." Rafferty scooped the pot in, frowning inwardly. He'd made his bluff, but Steele had been bluffing right along with him. It was only luck that the little man hadn't been holding a queen. Rafferty pulled Jack high again on the next deal, took 3, came up with nothing, and folded. On the next hand, both men played it cautiously, and Rafferty dropped 50 credits when Steele's pair of kings took his 10s. Next deal, Rafferty again came up with nothing. Inwardly, he cursed. The cards weren't coming up as well as they had. He decided to bluff again, since the previous attempt hadn't yielded any information about his opponent's tactics. This time, he pushed the bet up to 1,000 before calling. 3 7s, Steele said. "You beat me," Rafferty said, and collapsed his hand. "Mind if I look?" Steele said. "Yes," said Rafferty. He was surprised. It was a rank amateur's trick to ask to look at a hand that had been tossed in. Coming from a cool customer like Steele, it didn't make much sense. But slowly, Rafferty began to phantom the way his opponent's mind worked. And slowly, as his genius for the game asserted itself, Rafferty began to win. By 2100, his pile of chips totaled near 50,000. It was enough to pay off Walsh and still come out with a comfortable profit for the evening's work. But Rafferty didn't want to quit. He didn't play the game that way. He decided to go for a killing. He had Steele figured now, and he could take the house for a fortune. Nursing 3 jacks and a pair of 4s, he pushed the betting higher and higher. Steele kept right with him. 3,000? I'll see you and raise one. Without letting expression cross his face, Rafferty pushed a few more credits out. Then a few more. Then a few more. 5,000 credits hung on this deal now. He remained totally blank-faced. That was the secret of poker, never to tip off an opponent to anything. Steele was good, but Steele kept giving himself away. Like now, for instance. Perhaps the shill didn't know it, but his right eyebrow was twitching faintly. So far, every time Steele had bluffed a weak hand, that eyebrow had twitched. Well, now Rafferty had him. He had a full house. It was going to take a bunch of fancy cards to top it, and Steele was almost certainly bluffing. 6,000, Rafferty said. 7. 7-5. It reached 9. Finally, Rafferty said, "Okay, what do you have?" Casually, Steele lowered his hand. Jack, queen, 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 queen. That made 4 queens. He hadn't been bluffing. And Rafferty was out 9,000 credits. He kept his composure, but inwardly he was disturbed. By all rights, Steele had to be bluffing. But there they were, 4 queens. The game progressed. A few curious onlookers had gathered. By playing cautiously, Rafferty started piling up chips again. His winnings mounted to 100,000, 150. He had Steele figured now for sure. But it wasn't as sure as all that. Rafferty staked 5,000 on a straight flush. Steele saw him and added 500 on top of it. "I'll go with you," Rafferty said. "Here's another 1,000. Straight flush, queen high. Only 3 hands could possibly beat him, and one of them was a royal flush. It didn't seem likely. Besides, the lower corner of Steele's mouth was drawn back, as it usually was when he had a fairly good hand and was playing it big. The chips flew out madly. Rafferty watched the pile grow. Neither man would let the cat die. 10, 12,000 credits now. 15. In 30 years of poker, Rafferty had never had 15,000 credits riding on one hand, but he was sure he had it. "What are you holding?" Steele asked finally. "Straight flush, queen high." He started to reach for the chips. Steele's mild, purring voice interrupted him. "What suit?" For the first time that night, Rafferty's composure left him. "Clubs," he stammered. "Spades," Steele said sweetly, and put down the 8 to queen, inclusive and consecutive. It just didn't figure, Rafferty thought glumly. He wasn't as annoyed over the wild improbability of 2 straight flushes the same hand as he was because he had failed to guess Steele's facial reaction properly. He had been dead wrong. He got wronger. Steele sat calmly without saying a word except when necessary and gobbled in the chips. It seemed to Rafferty that Steele was reading his every move. He was holding 2 pair and playing it big. Steele stayed right with him, and when the payoff came, 3 fours. 3 fours won. But Steele wouldn't have ridden that far on the trio unless he knew pretty well that Rafferty didn't have much to show. He seemed to know. And as the game progressed, he grew less and less readable himself. It was a strange reversal for Rafferty, who was accustomed to detect his opponent's idiosyncrasies within 3 deals and to play them mercilessly from then on. 2 kings, Rafferty said. 2 aces. Rafferty looked down at his pile of chips and counted them. 800 credits left. 800 lousy credits. It was just enough to book passage to Aldebaran. Rafferty slumped in his chair. The gambler in him urged him to go on, to try to win the 30,000 he needed and clear out. But another part of him told him it was futile. Steele was getting sharper and sharper, and it was inevitable he'd lose even the remaining 800. He didn't want that to happen. He rose stiffly. "Had enough?" Steele asked. "I think so. I hope I haven't discouraged you. We can still play some more if you'd like." "What's the use?" Rafferty said hollowly. "I can't win. And at least this way I'll be on Aldebaran tomorrow when Walsh and his gunmen come looking for me." "What's that?" "Never mind." Rafferty turned away, scooping up his remaining chips. He cashed them in and shambled out the door, still unable fully to understand that for the first time in his life he had met his master at the poker table. After Rafferty was gone, the impeccable usher came over to Steele, who was sitting patiently by the huge pile of chips. "You clean 'em out?" "Just about," Steele said. He had a little left to book passage with. "It looked bad for a while there. He was better than 100,000 ahead of you." "It took me some time to detect his playing patterns," the houseman said. "He was very, very good. He's the best player I've ever encountered." "But he couldn't beat you, Natch." "Hardly. Once I had penetrated his defenses, he was at my mercy." Steele rose, smiling blandly. "I took 9,200 credits from him. It's thirsty work. How about a drink?" "Sure thing," the impeccable man said. "I guess I can spare a drink for the best house operator this casino has." He took an oil can from his jacket and inserted it at the back of Steele's neck. The robot grinned happily at the lubrication. His soft photonic eyes beamed. "I enjoy playing poker," Steele said. "But someday you must enlarge my circuits so I can take part in Planet Pharaoh, too. It looks like a very interesting game." End of House Operator. Read by Paul Hampton.
In the Abyss by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Dixon. The lieutenant stood in front of the steel sphere and gnawed a piece of pine splinter. "What do you think of it, Stevens?" he asked. "It's an idea," said Stevens, in the tone of one who keeps an open mind. "I believe it will smash. Flat," said the lieutenant. "He seems to have calculated it all out pretty well," said Stevens, still impartial. "But think of the pressure," said the lieutenant. "At the surface of the water it's 14 pounds to the inch. 30 feet down it's double that. 60 treble, 94 times, 940 times, 5,300, that's a mile. It's 240 times 14 pounds. That's, let's see, 30 hundredweight. 1.5 tons, Stevens. 1.5 tons to the square inch. And the ocean where he's going is 5 miles deep. That's 7.5. Sounds a lot, said Stevens, but it's jolly thick steel. The lieutenant made no answer, but resumed his pine splinter. The object of their conversation was a huge ball of steel, having an exterior dimension of perhaps 9 feet. It looked like the shot for some titanic piece of artillery. It was elaborately nested in a monstrous scaffolding built into the framework of the vessel, and the gigantic spars that were presently to sling it overboard gave the stern of the ship an appearance that raised the curiosity of every decent sailor who had sighted it, from the Pool of London to the Tropic of Capricorn. In 2 places, one above the other, the steel gave place to a couple of circular windows of enormously thick glass, and one of these, set in a steel frame of great solidity, was now partially unscrewed. Both the men had seen the interior of this globe for the first time that morning. It was elaborately padded with air cushions, with little studs sunk between bulging pillows to work the simple mechanisms of the affair. Everything was elaborately padded, even the Myers apparatus, which was to absorb carbonic acid and replace the oxygen inspired by its tenant when he crept in by the glass manhole and had been screwed in. It was so elaborately padded that a man might have been fired from a gun in it with perfect safety, and it had need to be, for presently a man was to crawl in through that glass manhole, to be screwed up tightly and to be flung overboard, to sink down, 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 for 5 miles, even as the lieutenant said. It had taken the strongest hold of his imagination. It made him abhor at mess, and he found Stevens, the new arrival aboard, a godsend to talk to about it over and over again. "It's my opinion," said the lieutenant, "that glass will simply bend in and bulge and smash under a pressure of that sort. The Bray has made rocks run like water under big pressures, and you mark my words." "If the glass did break in," said Stevens, "what then? The water would shoot in like a jet of iron. Have you ever felt a straight jet of high-pressure water? It would hit as hard as a bullet. It would simply smash him and flatten him. It would tear down his throat and into his lungs. It would blow in his ears." "What a detailed imagination you have," protested Stevens, who saw things vividly. "It's a simple statement of the inevitable," said the lieutenant. "And the globe would just give out a few little bubbles, and it would settle down comfortably against the day of judgment, among the oozes and the bottom clay, with poor Elstead spread over his own smashed cushions like butter over bread." He repeated this sentence as though he liked it very much. "Like butter over bread," he said. "Having a look at the jigger," said a voice, and Elstead stood behind them, spick and span in white, with a cigarette between his teeth, and his eyes smiling out of the shadow of his ample hat brim. "What's that about bread and butter, Weybridge?" "Grumbling as usual about the insufficient pay of naval officers. It won't be more than a day now before I start. We are to get the slings ready today. This clean sky and gentle swell is just the kind of thing for swinging off 12 tons of lead and iron, isn't it?" "It won't affect you much," said Weybridge. "No. 70 or 80 feet down, and I shall be there in 12 seconds. There's not a particle moving, though the wind shriek itself hoarse up above, and the water lifts halfway to the clouds. No, down there." He moved to the side of the ship, and the other 2 followed him. All 3 leant forward on their elbows and stared down into the yellow-green water. "Peace," said Elstead, finishing his thought aloud. "Are you dead certain that clockwork will act?" asked Weybridge presently. "It has worked 35 times, said Elstead. "It's bound to work." "But if it doesn't, why shouldn't it?" "I wouldn't go down in that confounded thing," said Weybridge, "for £20,000. Cheerful chap you are, said Elstead, and spat sociably at a bubble below. I don't understand yet how you mean to work the thing, said Stevens. In the first place, I'm screwed into the sphere, said Elstead, and when I've turned the electric light off and on 3 times, to show I'm cheerful, I'm swung out over the stern by that crane, with all those big lead sinkers slung below me. The top lead weight has a roller carrying 100 fathoms of strong cord rolled up, and that's all that joins the sinkers to the sphere, except the slings that will be cut when the affair is dropped. We use cord rather than wire rope, because it's easy to cut and more buoyant. Necessary points, as you will see. Through each of these lead weights you notice there is a hole, and an iron rod will be run through that and will project 6 feet on the lower side. If that rod is rammed up from below, it knocks up a lever and sets the clockwork in motion at the side of the cylinder on which the cord winds. Very well. The whole affair is lowered gently into the water, and the slings are cut. The sphere floats. With the air in it, it's lighter than water. But the lead weights go straight down and the cord runs out. When the cord is all paid out, the sphere will go down too, pulled down by the cord. But why the cord? Asked Stevens. Why not fasten the weights directly to the sphere? Because of the smash down below, the whole affair will go rushing down mile after mile at a headlong pace at last. It would be knocked to pieces on the bottom if it wasn't for that cord. But the weights will hit the bottom, and directly they do, the buoyancy of the sphere will come into play. It will go on sinking slower and slower, come to a stop at last, and then begin to float upward again. That's where the clockwork comes in. Directly the weights smash against the sea bottom, the rod will be knocked through and will kick up the clockwork, and the cord will be rewound on the reel. I shall be lugged down to the sea bottom. There I shall stay for half an hour, with the electric light on, looking about me. Then the clockwork will release a spring knife, the cord will be cut, and I shall rush up again like a soda water bubble. The cord itself will help with flotation. And if you should chance to hit a ship, said Weybridge. I should come up at such a pace I should go clean through it, said Elstead, like a cannonball. You needn't worry about that. I'd suppose some nimble crustacean should wriggle into your clockwork. It would be a pressing sort of invitation for me to stop, said Elstead, turning his back on the water and staring at the sphere. They swung Elstead overboard by 11 o'clock. The day was serenely bright and calm, with the horizon lost in haze. The electric glare in the little upper compartment beamed cheerfully 3 times. Then they let him down slowly to the surface of the water, and a sailor in the stern chains hung ready to cut the tackle that held the lead weights and the sphere together. The globe, which had looked so large on deck, looked the smallest thing conceivable under the stern of the ship. It rolled a little, and its 2 dark windows, which floated uppermost, seemed like eyes, turned up in round wonderment at the people who crowded the rail. A voice wondered how Elstead liked the rolling. "Are you ready?" sang out the commander. "Aye, aye, sir. Then let her go." The rope of the tackle tightened against the blade, and was cut, and an eddy rolled over the globe in a grotesquely helpless fashion. Someone waved a handkerchief, someone else tried an ineffectual cheer, and Middy was counting slowly. 8, 9, 10... Another roll, then with a jerk and a splash, the thing righted itself. It seemed to be stationary for a moment, to grow rapidly smaller, and then the water closed over it, and it became visible, enlarged by refraction and dimmer below the surface. Before one could count 3, it had disappeared. There was a flicker of white light far down in the water, that diminished to a speck and vanished. Then there was nothing but a depth of water going down into blackness, through which a shark was swimming. Then, suddenly, the screw of the cruiser began to rotate. The water was crickled, the shark disappeared in a wrinkled confusion, and a torrent of foam rushed across the crystalline clearness that had swallowed up Elstead. "What's the idea?" said one AB to another. "We're going to lay off about a couple of miles. Fear he should hit us when he comes up," said his mate. The ship steamed slowly to a new position. Aboard her almost everyone who was unoccupied remained watching the breathing swell into which the sphere had sunk. For the next half hour it is doubtful if a word was spoken that did not bear directly or indirectly on Elstead. The December sun was now high in the sky, and the heat very considerable. "It were cold enough down there," said Weybridge. "They say that below a certain depth sea water's almost just about freezing. Where'll he come up? I've lost my bearings." "That's the spot," said the commander, who prided himself on his omniscience. He extended a precise finger southwards. "And this, I reckon, is pretty nearly the moment," he said. "He's been 35 minutes. "How long does it take to reach the bottom of the ocean?" asked Stevens. For a depth of 5 miles and reckoning, as we did, an acceleration of 2 feet per second, both ways, is just about 3/4 of a minute. Then it's overdue, said Weybridge. Pretty nearly, said the commander. I suppose it takes a few minutes for that cord of his to wind in. I forgot that, said Weybridge, evidently relieved. And then began the suspense. A minute slowly dragged itself out, and no sphere shot out of the water. Another followed, and nothing broke the low oily swell. The sailors explained to one another that little point about the winding in of the cord. The rigging was dotted with expectant faces. "Come up, Elstead!" called one hairy-chested salt impatiently, and the others caught it up and shouted as though they were waiting for the curtain of a theatre to rise. The commander glanced irritably at them. "Of course, if the acceleration's less than 2, he said, he'll be all the longer. We aren't absolutely certain that was the proper figure. I'm no slavish believer in calculations." Stevens agreed concisely. No one on the quarter-deck spoke for a couple of minutes. Then Stevens' watch case clicked. When, 21 minutes after, the sun reached the zenith, they were still waiting for the globe to reappear, and not a man aboard had dared to whisper that hope was dead. It was Weybridge who first gave expression to that realization. He spoke while the sound of 8 bells still hung in the air. "I've always distrusted that window," he said quite suddenly to Stevens. "Good God," said Stevens. "You don't think—" "Well," said Weybridge, and left the rest to his imagination. "I'm no great believer in calculations myself," said the commander dubiously, "so that I'm not altogether hopeless yet." And at midnight the gunboat was steaming slowly in a spiral round the spot where the globe had sunk, and the white beam of the electric light fled and halted and swept discontentedly onward again over the waste of phosphorescent waters under the little stars. "If his window hasn't burst and smashed him," said Weybridge, "then it's a cursed sight worst, for his clockwork has gone wrong, and he's alive now, 5 miles under our feet, down there in the cold and dark, anchored in that little bubble of his, where never a ray of light has shone, or a human being lived, since the waters were gathered together. He's there without food, feeling hungry and thirsty and scared, wondering whether he'll starve or stifle. Which will it be? The mine's apparatus is running out, I suppose. How long do they last?" "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "What little things we are! What daring little devils! Down there, miles and miles of water, and all this empty water about us, and this sky. Gulfs." He threw out his hands, and as he did so a little white streak swept noiselessly up the sky, travelled more slowly, stopped, became a motionless dot, as though a new star had fallen up into the sky. Then it went sliding back again, and lost itself amid the reflections of the stars and the white haze of the sea's phosphorescence. At the sight he stopped, arm extended and mouth open. He shut his mouth, opened it again, and waved his arms with an impatient gesture. Then he turned, shouted, "Elstead ahoy!" to the first watch, and went at a run to Lindley and the searchlight. "I saw him," he said. "Starboard there. His light's on, and he's just shot out of the water. Bring the light round. We ought to see him drifting when he lifts on the swell." But they never picked up the explorer until dawn. Then they almost ran him down. The crane was swung out, and a boat's crew hooked the chain to the sphere. When they'd shipped the sphere, they unscrewed the manhole and peered into the darkness of the interior, for the electric light chamber was intended to illuminate the water about the sphere, and was shut off entirely from its general cavity. The air was very hot within the cavity, and the india rubber at the lip of the manhole was soft. There was no answer to their eager questions, and no sound of movement within. Elstead seemed to be lying motionless, crumpled up in the bottom of the globe. The ship's doctor crawled in and lifted him out to the men outside. For a moment or so they did not know whether Elstead was alive or dead. His face, in the yellow light of the ship's lamps, glistened with perspiration. They carried him down to his own cabin. Almost his first words were that he was going down again. The sphere would have to be altered, he said, in order to allow him to throw off the cord if need be, and that was all. He had had the most marvellous experience. "You thought I should find nothing but ooze," he said. "You laughed at my explorations, and I've discovered a new world." He told his story in disconnected fragments, and chiefly from the wrong end, so that it is impossible to retell it in his words. But what follows is the narrative of his experience. "It began atrociously," he said. "Before the cord ran out, the thing kept rolling over. He felt like a frog in a football. You could see nothing but the crane and the sky overhead, with an occasional glimpse of the people on the ship's rail. He couldn't tell a bit which way the thing would roll next. Suddenly he would find his feet going up and try to step, and over he went rolling head over heels, and just anyhow on the padding. Any other shape would have been more comfortable, but no other shape was to be relied upon under the huge pressure of the nethermost abyss. Suddenly the swaying ceased, the globe righted, and when he picked himself up, he saw the water all about him greeny blue, with an attenuated light filtering down from above, and a shoal of little floating things went rushing up past him, as it seemed to him, towards the light. And even as he looked, it grew darker and darker, until the water above was as dark as the midnight sky, albeit of a greener shade, and the water below black, and little transparent things in the water developed a faint glint of luminosity, and shot past him in faint greenish streaks. And the feeling of falling, it was just like the start of a lift, he said, only it kept on. One has to imagine what that means, that keeping on. It was then of all times that Elstead repented of his adventure. He saw the chances against him in an altogether new light. He thought of the big cuttlefish people knew to exist in the middle waters, the kind of things they find half digested in whales at times, or floating dead and rotten and half eaten by fish. Suppose one caught hold and would let go. And had the clockwork really been sufficiently tested? But whether he wanted to go on or to go back mattered not the slightest now. In 50 seconds everything was as black as night outside, except where the beam from his light struck through the waters, and picked out every now and then some fish or scrap of sinking matter. They flashed by too fast for him to see what they were. Once he thinks he passed a shark, and then the sphere began to get hot by friction against the water. They had underestimated this, it seems. The first thing he noticed was that he was perspiring, and then he heard a hissing growing louder under his feet, and saw a lot of little bubbles, very little bubbles they were, rushing upward like a fan through the water outside. Steam. He felt the window, and it was hot. He turned on the minute glow lamp that lit his own cavity, looked at the padded watch by the studs, and saw he had been travelling now for 2 minutes. It came into his head that the window would crack through the conflict of temperatures, for he knew the bottom water is very near freezing. Then suddenly the floor of the sphere seemed to press against his feet. The rush of bubbles outside grew slower and slower, and the hissing diminished. The sphere rolled a little. The window had not cracked. Nothing had given, and he knew that the dangers of sinking, at any rate, were over. In another minute or so he would be on the floor of the abyss. He thought, he said, of Stevens and Weybridge and the rest of them 5 miles overhead, higher to him than the very highest clouds that ever floated over land are to us, steaming slowly and staring down and wondering what had happened to him. He peered out of the window. There were no more bubbles now, and the hissing had stopped. Outside there was a heavy blackness, as black velvet, except where the electric light pierced the empty water and showed the colour of it, a yellow-green. Then 3 things like shapes of fire swam into sight, following each other through the water. Whether they were little and near, or big and far off, he could not tell. Each was outlined in a bluish light, almost as bright as the lights of a fishing smack, a light which seemed to be smoking greatly, and all along the sides of them were specks of this, like the lighter portholes of a ship. Their phosphorescence seemed to go out as they came into the radiance of his lamp, and he saw then that they were very little fish of some strange sort, with huge heads, vast eyes, and dwindling bodies and tails. Their eyes turned towards him, and he judged they were following him down. He supposed they were attracted by his glare. Presently others of the same sort joined them. As he went on down he noticed that the water became a pallid colour, and that little specks twinkled in his ray like motes in a sunbeam. This was probably due to the clouds of ooze and mud that the impact of the leaden sinkers had disturbed. By the time he was drawn down to the lead weights, he was in a dense fog of white that his electric light failed altogether to pierce for more than a few yards, and many minutes elapsed before the hanging sheets of sediment subsided to any extent. Then, lit by his light, and by transient phosphorescence of a distant shoal of fishes, he was able to see under the huge blackness of the superincumbent water an undulating expanse of greyish-white ooze, broken here and there by tangled thickets of a growth of sea lilies, waving hungry tentacles in the air. Farther away were the graceful, translucent outlines of a group of gigantic sponges. About this floor were scattered a number of bristling, flattish tufts of rich purple and black, which he decided must be some sort of sea urchin, and small, large-eyed and blind things, having a curious resemblance, some to woodlice and others to lobsters, crawled sluggishly across the track of the light and vanished into the obscurity again, leaving furrowed trails behind them. Then suddenly the hovering swarm of little fishes veered about and came towards him as a flight of starlings might do. They passed over him like a phosphorescent snow, and then he saw behind them some large creature advancing towards the sphere. At first he could see it only dimly, a faintly moving figure, remotely suggestive of a walking man, and then it came into the spray of light that the lamp shot out. As the glare struck it, it shut its eyes, dazzled. He stared in rigid astonishment. It was a strange vertebrated animal. Its dark purple head was dimly suggestive of a chameleon, but it had such a high forehead and such a brain case as no reptile ever displayed before. The vertical pitch of its face gave it a most extraordinary resemblance to a human being. Two large and protruding eyes projected from sockets in chameleon fashion, and it had a broad reptilian mouth with horny lips beneath its little nostrils. In the position of the ears were two huge gill covers, and out of these floated a branching tree of coralline filaments, almost like the tree-like gills that very young rays and sharks possess. But the humanity of the face was not the most extraordinary thing about the creature. It was a biped. Its almost globular body was poised on a tripod of two frog-like legs and a long thick tail, and its forelimbs, which grotesquely caricatured the human hand, much as a frog's do, carried a long shaft of bone tipped with copper. The colour of the creature was variegated. Its head, hands and legs were purple, but its skin, which hung loosely upon it, even as clothes might do, was a phosphorescent grey, and it stood there blinded by the light. At last this unknown creature of the abyss blinked its eyes open, and shading them with a disengaged hand, opened its mouth and gave vent to a shouting noise, articulate almost as speech might be, that penetrated even the steel case and padded jacket of the sphere. How a shouting may be accomplished without lungs, Elstead does not profess to explain. It then moved sideways out of the glare, into the mystery of shadow that bordered it on either side, and Elstead felt, rather than saw, that it was coming towards him. Fancying the light had attracted it, he turned the switch that cut off the current. In another moment something soft dabbed upon the steel, and the globe swayed. Then the shouting was repeated, and it seemed to him that a distant echo answered it. The dabbing recurred, and the globe swayed and ground against the spindle over which the wire was rolled. He stood in the blackness, and peered out into the everlasting night of the abyss, and presently he saw, very faint and remote, other phosphorescent, quasi-human forms hurrying towards him. Hardly knowing what he did, he felt about in his swaying prison for the stud of the exterior electric light, and came by accident against his own small glow lamp in its padded recess. The sphere twisted, and then threw him down. He heard shouts like shouts of surprise, and when he rose to his feet, he saw two pairs of stalked eyes peering into the lower window and reflecting his light. In another moment hands were dabbing vigorously at his steel casing, and there was a sound, horrible enough in his position, of the metal protection of the clockwork being vigorously hammered. That, indeed, sent his heart into his mouth, for if these strange creatures succeeded in stopping that, his release would never occur. Scarcely had he thought as much, when he felt the sphere sway violently, and the floor of it press hard against his feet. He turned off the small glow lamp that lit the interior, and sent the ray of the large light in a separate compartment out into the water. The sea floor and the man-like creatures had disappeared, and the couple of fish chasing each other dropped suddenly by the window. He thought at once that these strange denizens of the deep sea had broken the rope, and that he had escaped. He drove up faster and faster, and then stopped with a jerk that sent him flying against the padded roof of his prison. For half a minute perhaps, he was too astonished to think. Then he felt that the sphere was spinning slowly and rocking, and it seemed to him it was also being drawn through the water. By crouching close to the window, he managed to make his weight effective and roll that part of the sphere downward, but he could see nothing save the pale ray of his light striking down ineffectively into the darkness. It occurred to him that he would see more if he turned the lamp off and allowed his eyes to grow accustomed to the profound obscurity. In this he was wise. After some minutes the velvety blackness became a translucent blackness, and then, far away and as faint as the zodiacal light of an English summer evening, he saw shapes moving below. He judged these creatures had detached his cable and were towing him along the sea bottom. And then he saw something faint and remote across the undulations of the submarine plain. A broad horizon of pale luminosity that extended this way and that way as far as the range of his little window permitted him to see. To this he was being towed, as the balloon might be towed by men out of the open country into a town. He approached it very slowly, and very slowly the dim irradiation was gathered together into more definite shapes. It was nearly 5 o'clock before he came over this luminous area, and by that time he could make out an arrangement suggestive of streets and houses grouped about a vast, roofless erection that was grotesquely suggestive of a ruined abbey. It was spread out like a map below him. The houses were all roofless enclosures of walls, and their substance being, as he afterwards saw, of phosphorescent bones, gave the place an appearance as if it were built of drowned moonshine. Among the inner caves of the place, waving trees of crinoid stretched their tentacles, and tall, slender, glassy sponges shot like shining minarets and lilies of filmy light out of the general glow of the city. In the open spaces of the place, he could see a stirring movement as of crowds of people, but it was too many fathoms above them to distinguish the individuals in those crowds. Then slowly they pulled him down, and as they did so, the details of the place crept slowly upon his apprehension. He saw that the courses of the cloudy buildings were marked out with beaded lines of round objects, and then he perceived that at several points below him, in broad open spaces, were forms like the encrusted shapes of ships. Slowly and surely he was drawn down, and the forms below him became brighter, clearer, more distinct. He was being pulled down, he perceived, towards the large building in the centre of the town, and he could catch a glimpse ever and again of the multitudinous forms that were lugging at his cord. He was astonished to see that the rigging of one of the ships, which formed such a prominent feature of the place, was crowded with a host of gesticulating figures regarding him. And then the walls of the great building rose about him silently and hid the city from his eyes. And such walls they were, of waterlogged wood and twisted wire rope, and iron spars and copper, and the bones and skulls of dead men. The skulls ran in zigzag lines and spirals and fantastic curves over the building, and in and out of their eye sockets and over the whole surface of the place lurked and played a multitude of silvery little fishes. Suddenly his ears were filled with a low shouting and a noise like a violent blowing of horns, and this gave place to a fantastic chant. Down the sphere sank, past the huge pointed windows, through which he saw vaguely a great number of these strange ghost-like people regarding him, and at last he came to rest, as it seemed, on a kind of altar that stood in the centre of the place. And now he was at such a level that he could see these strange people of the abyss plainly once more. To his astonishment, he perceived that they were prostrating themselves before him, all save one, dressed as it seemed in a robe of placoid scales, and crowned with a luminous diadem, who stood with his reptilian mouth opening and shutting, as though he led the chanting of the worshippers. A curious impulse made Elstead turn on his small glow lamp again, so that he became visible to these creatures of the abyss, albeit the glare made them disappear forthwith into night. At this sudden sight of him, the chanting gave place to a tumult of exultant shouts, and Elstead, being anxious to watch them, turned his light off again and vanished from before their eyes. But for a time he was too blind to make out what they were doing, and then at last he could distinguish them. They were kneeling again, and thus they continued worshipping him without rest or intermission for a space of 3 hours. Most circumstantial was Elstead's account of this astounding city and its people. These people of perpetual night, who have never seen sun or moon or stars, green vegetation, nor any living air-breathing creatures, who know nothing of fire, nor any light but the phosphorescent light of living things. Startling as is his story, it is yet more startling to find that scientific men of such eminence as Adams and Jenkins find nothing incredible in it. They tell me how they see no reason why intelligent, water-breathing, vertebrated creatures, inured to a low temperature and enormous pressure, and of such a heavy structure that neither alive nor dead would they float, might not live upon the bottom of the deep sea, and quite unsuspected by us, descendants like ourselves of the great theriomorpha of the new red sandstone age. We should be known to them, however, as strange, meteoric creatures, wont to fall catastrophically dead out of the mysterious blackness of their watery sky. And not only ourselves, but our ships, our metals, our appliances would come raining down out of the night. Sometimes sinking things would smite down and crush them, as if it were the judgment of some unseen power above. And sometimes would come things of the utmost rarity or utility, or shapes of inspiring suggestion. One could understand, perhaps, something of their behaviour at the descent of a living man, if one thinks what a barbaric people might do, to whom an enhaloed shining creature came suddenly out of the sky. At one time or another, Elstead probably told the officers of the ptarmigan every detail of his strange 12 hours in the abyss. That he also intended to write them down is certain, but he never did. And so, unhappily, we have to piece together the discrepant fragments of his story from the reminiscences of Commander Simmons, Weybridge, Stevens, Lindley and the others. We see the thing darkly in fragmentary glimpses. The huge ghostly building, the bowing, chanting people with their dark chameleon-like heads and faintly luminous clothing, and Elstead with his light turned on again, vainly trying to convey to their minds that the cord by which the sphere was held was to be severed. Minute after minute slipped away, and Elstead, looking at his watch, was horrified to find that he had oxygen only for 4 hours more. But the chant in his honour kept on as remorselessly as if it was the marching song of his approaching death. The manner of his release he does not understand, but to judge by the end of the cord that hung from the sphere, it had been cut through by rubbing against the edge of the altar. Abruptly the sphere rolled over, and he swept up out of their world, as an ethereal creature clothed in a vacuum would sweep through our own atmosphere back to its native ether again. He must have torn out of their sight as a hydrogen bubble hastens upwards from our air. A strange ascension it must have seemed to them. The sphere had rushed up with even greater velocity than, when weighed down with the lead sinkers, it had rushed down. It became exceedingly hot. It drove up with the windows uppermost, and he remembers a torrent of bubbles frothing against the glass. Every moment he expected this to fly. Then suddenly something like a huge wheel seemed to be released in his head. The padded compartment began spinning about him, and he fainted. His next recollection was of his cabin, and of the doctor's voice. But that is the substance of the extraordinary story that Elstead related in fragments to the officers of the ptarmigan. He promised to write it all down at a later date. His mind was chiefly occupied with the improvement of his apparatus, which was effected at Rio. It remains only to tell that on February 2nd, 1896, he made his second descent into the ocean abyss, with the improvements his first experience suggested. What happened we shall probably never know. He never returned. The ptarmigan beat about over the point of his submersion, seeking him in vain for 13 days. Then she returned to Rio, and the news was telegraphed to his friends. So the matter remains for the present, but it is hardly probable that no further attempt will be made to verify his strange story of these hitherto unsuspected cities of the deep sea. The end of Into the Abyss.
Flight 18 by Paul A. Torak. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Flight 18 by Paul A. Torak. Read by Quartertone. Mr. Bradbury was angry. Fog or no fog, the airlines should stay on schedule. Lack of planning, foresight, sense of responsibility, that was the trouble. He felt like cursing. "Damn," said Mr. Bradbury. But a voice on the public address system announced that Flight 18 for Chicago was ready to leave. He raised his considerable bulk from the chair in the dimly lit waiting room of the airfield and checked his watch. No way to run a business. He shook his head and snorted indignantly. Such a snort is worthy of note. It was an utterance that could be made only by a corporation lawyer in the prime of life. It was a nasal explosion connoting wealth, confidence, and a singular lack of imagination. It was a snort fed on T-bone steaks, good Scotch whiskey, and bicarbonate of soda. Mr. Bradbury peered myopically around the waiting room. A few minutes ago, while washing his face in the men's room, he had broken his glasses in the washing bowl. Although he hated to admit it to anyone, he could see next to nothing without those thick lenses. The room was an unpleasant blur, but he was able to determine that he was the only would-be passenger in the waiting room. The others were drinking coffee in the airfield's restaurant. "Flight 18, said the voice on the speaker. "Flight 18. Mr. Bradbury shrugged his heavy shoulders, picked up his bag and briefcase, and stepped out the door into the fog. The mist hung thick and low over the airfield, cloaking the damp night air in a morbid blanket of gloom. Mr. Bradbury blinked sullenly into the shroud-like vapor. "What the hell?" he swore. "Can't even see the plane." And, he thought, floundering unhappily into a wire gate Where in blazes are the rest of the passengers? Are they going to fly through this stuff? "This way, sir," said a feminine voice, and he saw a dim, uniformed figure in front of him. The hostess. Glad someone knows where he's going, he thought, and then he followed the girl toward the now visible lights of the plane. "Watch your steps, sir," she said as he walked up the runway. He grunted. Making these things steeper all the time, he thought. The hostess was a pretty, dark-eyed young thing, plump in the right sort of way. Mr. Bradbury leaned back in the soft cushioned seat. It felt good. "Fasten your safety belt, sir." She helped him with it. "And I do hope you'll be comfortable," she said in a soft, low voice. He caught the glint of black eyes, jet and sparkling. He smiled at her appreciatively.
"I'm sure I will."
He grinned, resisting a sudden impulse to pinch her cheek. The girl walked down the aisle toward the door again, hips swaying provocatively. A young blossom ready for the plucking, thought Mr. Bradbury. A succulent young partridge ready for the... Mr. Bradbury chuckled to himself happily on thinking of the many women he had known in his 50 years. He looked around the plane. No passengers, except for a pleasant-looking young man sitting across the aisle from him, a young man thoroughly engrossed in a small paper-bound book, the title of which Mr. Bradbury could not discern. He wished he had his glasses, for he was getting a slight headache. The lawyer leaned back in the soft seat and closed his eyes. Well, headache or no headache, life was good, and he was glad he was alive. Then Mr. Bradbury fell asleep. When he awoke, the plane was in flight, and looking out the window he could see nothing but darkness broken only by an occasional cloud formation. The man across the aisle was staring into the blackness outside, the book he had been reading discarded and left lying on the floor. Mr. Bradbury stretched himself and looked around him. The plane had been darkened, and apparently only he and the young man were awake. He yawned. A great conversationalist, Mr. Bradbury craved discourse. But where was the opening wedge necessary to break the bond of silence between himself and the other passenger? Then his eyes fell on the book lying on the floor. He picked it up and held it close so that he could see. The title had something to do with flying saucers, and the cover illustration, a lurid affair, showed a green-skinned, globe-headed, tentacled creature equipped with a tiny rocket motor on its back, an expression of what was supposed to pass for lust in its face. The thing was carrying away a beautiful, thinly clad Earth girl, her face contorted with fear. In the background hung a disc-shaped spaceship hovering over a burning Earth city.
"Rubbish,"
said Mr. Bradbury in a loud voice, so that the young man across the aisle could hear him. "I beg your pardon?" asked the other passenger, turning away from the window, eyebrows raised in question.
"The book you're reading,"
answered the corporation lawyer.
"Rubbish."
The smooth-faced young man blushed and smiled apologetically. "Well, I suppose you're right, but it's sort of fun, reading this sort of thing." The lawyer chuckled condescendingly and shook his head. He turned the book over in his hands almost fondly. He wished he had his glasses so that he could read it. "It's sort of refreshing, if you know what I mean," continued the man, as if feeling some further defense of his choice in literature were necessary.
"Rubbish,"
chuckled Mr. Bradbury for the third time. A shadow of annoyance registered on the young man's face. The lawyer put down the book and extended his hand across the aisle.
"Bradbury is the name," he said. "Represent the Hotchkiss Oil Industries. Oil is my business," he added impressively.
The young man hesitated for a moment and then accepted Mr. Bradbury's hand. The lawyer reflected momentarily that for a frail-looking young fellow the chap showed an amazing strength in his handshake. "Tarkas is my name," said Mr. Bradbury's new acquaintance. "Oswald Tarkas."
"In business, Mr. Tarkas?"
"Well, no," laughed Mr. Tarkas nervously. "Not exactly. I suppose you might say that I just sort of putter around. I work for a museum." Mr. Bradbury frowned. He had never known anyone who just sort of puttered around in museums. He wasn't quite sure that he approved. Such an occupation seemed vaguely un-American, subversive, although he couldn't say why.
"A museum? What museum?
Oswald Tarkus hesitated, looked at the floor, and then answered almost timidly as if he expected some reprimand. Well, it's probably not too well known. The Canal City Museum.
Oh, muttered the lawyer. No, can't say that I've heard of it. Where is it? New York? San Francisco?
Oswald Tarkus had turned away for a moment and was staring out the window. The motors of the plane hummed pleasantly, giving a sense of comforting power. The plane's cabin was dark except for the lights over Tarkus's and Mr. Bradbury's seats. Oh, no, replied Mr. Tarkus. We do have our branches in those cities, but it's a bit difficult to pin us down. We're more or less a research outfit, sort of an international organization, if you know what I mean. Mr. Bradbury didn't, but he nodded his head agreeably.
And what do you do for the museum, Tarkus? He asked.
Well, I'm what you might call a collector, of sorts, he added. Yes, I sort of collect things in a way, you might say. The lawyer, a great student of human character, noted that his new acquaintance wore a crew cut. His face was thin and looked clean-cut except for a slight weakness around the chin.
Well now, Oswald, he said, you don't mind my calling you Oswald, do you? I like to be friendly.
Not at all, flushed Mr. Tarkus happily. I like to be friendly too, when my work permits, he added.
I have a lot of respect for museums, ventured Mr. Bradbury. He had never been in a museum. Cultural institutions, that sort of thing, he went on, waving his hand. My company often makes contributions to worthy institutions. Maybe I can do something for your outfit.
Oswald Tarkus seemed appreciative. Now, that's awfully kind. And you know, we accept all contributions gratefully. We take what we can get. There was an embarrassed pause in the conversation. Then Mr. Bradbury remembered the book he held in his hand.
This book,
he said, holding it up in his hand.
Nonsense,
he scoffed, shaking his head.
Know what flying saucers really were?
Well, started Oswald.
Balloons.
Balloons?
Weather balloons, assured Mr. Bradbury emphatically. Weather balloons, that's all they were.
Oswald looked as if he were about to say something, but didn't. Mr. Bradbury, obviously enjoying himself, drew 2 expensive cigars from his coat pocket.
Have one?
He offered. Oswald hesitated, and then accepted. He put the cigar in his breast pocket. But, stammered Oswald, what about the witnesses? The National Guard pilot, the airline pilots, the Army anti-aircraft observers? The lawyer drew in the rich tobacco fumes and tilted his large, handsome head.
Hallucinations, he said. Mass hysteria.
A smile of amused indulgence lit his large, florid face.
Oh, what a world of fantastic notions was begun by that first atomic explosion. Now, for example, the notion that these so-called flying saucers are extraterrestrial.
Mr. Bradbury waved the very idea away with a gesture of dismissal.
If there are intelligent beings from another planet in control of these hypothetical spaceships, why haven't they contacted us by this time?
Well, suggested Mr. Tarkus thoughtfully, maybe they have their reasons. Maybe you can't judge the actions of extraterrestrial beings by terrestrial standards of conduct.
And the meteors,
continued Mr. Bradbury, ignoring Oswald's last remark.
The meteors make space travel impossible. Do you realize that every day our atmosphere is burning up thousands of those meteors? Do you know that just one of those meteors the size of a pea could smash right through the thickest armored plate and wreck any rocket?
Something small and glowing smashed into the outside of Mr. Bradbury's window and ricocheted off into space.
What was that?
Asked Mr. Bradbury, half rising from his seat. I don't know, answered Oswald. And then he added jokingly, maybe it was a meteor. The lawyer stared out the window, but still he could see nothing but blackness. He settled back into his seat again, shrugging his shoulders.
Well now, he resumed, as I said, the meteors. Can't escape them.
But, suggested Mr. Tarkus defensively, couldn't the rocket sort of scoot around them? He simpered as if embarrassed by such a ridiculous notion and made a half-hearted gesture with his right hand that Mr. Bradbury assumed was a scooting motion. Mr. Bradbury dismissed this contention with a wave of his cigar. Just then, the airliner gave a sickening lurch to the right, and something big and luminous roared past the plane. Mr. Bradbury bellowed, "Roughest damn trip I've ever had." "It makes me nervous, too," said Oswald.
"Now another thing," said the lawyer. "This business about men from Mars."
He looked uneasily out his window. Oswald smiled. "No truth in it?"
"None. Anyone with even a token knowledge of science knows that the Earth is the only planet that can support human life."
"But," answered Oswald, "suppose that planets could be inhabited by something other than human life, like that thing on the cover there." He motioned toward the book Mr. Bradbury held. Mr. Bradbury laughed, about to explode this fallacy with another barrage of devastating logic. He was interrupted. "Say, Brad, you don't mind my calling you Brad, do you?"
"Of course not,"
smiled the lawyer affably. "You say there's no such thing as flying saucers?" Mr. Bradbury inhaled from his cigar and shook his head.
"Hallucinations," he said positively.
"You're sure of that?"
"Stake my life on it."
"Well, I'm glad of that, because for a long time now, the damnedest hallucination I've ever seen has been flying alongside us." Mr. Bradbury rose from his seat, stepped across the aisle, and looked out Mr. Tarkis's window. He squinted out into the darkness. It was there, all right. No wings, disc-shaped, rows of lighted windows, luminous vapor emanating from the rear.
"Damn!"
exclaimed Mr. Bradbury, and pressed the button for the stewardess. She came quickly down the darkened aisle. "Flight 18, she said blankly. "Flight 18. Mr. Bradbury stared. "Did you ring, sir?" she asked.
"Good Lord, yes," said the lawyer. "Look!"
He pointed to the window. The stewardess, plump and pretty as ever, didn't look, but with amazing strength pushed him down into his seat. "This way, sir," she said, smiling pleasantly.
"What's going on?"
roared Mr. Bradbury, starting to rise again from his seat. "Watch your steps, sir," answered the stewardess, giving him another shove. "Fasten your safety belts, sir," she said, and before the lawyer could protest again, he found himself fastened down in his seat. "And I do hope you'll be comfortable, sir," she said in a soft, low voice. He caught the glint of black eyes, jet and sparkling. She turned, took one step up the aisle, and stopped. "And I do hope you'll be comfortable, sir," she repeated. She stood there motionless, as if paralyzed in the middle of the aisle. "And I do hope you'll be comfortable, sir," she said again. "And I do hope you'll be—" Mr. Tarkis stifled a yawn, rose from his seat, and stepped over to the girl. He reached out and twisted her ear. Her voice stopped, and her back slid open like a secret panel, revealing a maze of whirring, clicking machinery.
What?
stuttered Mr. Bradbury.
"She's a
robot," smiled Oswald Tarkis happily. He turned from his examination of the defective machinery. "She's not a very good robot. Her vocal mechanisms jam now and then, but she serves a purpose. You'd be surprised how many of you we catch this way." Then Oswald touched a wall switch. The darkened plane blazed into light. There were no passengers on the plane other than Oswald, Mr. Bradbury, and the robot stewardess that stood silently in the aisle. Mr. Bradbury could still see the flying disc outside the window. Oswald saw the direction of his glance. "Friends of mine," he grinned. The lawyer looked wildly around the empty plane.
Where are the passengers?"
he croaked, a numbing suspicion growing in his mind. "No other passengers," answered Oswald, standing there, still smiling. "You just got in the wrong boat, Brad, old fellow." The cabin of the airliner was changing. It was beginning to look like something very unlike an airliner cabin. The seats dissolved into walls which seemed to expand in the shape of a circular room, a large disc-shaped compartment lined with machinery, tanks and dials, glass cages of sleeping terrestrial animals. One large cage was empty. Mr. Bradbury stared at this unoccupied glass cylinder. "Yes," grinned Oswald, "for you. But don't worry, just pass it all off as a hallucination. Want to see where we are, sport?" A panel opened in the floor, and Mr. Bradbury looked out into the black void of outer space. And there, in the center of that panel of darkness, was the planet Earth, a tiny silver ball, rapidly diminishing in size.
"What are you?"
screamed Mr. Bradbury, struggling against the belt that held him in his seat.
"What are you?"
"A collector," said Oswald Tarkus, tearing off his head and revealing underneath the disguise a small globe of bone and flesh, 2 glowing eyes, a mouth filled with many white sharp teeth. "A collector," it repeated, as the false arms and legs and torso were ripped away, revealing a shapeless green body equipped with spindly tentacles that waved obscenely at Mr. Bradbury. "Of sorts," it added, as it moved toward the frightened lawyer. Mr. Bradbury screamed. "Rubbish!" it giggled. "Weather balloons! Hallucinations!" It chirped gaily, and writhing, snake-like appendages reached out for the twisting, screaming, hysterical figure of Mr. Bradbury. And through the empty reaches of the cosmos, 2 tiny disks hurtled toward Sol's 4th planet. End of Flight 18 by Paul A. Torak.
Time for Survival by George O. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Time for Survival by George O. Smith. The storm ruined my plan. Not by seasickness. I'd come prepared for the worst, knowing how rough it could get on a sailing ship of the 19th century. I outrode the storm easily, stowed away in the hold. Not even the breakage of some of the 1,700 barrels of alcohol carried as a cargo bothered me, although the stench was terrific. But on the morning of the 25th November, 1872, the first mate, Albert Richardson, sent the second mate, Andrew Gilling, below with 2 of the German seamen to assay the storm damage. They found me, and I was hauled aloft before Captain Briggs as a stowaway. Captain Briggs of the Mary Celeste eyed my strange clothing with deep curiosity, but his interest was obviously more concerned with my unauthorized presence. He said sternly, "When did you get aboard?" I realized that I had to impress him. I smiled. "You delayed your sailing from the 5th November to the 6th, so that you and Mrs. Briggs could have dinner aboard Dea Gratia with Captain Morehouse," I said. "How can you know so much?" he exclaimed. "How can you live as a stowaway for almost 20 days?" I held up my chronothon contactor, knowing that I could impress him indeed. "Captain Briggs," I said, "I am a time-traveling historian from the 22nd century." I pointed to the big red button on the top. "Until I depress this button and return to my own day and age, every morning I receive a daily ration of food and water. It's about—" I'd timed it close. I was interrupted by the click of the chronothon as it time-transferred my daily ration. I opened the cabinet and offered a bite of 22nd century breakfast to the captain. He said, "This is a sailor's tale, I think. You claim that you're a time-traveling historian? Then tell me, why are you here on Mary Celeste?" "Captain Briggs," I said, "the time machine was invented in 1987. Within 20 years, every historical event had been painstakingly researched and authentically rewritten, by time-traveling historians who viewed the event as partaking eyewitnesses. By my time, fame and fortune awaits any man who has the luck and dogged determination to scour historic time to locate some event that has not been recounted faithfully to the last niggling little detail. Why, Captain Briggs, in Jim Bishop's famous The Day Columbus Landed, they recorded the name of the man who owned the hen that laid the egg that Columbus stood on end to impress Isabel with his ability. And so, Captain Briggs, I stowed away because A woman's voice interrupted me. I turned and looked at the captain's wife, who, of course, was the only woman aboard the Mary Celeste. She was carrying little Sophia Matilda in her arms. She said, "Edward, what unearthly manner of ship is that?" The steward, Edward Head, replied, "I don't rightly know, madam." I turned to look. No more than 50 feet from the starboard rail was a vast barge. Upon the barge were serried rows of seats that stretched upward and backward for hundreds of feet. The seats were filled rapidly. Ushers were escorting the spectators efficiently. Vendors were selling refreshments and programs. A thrumping sound came from overhead, and I looked up to watch the materialization of jet copters and personal carriers, and even a poised spacecraft hanging in a dome above our heads. Over the lee rail came a crew of technicians, carrying the heavy Ward Workman Tri-D recorder of the 27th century, and their director pulled a script from his pocket and said, "Joe, you and Pete dislocate the binnacle and break the compass. Al, open the fore hatch and the lazarette. Tony, that spring-wound chronometer is pre-atomic clock and worth a fortune to the National Museum. Put it with my personal loot along with the sextant. You can keep the ship's register, but give the navigation books to George with my compliments. Let's see, sails, jib, the fore topmast. Now toss the yawl overboard. Get it out of the way. It's missing." One of his men came up and said something to him that I could not hear. "No," he replied, "it would not be more dramatic to dummy up a half-eaten breakfast and a pan of milk warming on the stove for a baby. Too many writers try to make it that way in the beginning. I know what's authentic." Then he paused as the Ward Workman cameraman panned around the Mary Celeste, making close-up and approach shots. One of them finished their work and reported to him. "Fine," he said, looking at his strap watch. "Now let's back off for some long shots. And remember, we don't know what kind of catastrophe this is going to be, so keep those tri-recorders running constantly until I tell you to stop." Captain Benjamin Spooner Briggs of the Mary Celeste put an arm around his wife. To me he said, "I don't completely understand, but I do get enough to realize that we're the subject of something evil." "Yes," I said, "We're not waiting here to let it happen to us," he snapped. "But you can't change history," I objected. "Watch," he said roughly. Then, with a stentorian voice, Captain Briggs roared, "Abandon ship!" The captain and his wife, still carrying their daughter Sophia Matilda, mingled with the photo-recording crew. The two mates, the steward, and the 4 German seamen went over the side and swam swiftly for the barges. There were flurries of activity when they went aboard the barges, but then the activity stilled, and I was alone on the Mary Celeste. I looked around me and realized that Captain Briggs hadn't changed history. He'd made it. Slowly, the barges emptied, and the spectators returned to their own time and place among the centuries. Sorrowfully, I pressed my button and went home. My fame would never be. My fortune would never start. My book would remain unwritten, for I knew full well that the potential customer for this historical event had been there as an eyewitness. After seeing it, who'd bother to buy my book? On 4 December 1872, Captain Morehouse of Die Gracia sighted Mary Celeste, yawing in the mild sea, with jib and foremast sails set, no one at the helm, and no one aboard. The binnacle was knocked out of place. The compass was broken. The sextant and chronometer, ship's registry, and navigation books were missing. The ship's yawl, lashed to the main hatch, was missing. The forehatch and lazarette were open, and about a dozen of the ship's cargo of 1,701 barrels of alcohol were broken or leaking badly. The last notation in the ship's deck log had been made early in the morning of 25 November, 1872, and the account of the previous hours indicated the Mary Celeste had come through a severe storm on the previous day and most of the night. Accounts that include half-eaten plates of food, half-packed bags, and other evidences of an abrupt interruption and panicky flight for safety are false. No survivors ever turned up. No explanation can be given. Researchers in the mystery of the Mary Celeste suggest that the storm, the leaking alcohol, combined to frighten Captain Briggs with a threat of fire or explosion, and that they all took off in the ship's yawl, which floundered. We will not know the truth until someone invents the time machine. The end of Time for Survival by George O. Smith.
Papa Knows Best by Wallace Humphrey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kelly Wilcox Baird. Papa Knows Best by Wallace Humphrey. The morning telecast had told of more deaths, some natural, but most of them suicides. It wasn't news calculated to set at rest the human spirit, but then, since the day disaster had struck, there had been no such thing as a peaceful mind. It was so easy to remember how it all began, Steve Rushton was thinking, as he suffered the indignity of the routine search. The trick was in trying to forget. You rationalized your fears and anxieties. You slammed the door against an impossible enemy and then pretended he was gone. Out of sight, out of mind. And if that didn't work, kill yourself. This was how it was. One day, the grass was green and the trees were sending out new leaf buds. A day later, the grass was withering and turning yellow, and the tender new leaf buds were starting to drop off the trees. Hysteria reigned, recrimination following recrimination. A well-known gossip columnist swore it was a ghastly plot by the Eastern Alliance to rule the world, overlooking the fact that the Eastern Alliance was no better off. A cultist with a large following in California brayed that mankind was reaping the fruit of its own evil. Some people tried to look into their own hearts, and others tried to look into the future, and as a result, death by suicide mounted in a dizzying spiral. World leaders pleaded for sanity. Scientists sought feverishly for an answer and finally agreed that what had happened was due to a ray which was coming from somewhere out in interplanetary space. And the enormity of the peril was finally realized when farmers reported their crops were failing. All known stockpiles of food could support mankind for only a limited time. At first, science tried to devise some sort of barrier against the ray, but this was soon given up. Nothing about the ray seemed to fit into any pigeonhole of human knowledge. Next, science turned its attention to the manufacture of synthetic food. And when this became an accomplished fact, almost overnight the world heaved a sigh of relief. But the relief was short-lived. Mankind was suddenly finding it harder and harder to breathe. The secondary effect of the destruction of plant life was becoming all too apparent. So again, the world looked toward Papa. Papa had saved mankind once. Now Papa would have to do it again. Steve Rushton, except for a bad moment now and then, was relatively free of fear and anxiety. He had a complete and abiding faith, amounting to a childlike worship, in Papa's infallible ability to get the world out of the horrible mess it was in. Papa had showed them how to synthesize carbon and hydrogen for food. Now Papa had to show them how to make the air once more fit to breathe. The routine search didn't take long. An electric eye, a Geiger counter, and sundry other gadgetry turned Steve upside down and inside out and found him clean. The security guard relaxed a little and said, "Okay, Steve, you can see Papa now. And don't do anything in there I wouldn't do." Steve grinned politely, and the guard, slapping a thigh, laughed with maudlin abandon, and then he suddenly began to wheeze. "This damned hair," he gasped. "What do you expect for free?" Steve asked sourly. "Pure oxygen?" "It's getting worse." "Papa will find a way." The guard shook his head. "I don't get it." Steve snapped his fingers. "It's simple. We breathe in oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. Plant life takes the carbon out of the CO2 in the air and replaces it with oxygen. Now, with all the plant life dead, we're using up all the oxygen, and it's not being replaced." "Well," the guard began. "Trust Papa," Steve said. "Papa knows best." "Sure," said the guard uncertainly. "Oh, sure." Steve ducked through the open door. A small overhead light winked from red to green, and the door locked securely behind him. For the next 8 hours, Steve would be a prisoner, more tightly locked up than if he were in a jail cell. "What a guy will do," Steve muttered aloud, "for a lousy 200 credits a week." But he really didn't mind being locked up alone in the room. Steve loved Papa. Luckily, his love for Papa was different from his love for Janie Weeks, who worked the swing shift. Perhaps it was just as well, for otherwise it would have looked bad on his monthly psycho report. A man might love a maid, but never, never a machine. And Papa, of course, didn't return his affection. Papa was wholly unencumbered by emotion and therefore completely logical. Papa never rationalized. All Papa knew about emotion, fear, love, jealousy, hatred, greed, and all the rest was what Steve had helped teach him. Papa never forgot anything, and the more he was able to learn, the more answers he could come up with. And from the standpoint of logic, his answers were never wrong. Sometimes Papa's emotionless approach bothered Steve. It seemed to Steve that Papa was all the time laughing at the frailties of human nature. Mostly, Steve didn't let himself think about it. Papa's real name was Kleinschmidt IV, after the name of the inventor. Papa was really a superior computing machine, a whiz of cybernetics brain, covering about an acre of floor space. He was made out of electronic tubes and relays and switches and dials and meters, the work encased in row after row of gleaming steel cabinets. All in all, worth considerably more than the credit and a half value of the normal human chemistry. Steve patted one of Papa's gleaming panels. "Lover boy," he said. He took off his hat and coat, rolled up his sleeves, and then pushed a button. Papa began to glow. However, Papa was always sluggish after a night's rest, and it took him quite a while every morning to get his memory working. "Well, Papa," Steve said, "how about a cup of coffee?" Papa didn't answer. Papa hadn't waked up yet, and besides, Papa didn't drink coffee. Steve went to a small kitchen alcove and deftly brewed a pot of coffee. He moved slowly, trying not to exert himself. It was now highly important to keep your oxygen consumption at a minimum. The coffee supply was almost gone, and there was no more where it had come from. Well, it had been nice while it lasted. Steve turned his thoughts to something more pleasant. Janie Weeks. Both Steve and Janie had been with Papa ever since the beginning. Papa was 2 years old now, but much wiser than his years might indicate. Steve and Janie both had PhDs in semantics, a basic requirement for their jobs. Papa demanded accurate communication, for otherwise he'd come up with one of his favorite phrases. Things like, "observation fallacious," and "insufficient data." Steve poured himself a cup of coffee and then sat down at the desk in front of Papa. He took a sip of coffee and said, "How are you today, Papa?" "Fine," Papa intoned through his loudspeaker. "It's good to be awake." It still bothered Steve to hear Papa speak, although he was getting used to it. You could get used to about anything, except not eating and not breathing. Papa had originally been designed to take a punched tape and reply on a ribbon fed from a large spool somewhere inside him. The audio and speech channels had been a later refinement. This had come after Dr. Kleinschmidt had killed himself, first quietly going insane like the inventor of the linotype machine of an earlier era. And the innovation had been Papa's own idea. Another of his own ideas was the power plant, which fed and nourished him and which operated totally without human control. He'd come up with still others. The idea that Papa could refine himself had scared Janie, but Steve had accepted it just as he blindly accepted everything Papa said and did. Steve finished his coffee and then jerked a wire basket to him. A sheaf of papers lay waiting, having been delivered by a pneumatic tube from another part of the building. The papers were covered with a vast array of numbers, which Steve didn't understand and didn't want to. Steve was a semanticist, not trained in physical sciences. "Look alert, Papa," Steve said. "Here it comes." Papa remained silent, waiting. One thing about Papa, he spoke no unnecessary words. Steve carefully read off the data from the sheaf of papers, enunciating clearly so that Papa wouldn't misunderstand. It took a long time, and Steve's throat was dry when he finally finished. He heated up the coffee again, since it sometimes took Papa quite a spell to digest a meal. It was almost noon when Papa finally spoke again. Steve scowled and picked up a phone and was connected with the Office of Information upstairs, where scientific data was collected from every cranny of the globe and correlated and put into the proper form for Papa to digest. A feminine voice answered, and Steve wished security would allow him to see the voice's owner on a vision plate. On the spur of the moment, Steve said, "How about a date?" "Not with you, Frankenstein. Look, I only work here too. I don't want anything to do with either you or that unholy monster." "Now you've hurt Papa's feelings." "How?" the voice suddenly faltered. "How can you talk this way?" "I don't know," Steve said. "It's better than worrying." "Maybe." "Well, what's his answer this time?" "Insufficient data." "Damn! Ask him how insufficient the data is." Steve chuckled. "Uh-huh. I've tried that. No dice. Data is either sufficient or it isn't. There's no such thing as a degree of insufficiency." A sigh came over the wire. "If I lose faith in that monster, I might as well cut my throat. I'd rather do that than die of slow strangulation. Do you notice it's harder to breathe?" "Yes, but don't forget, it was Papa who kept the whole human race from starving to death." "I don't know. Maybe I'd just as soon starve as eat those damned pills." "No, you wouldn't," Steve said. "Papa will save us now, too, just as soon as we feed him all the dope he has to know. Anything more to set before him now?" "No," said the feminine voice, all banter gone. "Maybe on the next shift. I'm scared green." "Tough," Steve said. "Well, better luck next time." With distaste, Steve swallowed a luncheon pill, feeling that the disaster had taken away most of the joy of living. Still, it was awfully nice just knowing you could stay alive, which was more than a lot of hapless people could say. When Papa had come up with the ways and means of making synthetic food, all the production facilities of the world had been tuned to that end. Luckily, most of the necessary equipment had been already in existence, but only slowly could the supply match the demand, and in the meantime, a large segment of the total world population was starving. Steve poured another cup of coffee. "You wastrel," he told himself. "You prodigal of nature." He sat down at his desk and gazed fondly at Papa, who was glowing silently. Papa would save them, Steve thought with childlike faith. Papa was infallible in his logic. "Papa," Steve said, "when will Janie marry me?" "Insufficient data," Papa said. Steve sighed, leaning back in his chair. A host of dark thoughts began churning around inside his head. It was better to be doing something, anything. Even just talking to Papa would help him stop thinking. And Papa was nice to talk to. Papa seldom interrupted, and he never argued. Papa might disagree on a point of logic, but he never argued about it. Life's a struggle, Steve said. It's always been that way, and it won't change. Quite a while ago, a guy named Darwin put a label on it, the survival of the fittest. His theories have been discredited in some quarters, but that doesn't change his basic tenet: the weak die and the strong live. Steve was getting warmed up. Take the early reptiles. They couldn't keep up with geophysical change, and they died off. All you have to do is follow historic evolution. Maybe man was an accident in the evolutionary process, but that's unimportant. What is important is this: man became top dog only because he happened to have hands with fingers on them. And man learned to adapt. That's probably the greatest single lesson man learned, although the result hasn't always been pretty. Man learned to kill off the weaker species, and after that, he killed off the weaker races of men. "You're cynical today," Papa said. "Maybe this is one of my bitter days," Steve said. "No, it's not that. I'm just saying what everybody knows, but what we often hate to put into words because it doesn't sound nice. Take the new food pills. We all feel sorry for the people who haven't been able to get them, and yet every single one of us would fight tooth and nail to protect our own means of livelihood. Why do you think there have been riots? It's the haves against the have-nots." Is that the right attitude? Rightness has nothing to do with it. It's the way the world was made. Still, we like to believe in man's immortality. Just look here, Papa. When are we going to get some better air to breathe? Papa said. No comment. The door unlocked itself, and Steve realized his day was about over. He stood up as Janie Weeks came in. She didn't look like a doctor of semantics. Not if you were used to believing preconceived notions about how people were supposed to look. Janie's smooth cheeks were flushed. "What's the matter?" Steve asked. "Those darned gadgets," she said. "Every time I come to work, I feel undressed." "The gadgets aren't so dumb," Steve grinned. "A kiss for me today, sweetheart?" Janie's flush deepened, and she didn't comply. "What on earth have you been telling Papa, Steve? Last night he suddenly asked me about love." Steve laughed. "How's everything outside?" Janie shook her head. "It's horrible. More riots, more suicides. All the time it's getting harder to breathe. Steve, when will it end?" "Trust Papa." "I don't have your faith," Janie said wearily. "Surely Papa has been fed enough data to come up with something." Steve took Janie in his arms, feeling her body pliant and soft against him. Then the security guard looked in to remind them that time was up. With tender compassion, Steve kissed Janie on the lips. "Janie, I'll pick you up after work." "All right. You might at least act eager about it. We can look at the moon or something." Janie smiled wanly. "It seems kind of silly, but maybe it's better than thinking." A gyro car whirled Steve home. He stared out the window, but kept his mind firmly on Janie, partly so he wouldn't think of anything else. They passed the park where Steve had first witnessed the disaster without fully realizing the final meaning. The grass was gone now, and the bare trunks of the trees thrust upward, already beginning to rot away. It was difficult to realize that never again would he see a growing thing. He turned away, trying to throw the thought from his mind. The faces around him were wooden, and he knew he wasn't alone in his desire to be free of despair. Man trying desperately to adapt. Time passed slowly. His apartment bored him, but there was no place to go. He turned on the telescreen. More food riots, more deaths. Some of the deaths now from mountain countries were from lack of decent air. It was the same old struggle, the survival of the fittest. World leaders were begging for sanity. It seemed like an empty plea. No, there was still Papa. Papa wouldn't let the human race die. Steve grinned without mirth. Keep your chin up. Laugh at fears and anxieties. Kid around and be tough and act callous as hell. It was the only way to keep you from cutting your own throat. A knock on the door. Steve ushered Johnny Carlyle in. Johnny was a brilliant physical chemist. It was he who, weeks ago, had put all known data into the correct form for Papa to digest, and Papa had come up with the formula for the food pills. "Hi, Johnny," Steve said. "How's tricks?" Johnny flopped into a chair. Lousy. No luck yet? You ought to know. Look, Steve said, can't they stop the damned ray? We've given up on that, Steve. We just can't fit it in with anything we know. It's a terrible emergency, and we haven't time to fool around. We've got to take a chance and pick out one angle and work on it. Johnny shifted wearily in the chair. The angle we've picked is how to get the carbon dioxide out of the air and more oxygen into it. No existing equipment can do the job, at least as far as we're able to figure. Kleinschmidt 4 is our only hope. Steve nodded. Where's the ray coming from? We can pinpoint it, Steve, but that doesn't help. We're pretty sure it's not the effort of some alien race to conquer the Earth. At least all of our known logic precludes this idea. It's too indirect a method for conquest. Trust Papa. I don't know. Johnny leaned suddenly forward. For some odd reason, he's beginning to scare me. He thinks too well, and without the checks and balances of emotion. I've got a feeling the lid is off. Steve grinned. Go ahead and laugh, Johnny grumbled. Our problem now isn't much different than it was before. What I mean is this. The same data ought to show us how to beat the thing we face now. But all we get out of that cold-blooded thinking machine is the same old answer. Insufficient data. There's a missing factor, Johnny. What? That's for you physical scientists to figure out. Johnny stood up. Maybe you're right, Steve. Maybe the missing factor will show up tomorrow. Anyway, it better show up damned soon. Later that night, Steve picked up Janie. They went for a ride in the moonlight, but the whole thing wasn't too satisfactory. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Steve to keep the fear pushed out of his mind. Janie began to cry. Cut it out, Steve said. Once you start that, you're lost. We've got to laugh in the teeth of danger. Man's always lived by faith. We've got to put our faith in Papa. But, Steve, I'm afraid of him. Nonsense, Steve told her sharply. Nothing new tonight? No. Information set down a new setup, but it still didn't work. Papa's beginning to sound like a stuck record. She hesitated a moment. What on earth were you telling him today? He asked me about survival. Steve laughed. I'm guilty of being pretty juvenile sometimes. It was just whistling in the dark. Look at me, Steve, Janie said. Suppose I was starving. Would you give me a food pill? Steve stopped laughing. So that's what's bothering you? Janie, sure I would. What I meant was that it's hard to feel real sorrow for somebody so far away that you know you'll never see them or know them. It's always been that way. We read or hear about somebody dying, but we really don't feel it. It only means something when it's somebody close. I know, Janie whispered. Steve, hold me close. The next morning, Steve didn't even switch on the telecast. Better not to see or hear any more about disaster. The air was worse now. It took Steve a long time to dress. He went to work, trying to close his mind to everything that might magnify the fear. Fear was all around him now. Today had to be the day. Today, Papa would find the answer. The idea grew in his mind. He felt giddy. An odd notion came to him. He was a Messiah. He was the instrument to save the world. He would communicate logically with Papa. Papa would tell him what the world had to know. There wasn't a security guard on duty. Probably they were too sick to move or were even dead. Steve punched the button and Papa glowed and Steve sat down at the desk. The Messiah idea clung. Steve knew it was stupid, but he was glad of the respite from fear. He gave Papa time to warm up. A sheaf of papers lay waiting in the wire basket. The answer had to be there. He drew the basket towards him. No, Papa intoned. The factors remain unchanged. What? Survival of the fittest. We've got to have better air, Steve whispered. You've got to have the answer. Why? Papa asked. Steve felt his bones turn to jelly. He wished now that he'd never learned to rationalize so that he could have died earlier by his own hand. Even before Papa spoke again, he knew what the words would be. I don't need air, Papa said. End of Papa Knows Best by Wallace Humphrey.
Old Rambling House by Frank Herbert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Old Rambling House by Frank Herbert. All the Grahams desired was a home they could call their own. But what did the home want? On his last night on Earth, Ted Graham stepped out of a glass-walled telephone booth, ducked to avoid a swooping moth that battered itself in a frenzy against a bare globe above the booth. Ted Graham was a long-necked man with a head of a pronounced egg shape topped by a prematurely balding sandy hair. Something about his lanky, intense appearance suggested his occupation: certified public accountant. He stopped behind his wife, who was studying a newspaper classified page, and frowned. They said to wait here. They'll come get us. Said the place is hard to find at night. Martha Graham looked up from the newspaper. She was a doll-faced woman, heavily pregnant, a kind of pink prettiness about her. The yellow glow from the light above both subdued the red auburn cast of her ponytail hair. I just have to be in a house when the baby's born, she said. What they sound like? I don't know. There was a funny kind of interruption, like an argument in some foreign language. Did they sound foreign? In a way. He motioned along the night-shrouded line of trailers toward one with 2 windows, glowing amber. Let's wait inside. These bugs out here are fierce. Did you tell him what trailer is ours? Yes. They didn't sound at all anxious to look at it. That's odd. Them wanting to trade their house for a trailer? Well, there's nothing odd about it. They've probably just got itchy feet like we did. He appeared not to hear her. Funniest sounding language you ever heard when that argument started. Like some kind of squirt noise. Inside the trailer, Ted Graham sat down on the green couch that opened into a double bed for company. They could use a good tax accountant around here, he said. When I first saw the place, I got that definite feeling. The valley looks prosperous. It's a wonder nobody's opened an office here before. His wife took a straight chair by the counter separating kitchen and living area, folded her hands across her heavy stomach. I'm just continental tired of wheels going around under me, she said. I want to sit here, stare at the same view for the rest of my life. I don't know how a trailer ever seemed glamorous when it was the inheritance. Gave us the itchy feet, he said. Tires gritted on the gravel outside. Martha Graham straightened. Could that be them? Awfully quick if it is, He went to the door, opened it, stared down at the man who was just raising a hand to knock. "Are you Mr. Graham?" said the man. "Yeah." He found himself staring at the caller. "I'm Clint Rush. You called about the house?" The man moved further into the light. At first he appeared to be an old man, fine wrinkle lines on his face, a tired leather look to his skin. But as he moved his head in the light, the wrinkles seemed to dissolve, and with them the years lifted from him. "Yeah, we called," said Ted Graham. He stood inside. "Do you want to look at the trailer now?" Martha Graham crossed to stand beside her husband. "We've kept it in awfully good shape," she said. "We've never let anything get seriously wrong with it." "She sounds too anxious," thought Ted Graham. "I wish she'd let me do the talking for the two of us." "We can come back and look at your trailer tomorrow in daylight," said Rush. "My car is right out here if you'd like to see our house." Ted Graham hesitated. He felt nagging worry tug at his mind, tried to fix his attention on what bothered him. "Hadn't we better take our car?" he asked. "We could follow you." "No need," said Rush. "We're coming back into town tonight anyway. We can drop you off then." Ted Graham nodded. "Be right with you as soon as I lock up." Inside the car, Rush mumbled introductions. His wife was a dark shadow in the front seat, her hair drawn back into a severe bun. Her features suggested gypsy blood. He called her Raimi. Odd name, thought Ted Graham. And he noticed that she, too, gave that strange first impression of age that melted in a shift of light. Mrs. Rush turned her gypsy features toward Martha Graham. "You're going to have a baby?" It came out as an odd, veiled statement. Abruptly, the car rolled forward. Martha Graham said, "It's supposed to be born in about 2 months. We hope it's a boy." Mrs. Rush looked at her husband. "I have changed my mind," she said. Rush spoke without taking his attention from the road. "It is too..." He broke off, spoke in a tumble of strange sounds. Ted Graham recognized it as the language he'd heard on the telephone. Mrs. Rush answered in the same tongue, anger showing in the intensity of her voice. Her husband replied, his voice calmer. Presently, Mrs. Rush fell moodily silent. Rush tipped his head toward the rear of the car. My wife has moments when she does not want to get rid of the old house. It's been with her for many years. Ted Graham said, "Oh, then, are you Spanish?" Rush hesitated. "No, we're Basque." He turned the car down a well-lit avenue that merged into a highway. They turned onto a side road, and there followed more turns, left, right. Ted Graham lost track. They hit a jolting bump that made Martha gasp. "I hope that wasn't too rough for you," said Rush. "We're almost there." The car swung into a lane, and its lights picking out the skeleton outlines of trees. Peculiar trees, tall, gaunt, leafless. They added to Ted Graham's feeling of uneasiness. The lane dipped, ended at a low wall of a house, red brick with celestry windows beneath overhanging eaves. The effect of the wall and the wide-beamed door they could see to the left was ultra-modern. Ted Graham helped his wife out of the car, followed the Rushes to the door. "I thought you told me it was an old house," he said. "It was designed by one of the first modernists," said Rush. He fumbled with an odd, curved key. The wide door swung open into a hallway equally wide, carpeted by a deep pile rug. They could glimpse floor-to-ceiling window views at the end of the hall, city lights beyond. Martha Graham gasped, entered the hall as through a trance. Ted Graham followed, heard the door close behind them. It's so big, exclaimed Martha Graham. You want to trade this for our trailer? Asked Ted Graham. It's too inconvenient for us, said Rush. My work is over the mountains, on the coast. He shrugged. We cannot sell it. Ted Graham looked at him sharply. Isn't there any money around here? He had a sudden vision of tax accountants with no customers. Plenty of money, but no real estate customers. They entered the living room. Sectional divans lined the walls. Subdued lighting glowed from the corners. 2 paintings hung on opposite walls, oblongs of odd lines and twists that made Ted Graham dizzy. Warning bells clamored in his mind. Martha Graham crossed to the windows, looked at the lights far away below. I had no idea we climbed that far, she said. It's like a fairy city. Mrs. Rush emitted a short, nervous laugh. Ted Graham glanced around the room and thought, if the rest of the house is like this, it's worth $50,000 or $60,000. He thought of the trailer. A good one, but not worth more than $7,000. Uneasiness was like a neon sign flashing in his mind. This seems so... He shook his head. Would you like to see the rest of the house? Asked Rush. Martha Graham turned from the window. Oh, yes. Ted Graham shrugged. Well, no harm in looking, he thought. When they returned to the living room, Ted Graham had doubled his previous estimate on the house's value. His brain reeled with the summing of it. A solarium with an entire ceiling covered by sun lamps, an automatic laundry where you drop soiled clothing down a chute, took it washed and ironed from the other end. Perhaps you and your wife would like to discuss it in private, said Rush. We'll leave you for a moment. And they were gone before Ted Graham could protest. Martha Graham said, Ted, I honestly never in my life dreamed something is very wrong, honey. But Ted, this house is worth at least $100,000, maybe more. And they want to trade this? He looked around him. For a $7,000 trailer? Ted, they're foreigners. And if they're so foolish they don't know the value of this place, then why should I don't like it, he said. Again, he looked around the room, recalled the fantastic equipment of the house. Maybe you're right. He stared out at the city lights. They had a lace-like quality. Tall buildings linked by lines of flickering incandescence. Something like a Roman candle shot skyward in the distance. Okay, he said. If they want to trade, let's go push the deal. Abruptly, the house shuddered. The city lights blinked out. A humming sound filled the air. Martha Graham clutched her husband's arm. Ted, what was that? I don't know, he turned. Mr. Rush? No answer, only the humming. The door at the end of the room opened. A strange man came through it. He wore a short, toga-like garment of gray metallic cloth, belted at the waist by something that glittered and shimmered through every color of the spectrum. An aura of coldness and power emanated from him, a sense of untouchable odor. He glanced around the room, spoke in the same tongue the Rushes had used. Ted Graham said, I don't understand you, mister. The man put a hand to his flickering belt. Both Ted and Martha felt themselves rooted to the floor, a tingling sensation vibrating along every nerve. Again, the strange language rolled from the man's tongue, but now the words were understood. Who are you? Oh, my name's Graham. This is my wife. How did you get here? Well, the Rushes, they wanted to trade us this house for our trailer. They brought us. Now look, what is your talent, your occupation? Tax accountant. Say, why all these? That was to be expected, said the man. Oh, clever. Oh, excessively clever. His hand moved again to the belt. Now, be very quiet. This may confuse you momentarily. Colored lights filled both the Grahams' minds. They staggered. You are qualified, said the man. You will serve. Where are we? Demanded Martha Graham. The coordinates would not be intelligible to you, he said. I am of the Rozhak. It is sufficient for you to know that you are under Rozhak sovereignty. Ted Graham said, but you have, in a way, been kidnapped, and the Ramies have fled to your planet, an unregistered planet. I'm afraid, Martha Graham said shakily. You have nothing to fear, said the man. You are no longer in the planet of your birth, nor even in the same galaxy. He glanced at Ted Graham's wrist. That device on your wrist, it tells your local time? Yes. That will help in the search. And your sun, can you describe its atomic cycle? Ted Graham groped in his mind for the science memories from school, from the Sunday supplements. Well, I can recall that our galaxy is a spiral, like most galaxies are spiral. Is this some kind of practical joke? Asked Ted Graham. The man smiled in a cold, superior smile. It's no joke. Now I will make you a proposition. Ted nodded warily. All right, let's have the stinger. The people who brought you here were tax collectors we Rozhak recruited from a subject planet. They were conditioned to make it impossible for them to leave their job unattended. Unfortunately, they were clever enough to realize that if they brought someone else in who could do their job, they were released from their mental bonds. Very clever. But you may have their job, said the man. Normally, you would be put to work in the lower echelons, but we believe in meting out justice wherever possible. The Ramies undoubtedly stumbled upon your planet by accident and lured you into this position without. How do you know I can do your job? That moment of brilliance was an aptitude test. You passed. Well, do you accept? What about our baby? Martha Graham worriedly wanted to know. You will be allowed to keep it until it reaches the age of decision, about the time it will take the child to reach adult stature. Then what? Insisted Martha Graham. The child will take its position in society, according to its ability. Will we ever see our child after that? Possibly. Ted Graham said, What's the joker in this? Again, the cold, superior smile. You will receive conditioning similar to that which we gave the Ramies, and we will want to examine your memories to aid us in our search for your planet. It would be good to find a new inhabitable place. Why did they trap us like this? Asked Martha Graham. It's lonely work, the man explained. Your house is actually a type of space conveyance that travels along your collection route, and there is much travel to the job. And then you will not have friends nor time for much other than work. Our methods are necessarily severe at times. Travel, Martha Graham repeated in dismay. almost constantly. Ted Graham felt his mind whirling, and behind him he heard his wife sobbing. The Ramies sat in what had been Graham's trailer. For a few minutes, I feared he would not succumb to the bait, she said. I knew you could never overcome the mental compulsion enough to leave them there without their first agreeing. Ramey chuckled. Yes, and now I'm going to indulge in everything the Rojak never permitted. I'm going to write ballads and poems. And I'm going to paint, she said. Oh, the delicious freedom. Greed won this for us, he said. The long study of the Grahams paid off. They couldn't refuse to trade. I knew they'd agree. The looks in their eyes when they saw the house they both had. She broke off, a look of horror coming into her eyes. One of them did not agree. They both did. You heard them. The baby? He stared at his wife. But it is not at the age of decision. In perhaps 18 of this planet's years, it will be at the age of decision. What then? His shoulders sagged. He stuttered. I will not be able to fight it off. I will have to build a transmitter, call the Rojak, and confess. And they'll collect another inhabitable place, she said, her voice flat and toneless. I've spoiled it, he said. I've spoiled it. End of Old Rambling House by Frank Herbert.
What is POSAT by Phyllis Sterling Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kelly Wilcox Baird. What is POSAT by Phyllis Sterling Smith. The following advertisement appeared in the July 1953 issue of several magazines. Mastery of all knowledge can be yours. What is the secret source of those profound principles that can solve the problems of life? Send for our free booklet of explanation. Do not be a leaf in the wind. You can alter the course of your life. Tap the treasury of wisdom through the ages. The perpetual order of seekers after truth. POSAT, an ancient secret society. Most readers passed it by with scarcely a glance. It was, after all, similar to the many that had appeared through the years under the name of that same society. Other readers, as their eyes slid over the familiar format of the ad, speculated idly about the persistent and mildly mysterious organization behind it. A few even resolved to clip the attached coupon and send for the booklet, sometime when a pen or pencil was nearer at hand. Bill Evans, an unemployed pharmacist, saw the ad in a copy of Your Life and Psychology that had been abandoned on his seat in the bus. He filled out the blanks on the coupon with a scrap of stubby pencil. You can alter the course of your life, he read again. He particularly liked that thought, even though he had long since ceased to believe it. He actually took the trouble to mail the coupon. After all, he had literally nothing to lose and nothing else to occupy his time. Miss Elizabeth Arnable was one of the few to whom the advertisement was unfamiliar. As a matter of fact, she very seldom read a magazine. The radio in her room took the place of reading matter, and she always liked to think that it amused her cats as well as herself. Reading would be so selfish under the circumstances, wouldn't it? Not but what the cats weren't almost smart enough to read, she always said. It just so happened, however, that she had bought a copy of the Anti-Vivisectionist Gazette the day before. She pounced upon the POSAT ad as a trout might snap at a particularly attractive fly. Having filled out the coupon with violet ink, she invented an errand that would take her past the neighborhood post office so that she could post it as soon as possible. Donald Alford, research physicist, came across the POSAT ad tucked at the bottom of a column in the Bulletin of Physical Research. He was engrossed in the latest copy by Dr. Crandon, a man whom he admired from the point of view of both a former student and a fellow research worker. Consequently, he was one of the many who passed over the POSAT ad with the disregard accorded to any common object. He read with interest to the end of the article before he realized that some component of the advertisement had been noted by a region of his brain just beyond consciousness. It teased at him like a tickle that couldn't be scratched until he turned back to the page. It was the symbol or emblem of POSAT, he realized, that had caught his attention. The perpendicularly crossed ellipses, centered with a small black circle, might almost be a conventionalized version of the Bohr atom of helium. He smiled with mild skepticism as he read through the printed matter that accompanied it. I wonder what their racket is, he mused. Then, because his typewriter was conveniently at hand, he carefully tore out the coupon and inserted it in the machine. The spacing of the typewriter didn't fit the dotted lines on the coupon, of course, but he didn't bother to correct it. He addressed an envelope, laid it with the other mail to be posted, and promptly forgot all about it. Since he was a methodical man, it was entrusted to the U.S. mail early the next morning, together with his other letters. 3 identical forms accompanied the booklet which POSAT sent in response to the 3 inquiries. The booklet gave no more information than had the original advertisement, but with considerable more volubility. It promised the recipient the secrets of the cosmos and the key that would unlock the hidden knowledge within himself if he would merely fill out the enclosed form. Bill Evans, the unemployed pharmacist, let the paper lie unanswered for several days. To be quite honest, he was disappointed. Although he had mentally disclaimed all belief in anything that POSAT might offer, he had watched the return mails with anticipation. His own resources were almost at an end, and he had reached the point where intervention by something supernatural, or at least superhuman, seemed the only hope. He had hoped, unreasonably, that POSAT had an answer, but time lay heavily upon him, and he used it one evening to write the requested information about his employment, his religious beliefs, his reason for inquiring about POSAT, his financial situation. Without quite knowing that he did so, he communicated in his terse answers some of his desperation and sense of futility. Miss Arnable was delighted with the opportunity for autobiographical composition. It required 5 extra sheets of paper to convey all the information that she wished to give, all about her poor, dear father who had been a missionary to China, and the kinship that she felt toward the mystic cults of the East, her belief that her cats were reincarnations of her loved ones, which she stated derived from a religion of the Persians. Or was it the Egyptians? And in her complete and absolute acceptance of everything that POSAT had stated in their booklet. And what would the dues be? She wished to join immediately. Fortunately, dear father had left her in a comfortable financial situation. To Donald Alford, the booklet seemed to confirm his suspicion that POSAT was a racket of some sort. Why else would they be interested in his employment or financial situation? It also served to increase his curiosity. "What do you suppose they're driving at?" he asked his wife Betty, handing her the booklet and questionnaire. "I don't really know what to say," she answered, squinting a little as she usually did when puzzled. "I know one thing, though, and that's that you won't stop until you find out." "The scientific attitude," he acknowledged with a grin. "Why don't you fill out this questionnaire incognito, though?" she suggested. "Pretend that we're wealthy and see if they try to get our money. Do they have anything yet except your name and address?" Don was shocked. "If I send this back to them, it'll have to be with correct answers." "The scientific attitude again," Betty sighed. "Don't you ever let your imagination run away with the facts a bit? What are you going to give for your reasons for asking about POSAT?" "Curiosity," he replied, and pulling his fountain pen from his vest pocket, he wrote exactly that in small, neat script. It was unfortunate for his curiosity that Don could not see the contents of the 3 envelopes that were mailed from the offices of POSAT the following week. For this time, they differed. Bill Evans was once again disappointed. The pamphlet that was enclosed gave what apparently meant to be the final answers to life's problems. They were couched in vaguely metaphysical terms and offered absolutely no help to him. His disappointment was tempered, however, by the knowledge that he had unexpectedly found a job, or rather, it had fallen into his lap. When he had thought that every avenue of employment had been tried, a position had been offered him in a wholesale pharmacy in the older industrial part of the city. It was not a particularly attractive place to work, located as it was next to a large warehouse, but to him it was hope for the future. It amused him to discover that the offices of POSAT were located on the other side of the same warehouse, at the end of a blind alley. Blind alley indeed. He felt vaguely ashamed for having placed any confidence in them. Miss Arnable was thrilled to discover that her envelope contained not only several pamphlets. She scanned the titles rapidly and found that one of them concerned the sacred cats of ancient Egypt, but that it contained also a small pin with the symbol of POSAT, wrought in gold and black enamel. The covering letter said that she had been accepted as an active member of POSAT and that the dues were $5 per month. Please remit by return mail. She wrote a check immediately and settled contentedly into a chair to peruse the article on sacred cats. After a while, she began to read aloud so that her own cats could enjoy it too. Don Alford would not have been surprised if his envelope had shown contents similar to the ones that the others received. The folded sheets of paper that he pulled forth, however, made him stiffen with sharp surprise. "Come here a minute, Betty," he called, spreading them out carefully on the dining room table. "What do you make of these?" She came, dishcloth in hand, and thoughtfully examined them one by one. "Multiple choice questions? It looks like a psychological test of some sort." "This isn't the kind of thing I expected them to send me," worried Dawn. "Look at the type of thing they ask. If you had discovered a new and virulent poison that could be compounded from common household ingredients, would you 1. Publish the information in a daily newspaper, 2. Manufacture it secretly and sell it as rodent exterminator, 3. Give the information to the armed forces for use as a secret weapon, or 4. Withhold the information entirely as too dangerous to be passed on?" "Could they be a spy ring?" asked Betty. "Subversive agents? Anxious to find out your scientific secrets like that classified stuff that you're so careful of when you bring it home from the lab?" Don scanned the papers quickly. "There's nothing here that looks like an attempt to get information. Besides, I've told them nothing about my work except that I do research in physics. They don't even know what company I work for. If this is a psychological test, it measures attitudes, nothing else. Why would they want to know my attitudes?" "Do you suppose that POSAT is really what it claims to be? A secret society, and that they actually screen their applicants?" He smiled wryly. "Wouldn't it be interesting if I didn't make the grade after starting out to expose their racket?" He pulled out his pen and sat down to the task of resolving the dilemmas before him. His next communication from POSAT came to his business address, and paradoxically was more personal than its forerunners. "Dear Dr. Alford, we have examined with interest the information that you have sent to us. We are happy to inform you that thus far you have satisfied the requirements for membership in the Perpetual Order of Seekers After Truth. Before accepting new members into this ancient and honorable secret society, we find it desirable that they have a personal interview with the Grand Chairman of POSAT. Accordingly, you are cordially invited to an audience with our Grand Chairman on Tuesday, July 10, at 2:30 p.m. Please let us know if this arrangement is acceptable to you. If not, we will attempt to make another appointment for you." The time specified for the appointment was hardly a convenient one for Don. At 2:30 p.m. on most Tuesdays, he would be at work in the laboratory, and while his employers made no complaint if he took his research problems home with him and worried over them half the night, they were not equally enthusiastic when he used working hours for pursuing unrelated interests. Moreover, the headquarters of POSAT was in a town almost 100 miles distant. Could he afford to take a whole day off for chasing will-o-wisps? It hardly seemed worth the trouble. He wondered if Betty would be disappointed if he dropped the whole matter. Since the letter had been sent to the laboratory instead of his home, he couldn't consult her about it without telephoning. Since the letter had been sent to the laboratory instead of his home? But that was impossible. He searched feverishly through his pile of daily mail for the envelope in which the letter had come. The address stared up at him, unmistakably and fearfully legible: the name of his company, the number of the room he worked in. In short, the address that he had never given them. "Get a hold of yourself," he commanded his frightened mind. "There's some perfectly logical, easy explanation for this. They looked it up in the directory of the Institute of Physics, or in the alumni directory of the university, or... But the more he thought about it, the more sinister it seemed. His laboratory address was available, but why should POSAT take the trouble of looking it up? Some prudent impulse had led him to withhold that particular bit of information. Yet now, for some reason of their own, POSAT had unearthed the information. His wife's words echoed in his mind. Could they be a spy ring? Subversive agents? Don shook his head as though to clear away the confusion. His conservative habit of thought made him reject that explanation as too melodramatic. At least one decision was easier to reach because of his doubts. Now he knew he had to keep his appointment with the grand chairman of POSAT. He scribbled a memo to the department office stating that he would not be at work on Tuesday. At first, Don Alford had some trouble locating the POSAT headquarters. It seemed to him that the block in which the street number would fall was occupied entirely by a huge, sprawling warehouse of concrete construction and almost entirely windowless. It was recessed from the street in several places to make room for the small, shabby buildings of a wholesale pharmacy, a printer's plant, and upholstering shop, and was also indented by alleys lined with loading platforms. It was at the back of one of the alleys that he finally found a door marked with the now familiar emblem of POSAT. He opened the frosted glass door with a feeling of misgiving and faced a dark flight of stairs leading to the upper floor. Somewhere above him, a buzzer sounded, evidently indicating his arrival. He picked his way up through the murky stairwell. The reception room was hardly a cheerful place, with its battered desk facing the view of the empty alley, and a film of dust obscuring the pattern of the gray-looking wallpaper and worn rug. But the light of the summer afternoon filtering through the window scattered the gloom somewhat, enough to help Don doubt that he would find the menace here that he had come to expect. The girl addressing envelopes at the desk looked very ordinary. Not the Mata Hari type, thought Don with an inward chuckle at his own suspicions. He handed her the letter. She smiled. "We've been expecting you, Dr. Alford. If you'll just step into the next room." She opened the door opposite the stairwell, and Don stepped through it. The sight of the luxurious room before him struck his eyes with the shock of a dentist's drill. So great was the contrast between it and the shabby reception room. For a moment, Don had difficulty breathing. The rug. Don had seen one like it before, but it had been in a museum. The paintings on the walls, ornately framed in gilt carving, were surely old masters of the Renaissance period, he guessed. Although he recognized none of the pictures, he felt that he could almost name the artists. That glowing one near the corner would probably be a Titian, or was it a Tintoretto? He regretted for a moment the lost opportunities of his college days, when he had passed up art history in favor of operational circuit analysis. The girl opened a filing cabinet, the front of which was set flush with the wall, and selecting a folder from it, disappeared through another door. Don sprang to examine the picture near the corner. It was hung at eye level, that is, at the eye level of the average person. Don had to bend over a bit to see it properly. He searched for a signature. Apparently there was none. But did artists sign their pictures back in those days? He wished he had knew more about such things. Each of the paintings was individually lighted by a fluorescent tube held on brackets directly above it. As Don straightened up from his scrutiny of the picture, he inadvertently hit his head against the light. The tube, dislodged from its brackets, fell to the rug with a muffled thud. Now I've done it, thought Don with dismay. But at least the tube hadn't shattered. In fact, it was still glowing brightly. His eyes registered the fact, even while his mind refused to believe it. He raised his eyes to the brackets. They were simple pieces of solid hardware designed to support the tube. There were no wires. Don picked up the slender, glowing cylinder and held it between trembling fingers. Although it was delivering as much light as a 200 or 300-watt bulb, it was cool to the touch. He examined it minutely. There was no possibility of concealed batteries. The thumping of his heart was caused not by the fact that he had never seen a similar tube before, but because he had. He had never held one in his hands, though. The ones which his company had produced as experimental models had been unsuccessful at converting all the radioactivity into light, and had of necessity been heavily shielded. Right now, 2 of his colleagues back in the laboratory would still be searching for the right combination of fluorescent material and radioactive salts with which to make the simple, efficient, self-contained lighting unit that he was holding in his hand at this moment. But this is impossible, he thought. We're the only company that's working on this, and it's secret. There can't be any in actual production. And even if one had actually been successfully produced, how would it have fallen into the possession of POSAT, an ancient secret society, the perpetual order of seekers after truth? The conviction grew in Don's mind that here was something much deeper and more sinister than he would be able to cope with. He should have asked for help, should have stated his suspicions to the police or the FBI. Even now, with sudden decision, he thrust the lighting tube into his pocket and stepped swiftly to the outer door. He grasped the knob and shook it impatiently when it stuck and refused to turn. He yanked at it. His impatience changed to panic. It was locked. A soft sound behind him made him whirl about. The secretary had entered again through the inner door. She glanced at the vacant light bracket, then significantly at his bulging pocket. Her gaze was still as bland and innocent as when he had entered, but to Don she no longer seemed ordinary. Her very calmness in the face of his odd actions was distressingly ominous. "Our grand chairman will see you now," she said in a quiet voice. Don realized that he was half crouched in the position of an animal expecting attack. He straightened up with what dignity he could manage to find. She opened the inner door again, and Don followed her into what he supposed to be the office of the Grand Chairman of POSAT. Instead, he found himself on a balcony along the side of a vast room, which must have been the interior of the warehouse that he had noted outside. The girl motioned him toward the far end of the balcony, where a frosted glass door marked the office of the Grand Chairman. But Don could not will his legs to move. His heart beat at the sight of the room below him. It was a laboratory, but a laboratory the like of which he had never seen before. Most of the equipment was unfamiliar to him. Whatever he did recognize was of a different design than he had ever used, and there was something about it that convinced him that this was more advanced. The men who bent busily over their instruments did not raise their eyes to the figures on the balcony. "Good Lord!" Don gasped. "That's an atomic reactor down there." There could be no doubt about it, even though he could see it only obscurely through the bluish-green plastic shielding it. His thoughts were so clamorous that he hardly realized that he had spoken aloud, or that the door at the end of the balcony had opened. He was only dimly aware of the approaching footsteps as he speculated wildly on the nature of the shielding material. What could be so dense that only an inch would provide adequate shielding and yet remain semi-transparent? His scientist's mind applauded the genius who had developed it, even as the alarming conviction grew that he couldn't be allowed to leave here anymore. Surely no man would be allowed to leave this place alive to tell the fantastic story to the world. "Hello, Don," said a quiet voice beside him. "It's good to see you again." "Dr. Crandon," he heard his own voice reply. You're the Grand Chairman of POSAT? He felt betrayed and sick at heart. The very voice with which Crandon had spoken conjured up visions of quiet lecture halls and his own youthful excitement at the masterful and orderly disclosure of scientific facts. To find him here in this mad and treacherous place, didn't anything make sense any longer? I think we've rather abused you, Don, Dr. Crandon continued. His voice sounded so gentle that Don found it hard to think there was any evil in it. I can see that you are suspicious of us, and yes, afraid. Don stared at the scene below him. After his initial glance to confirm his identification of Crandon, Don could not bear to look at him. Crandon's voice suddenly hardened, became abrupt. You're partly right about us, of course. I hate to think how many laws this organization has broken. Don't condemn us yet, though. You'll be a member yourself before the day is over. Don was shocked by the confidence in his corruptibility. What do you use? He asked bitterly. Drugs? Hypnosis? Crandon sighed. I forgot how little you know, Don. I have a long story to tell you. You'll find it hard to believe at first, but try to trust me. Try to believe me as you once did. When I say that much of what POSAT does is illegal, I do not mean immoral. We're probably the most moral organization in the world. Get over the idea that you have stumbled into a den of thieves. Crandon paused, as though searching for words with which to continue. Did you notice the paintings in the waiting room as you entered? Don nodded, too bewildered to speak. They were donated by the founder of our organization. They were part of his personal collection, which incidentally he bought from the artists themselves. He also designed the atomic reactor we use for power here in the laboratory. Then the pictures are modern, said Don, aware that his mouth was hanging open foolishly. I thought one was a Tatian. It is, said Crandon. We have several original Tatians, although I really don't know too much about them. But how could a man alive today buy paintings from an artist of the Renaissance? He's not alive today. POSAT is actually what our advertisements claim, an ancient secret society. Our founder has been dead for over 4 centuries. But you said that he designed your atomic reactor. Yes, this particular one has been in use for only 20 years, however. Don's confusion was complete. Crandon looked at him kindly. Let's start at the beginning, he said, and Don was back again in the classroom with the deep voice of Professor Crandon unfolding the pages of knowledge in clear and logical manner. 400 years ago, in the time of the Italian Renaissance, a man lived who was a super genius. His was the kind of incredible mentality that appears not in every generation or even every century, but once in thousands of years. Probably the man who invented what we call the phonetic alphabet was one like him. That man lived 7,000 years ago in Mesopotamia, and his discovery was so original, so far from the natural course of man's thinking, that not once in the intervening 7,000 years has that device been rediscovered. It still exists, only in the civilizations to which it has been passed on directly. The super genius, who was our founder, was not a semanticist. He was a physical scientist and mathematician. Starting with the meager heritage that existed in these fields in his time, he began tackling physical puzzles one by one. Sitting in his study, using as his principal tool his own great mind, he invented calculus, developed the quantum theory of light, moved on to electromagnetic radiation, and what we call Maxwell's equations, although, of course, he antedated Maxwell by centuries, developed the special and general theories of relativity, the tool of wave mechanics, and finally, toward the end of his life, he mathematically derived the packing fraction that describes the binding energy of nuclei. But it can't be done, Don objected. It's an observed phenomenon. It hasn't been derived. Every conservative instinct that he possessed cried out against this impossible fantasy. And yet, there sat the reactor, sheathed in its strange shield. Crandon watched the direction of Don's glance. Yes, the reactor, said Crandon. He built one like it. It confirmed his theories. His calculations showed him something else, too. He saw the destructive potentialities of an atomic explosion. He himself could not have built an atomic bomb. He didn't have the facilities, but his knowledge would have enabled other men to do so. He looked about him. He saw a political setup of warring principalities, rival states, intrigue, and squabbles over political power. Giving the men of his time atomic energy would have been like handing a baby a firecracker with a lighted fuse. What should he have done? Let his secrets die with him? He didn't think so. No one else in his age could have derived the knowledge that he did, but it was an age of brilliant men. Leonardo, Michelangelo. There were men capable of learning his science, even as men can learn it today. He gathered some of them together and founded this society. It served two purposes. It perpetuated his discoveries, and at the same time it maintained the greatest secrecy about them. He urged that the secrets be kept until the time when men could use them safely. The other purpose was to make that time come about as soon as possible. Crandon looked at Don's unbelieving face. How can I make you see that it is the truth? Think of the eons that men or man-like creatures have walked the earth. Think what a small fraction of that time is 400 years. Is it so strange that atomic energy was discovered a little early by this displacement in time that is so tiny after all? But by one man, Don argued. Crandon shrugged. Compared with him, Don, you and I are stupid men. So are the scientists who slowly plodded down the same road he had come, stumbling first on one truth and then the succeeding one. We know that inventions and discoveries do not occur at random. Each is based on the one that preceded it. We are all aware of the phenomenon of simultaneous invention. The path to truth is a straight one. It is only our own stupidity that makes it seem slow and tortuous. He merely followed the straight path, Crandon finished simply. Don's incredulity thawed a little. It was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. But if it were true, a vast panorama of possible achievements spread before him. 400 years, he murmured with awe. You've had 400 years head start on the rest of the world. What wonders you must have uncovered in that time. Our technical achievements may disappoint you, warned Crandon. Oh, they're way beyond anything that you are familiar with. You've undoubtedly noticed the shielding material on the reactor. That's a fairly recent development of our metallurgical department. There are other things in the laboratory that I can't even explain to you until you've caught up on the technical basis for understanding them. Our emphasis has not been on physical sciences, however, except as they contribute to our central project. We want to change civilization so that it can use physical science without disaster. For a moment, Don had been fired with enthusiasm, but at these words his heart sank. Then you've failed, he said bitterly. In spite of centuries of advance warning, you've failed to change the rest of us enough to prevent us from trying to blow ourselves off the earth. Here we are, still snarling and snapping at our neighbors' throats, and we've caught up with you. We have the atomic bomb. What's POSAT been doing all this time? Or have you found that human nature really can't be changed? Come with me, said Crandon. He led the way along the narrow balcony to another door, then down a steep flight of stairs. He opened a door at the bottom, and Don saw what must have been the world's largest computing machine. This is our answer, said Crandon. Oh, rather, it's the tool by which we find our answer. For 2 centuries, we have been working on the newest of the sciences, that of human motivation. Soon, we will be ready to put some of our new knowledge to work. But you are right in one respect. We are working now against time. We must hurry if we are to save our civilization. That's why you are here. We have work for you to do. Will you join us, Don? But why the hocus pocus? Asked Don. Why do you hide behind such a weird front as POSAT? Why do you advertise in magazines and invite just anyone to join? Why didn't you approach me directly if you have work for me to do? And if you really have the answers to our problems, why haven't you gathered together all the scientists in the world to work on this project before it's too late? Crandon took a sighing breath. How I wish that we could do just that. But you forget that one of the prime purposes of our organization is to maintain the secrecy of our discoveries until they can be safely disclosed. We must be absolutely certain that anyone who enters this building will have joined POSAT before he leaves. What if we approached the wrong scientist? Centuries of accomplishment might be wasted if they attempted either to reveal it or to exploit it. Do you recall the questionnaires that you answered before you were invited here? We fed the answers to this machine, and as a result, we know more about how you react in any given situation than you do yourself. Even if you should fail to join us, our secrets would be safe with you. Of course, we miss a few of the scientists who might be perfect material for our organization. You'd be surprised, though, at how clever our advertisements are at attracting exactly the men we want. With the help of our new science, we have baited our ads well, and we know how to maintain interest. Curiosity is, to the man we want, a powerful motivator. But what about the others? Asked Don. There must be hundreds of applicants who would be of no use to you at all. Oh, yes, replied Crandon. There are the mild religious fanatics. We enroll them as members and keep them interested by sending pamphlets in line with their interests. We even let them contribute to our upkeep if they seem to want to. They never get beyond the reception room if they come to call on us, but they are additional people through whom we can act when the time finally comes. There are also the desperate people who try POSAT as a last resort. Lost ones who can't find their direction in life. For them, we put into practice some of our newly won knowledge. We rehabilitate them, anonymously, of course, even find jobs or patch up homes. It's good practice for us. I think I've answered most of your questions, Don, but you haven't answered mine. Will you join us? Don looked solemnly at the orderly array of the computer before him. He had one more question. Will it really work? Can it actually tell you how to motivate the stubborn, quarrelsome, opinionated people one finds on this earth? Crandon smiled. You're here, aren't you? Don nodded, his tense features relaxing. Enroll me as a member, he said. End of What is POSAT by Phyllis Sterling Smith. Recording by Kelly Wilcox Baird.
All the Earth a Grave by C.C. McCapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. There's nothing wrong with dying. It just hasn't ever had the proper sales pitch. And All the Earth a Grave by C.C. McCapp. It all began when the new bookkeeping machine of a large Midwestern coffin manufacturer slipped a cog, or blew a transistor, or something. It was fantastic that the error, one of 2 decimal places, should enjoy a straight run of OKs, human and mechanical, clear down the line. But when the figures clacked out of the last clacking out station, there it was. The figures were now sacred, immutable, and it was doubtful whether the president of the concern, or the chairman of the board, would have dared question them, even if either of those 2 gentlemen had been in town. As for the advertising manager, the last thing he wanted to do was question them. He carried them, they were the budget for the coming fiscal year, into his office, staggering a little on the way, and dropped dazedly into his chair. They showed the budget of his own department as exactly 100 times what he'd been expecting. That is to say, 50 times what he'd put in for. When the initial shock began to wear off, his face assumed an expression of intense thought. In about 5 minutes, he leapt from his chair, dashed out of the office with a sounded syllable or 2 to his secretary, and got his car out of the parking lot. At home, he tossed clothes into a traveling bag and barged toward the door, giving his wife a quick kiss and an equally quick explanation. He didn't bother to call the airport. He meant to be on the next plane east, and no nonsense about it. With one thing and another, the economy hadn't been exactly in overdrive that year. The predictions for the Christmas season were gloomy. Early retail figures bore them out. Gift buying dribbled along feebly until Thanksgiving, despite brave speeches by the administration. The holiday passed more in self-pity than in thankfulness among owners of gift-oriented businesses. Then, on Friday following Thanksgiving, the coffin ad struck. Struck may be too mild a word. People on the streets saw feverishly working crews, at holiday rates, slapping up posters on billboards. The first poster was a dilly. A toothy and toothsome young woman leapt over a coffin she'd been unwrapping. She smiled as if she'd just received overtures of matrimony from an 80-year-old billionaire. There was a Christmas tree in the background, and the coffin was appropriately wrapped. So was she. She looked as if she'd just gotten out of bed, or were ready to get into it. For amorous young men, and some not so young, the message was plain. The motto, "The gift that will last more than a lifetime," seemed hardly to the point. Those at home were assailed on TV with a variety of bright and clever skits of the same import. Some of them hinted that, if the young lady's gestures were really precipitous, and the bedroom too far away, the coffin might be comfy. Of course, the more settled elements of the population were not neglected. For the older married man, there was a blow directly between the eyes. Do you want your widow to be half safe? And, for the spinster without immediate hopes, I dreamt I was caught dead without my virgin form casket. Newspapers and magazines and every other medium added to the assault, never letting it cool. It was the most horrendous campaign for sheer concentration that had ever battered at the public mind. The public reeled and blinked, shook its head to clear it, gawked, and rushed out to buy. Christmas was not going to be a failure after all. Department store managers who had, grudgingly and under strong sales pressures, made space for a single coffin somewhere in the rear of the store, now rushed to the telephones like touts with a direct pronouncement from a horse. Everyone who possibly could got into the act. Grocery supermarkets put in casket departments. The Association of Pharmaceutical Retailers, who felt they had some claim to priority, tried to get court injunctions to keep caskets out of the service stations, but were unsuccessful because the judges were all out buying caskets. Beauty operators showed real ingenuity in merchandising. Roads and streets clogged with delivery trucks, rented trailers, and whatever else could haul a coffin. The stock market went completely mad. Strikes were declared and settled within hours. Congress was called into session early. The president got authority to ration lumber and other materials suddenly in starvation short supply. State laws were passed against cremation under heavy lobbying pressure. A new racket called box jacking blossomed overnight. The advertising manager who had put the thing over had been fighting with all the formidable weapons of his breed to make his plant managers build up a stockpile. They had, but it went like a toupee in a wind tunnel. Competitive coffin manufacturers were caught napping, but by the Wednesday after Thanksgiving, they, along with the original one, were on a 24-hour, 7-day basis. Still, only a fraction of the demand could be met. Jet passenger planes were stripped of their seats, supplied with Yankee gold, and sent to plunder the world of its coffins. It might be supposed that Christmas goods other than caskets would have taken a bad dump. That was not so. Such was the upsurge of prosperity, and such was the shortage of coffins, that nearly everything, with a few exceptions, enjoyed the biggest season on record. On Christmas Eve the frenzy slumped to a crawl, though on Christmas morning there were still optimists out prowling the empty stores. The nation sat down to breathe. Mostly it sat on coffins, because there wasn't space in the living rooms for any other furniture. There was hardly an individual in the United States who didn't have, in case of sudden sharp pains in the chest, several boxes to choose from. As for the rest of the world, it had better not die just now, or it would be literally a case of dust to dust. Of course, everyone expected a doozy of a slump after Christmas, but our advertising manager, who by now was of course sales manager and first vice president also, wasn't settling for any boom and bust. He'd been a frustrated victim of his choice of industries for so many years that now, with his teeth in something, he was going to give it the old bite. He gave people a short breathing spell to arrange their coffin payments and move the presents out of the front rooms. Then, late in January, his new campaign came down like 100 megatonner. Within a week, everyone saw quite clearly that his Christmas models were now obsolete. The coffin became the new status symbol. The auto industry was, of course, demolished. Even people who had enough money to buy a new car weren't going to trade in the old one and let the new one stand out in the rain. The garages were full of coffins. Petroleum went along with autos, though there were those who whispered knowingly that the same people merely moved over into a new industry. It was noticeable that the center of it became Detroit. A few trucks and buses were still being built, but that was all. Some of the new caskets were true works of art. Others, well, there was variety. Compact models appeared, in which the occupant's feet had to be doubled up alongside his ears. One manufacturer pushed a circular model, claiming that by all the laws of nature the fetal position was the only right one. At the other extreme were virtual houses, ornately and lavishly equipped. Possibly the largest of all was the togetherness model, triangular, with graduated recesses for father, mother, 8 children, plus 2 playmates, and in the far corner beyond the baby, the cat. The slump was over. Still, economists swore that the new boom couldn't last either. They reckoned without the advertising manager, whose eyes gleamed brighter all the time. People already had coffins, which they polished and kept on display, sometimes in the new coffin ports being added to houses. The advertising manager's reasoning was direct and to the point. He must get people to use the coffins, and now he had all the money to work with that he could use. The new note was woven in so gradually that it is not easy to put a finger on any one ad and say, it began here. One of the first was surely the widely printed one, showing a tattooed, smiling young man with his chin thrust out manfully, lying in a coffin. He was rugged-looking and likable, not too rugged for the spindly-limbed to identify with, and he oozed, even though obviously dead, virility at every pore. He was probably the finest-looking corpse since Richard the Lionhearted. Neither must one overlook the singing commercials. Possibly the catchiest of these, a really cute little thing, was achieved by jazzing up the funeral march. It started gradually, and it was all so unviolent that few saw it as suicide. Teenagers began having popping-off parties. Some of their elders protested a little, but adults were taking it up too. And the tired, the unappreciated, the ill, and the heavily laden laid down in growing numbers and expired. A black market in poisons operated for a little while, but soon pinched out. Such was the pressure of persuasion that few needed artificial aids. The boxes were very comfortable. People just closed their eyes and exited, smiling. The beatniks, who had their own models of coffin, moldy, scroungy, and without lids, since the beatniks insisted on being seen, placed their boxes on Grant Avenue in San Francisco. They died with highly intellectual expressions and eventually were washed by the gentle rain. Of course, there were voices shouting calamity. When aren't there? But in the long run, and not a very long one at that, they availed not. It isn't hard to imagine the reaction of the rest of the world, so let us imagine a few. The communist bloc immediately gave its stamp of disapproval, denouncing the movement as a filthy capitalist, imperialist pig plot. Red China, which had been squabbling with Russia for some time about a matter of method, screamed for immediate war. Russia exposed this as patently stupid, saying that if the capitalists wanted to die, warring upon them would only help them. China surreptitiously tried out the thing as an answer to excess population, and found it good. It also appealed to the well-known melancholy facet of Russian nature. Besides, after pondering for several days, the Red Bloc decided it could not afford to fall behind in anything, so it started its own program, explaining, with much logic, how it differed. An elderly British philosopher endorsed the movement on the grounds that a temporary setback in evolution was preferable to facing up to anything. The Free Bloc, the Red Bloc, the Neutral Bloc, and such scraps as had been too obtuse to find themselves a bloc, were drawn into a whirlpool in an amazingly short time, if in a variety of ways. In less than 2 years, the world was rid of most of what had been bedeviling it. Oddly enough, the country where the movement had begun was the last to succumb completely. Or perhaps it was not so odd. Coffin maker to the world, the American casket industry had by now almost completely automated box making and grave digging, with some interesting assembly lines and packaging arrangements. There still remained the jobs of management and distribution. The president of General Mortuary, an ebullient fellow affectionately called Sarcophagus Sam, put it well. As long as I have a single prospective customer and a single shareholder, he said, managing a stogie and beetling his brows at the one reporter who'd showed up for the press conference, I'll try to put him in a coffin so I can pay him a dividend. Finally, though, a man who thought he must be the last living human wandered contentedly around the city of Denver, looking for the coffin he liked best. He settled at last upon a rich mahogany number with platinum trimmings, an automatic, self-adjusting, cadaver contour, inner spring wherever plastic-covered mattress, with a built-in bar. He climbed in, drew himself a generous slug of fine scotch, giggled as the mattress prodded him exploringly, closed his eyes and sighed in solid comfort. Soft music played as the lid closed itself. From a building nearby, a turkey buzzard swooped down, cawed in raucous anger because it had let its attention wander for a moment. It was too late. It cawed screaming at the solid cover, hissed in frustration, and finally gave up. It flapped into the air again, still grumbling. It was tired of living on dead small rodents and coyotes. It thought it would take a swoop over to Los Angeles, where the pickings were pretty good. As it moved westward over the parched hills, it espied 2 black dots, a few miles to its left. It circled over for a closer look, then grunted and went on its way. It had seen them before. The old prospector and his burro had been in the mountains for so long the buzzard had concluded they didn't know how to die. The prospector, whose name was Adams, trudged behind his burro toward the buildings that shimmered in the heat, humming to himself now and then, or addressing some remarks to the beast. When he reached the outskirts of Denver, he realized something was amiss. He stood and gazed at the quiet scene. Nothing moved except some skinny pack rats and a few sparrows foraging for grain among the unburied coffins. "Tarnation," he said to the burro. "Martians?" A half-buried piece of newspaper fluttered in the breeze. He walked forward slowly and picked it up. It told him enough so that he understood. "They're gone, Evie," he said to the burro. "All gone." He put his arm affectionately around her neck. "I reckon it's up to me and you again. We gotta start all over." He stood back and gazed at her with mild reproach. "I sure hope they don't favor your side of the house so much this time." The end of Oh, the Earth a Grave by C.C. McCapp.